Hello, Internet. Hello, Crushers. And hello to my special guest. I think the first time I've ever had a guest on this channel that was not a member of the This Week of Next. Let's say hello to the adorable Omni Dog.
Hi. Thank you for having me. This is a privilege. I don't think I've ever been on a Krisis stream.
I don't think I ever did. I never did lives back in the day when I did streams, except for when Freya and I would review like Black Panther and Sandman and things.
Well, this is fun. Did you write that little intro we just heard?
Yeah, that's a song of mine that I haven't actually played the whole song yet on the channel in recent years, but there's an old video of it. But yeah, it's a song of mine.
I really liked it.
It's we're not singing today. We're here to move at a high speed. So this is the opposite of Jess's channel, where I need to slow down and enjoy life. Jess needs to speed up and enjoy life on this.
Really?
So Jess, I hear on your channel you just uploaded something which actually has a lot to do with what we're about to talk about. So do you want to tell all the people what you've just uploaded?
I'm OmniDog from OmniDog's Vault, and on YouTube I uploaded my top 10. I uploaded how I voted in the 13th annual Marvrl Most Wanted Omnibus poll. I couldn't fit Tigereyes in there because then it would have covered up all the Omnis that I had. But I gave huge credit to you, of course, and Tigereyes, of course, and a little bit to Omar. And I just went over my 10 picks. Oh, James already has it. Thank you, James. And I had a special weapon that I kept. I never thought I would have to use this, but I broke it out to support my boys, girls, fish, dogs, everything they are. And that is my illegally.
I was going to say, that's not real.
No. Legally obtained, but I highly doubt. And no, they were not. They were not. They were illegally created, but I legally bought them on YouTube, eBay, and I volume 1. I actually have 4 volumes, but I only showed 3. Volume 2, and then this one came without a dust jacket. These are I don't know what these madmen were up to. But these are, and this is the Jenkins and
I know a little bit about the history of these books, which I am sworn to secrecy. I don't want to be pulled into a grand jury trial, but I do know a little bit around.
However they did it, they got them full size.
Yeah,
like, amazingly. And
I'm gonna make you full screen to show that while I fix something with my internet. Oh, that's just me though. Oh no, how do I make it just Jess? I don't know how to do these things.
You just go over my
solo.
There you go.
Play a solo, Jess. All right.
There you go. Okay, so this is the Inhumans. Pretend that I didn't break any laws to get this. This is Jack Kirby and some guy named Stanley created the Inhumans. Now, this book, Omnibus, was mapped in a way that it starts with what I guess is a backstories in Thor, and it's the origin of the incomparable Inhumans. So it gives you their history before it dives into Fantastic Four, which I think is good because then it's a bunch of Fantastic Four stories, and the Inhumans change a great deal from their appearances in Fantastic Four. So
Jess is showing this as a tease because on the Tigereyes poll, and I'll talk a little bit about what that is. I know we've just been 3 minutes. This is totally impromptu. I told Jess I might stream about 12 hours ago, and Jess was like, "Ooh, if you do that, I want to come." And then so I was like, "Okay, I'm going to do it." And Jess is like, "Okay, I'm at home." So this is the most unplanned thing you'll probably ever witness Krisis do in their lifetime. But the reason Jess is showing this book is because this week we are in the middle of the voting period for the Tigereyes 13th annual Most Wanted Marvrl Omnibus poll. And what this is it started on the Marvrl Masterworks forums back in 2013 with just this guy Tigereyes saying, "Hey, let's vote for the omnibuses that we might want." And that first year was just a few dozen voters. I think they had like a top 22 or 25 books. And that was the poll. all but 2 of the books, I think, from the top 20 of that original poll have now been printed. And Tigereyes just kept coming back to the Marvel Masterworks forum every year to run the poll again. And as more and more people became aware of it, I think I became aware of it in the second year because people started posting it on other forums, like the CBR forums back in the day. And at the time, it wasn't fancy. There were no maps. It was Tigereyes. You emailed him personally with your list of 10. And then he made a big spreadsheet of all of people's lists of 10 and tried to match up the books. Some people would say Uncanny X-Men Volume 5. Some people would say Mutant Massacre Prelude. Some people would call it Crossroads. Some people, they would say all different, The Birth of X Factor. He would figure out what all the books aligned to, and then he would math it out, and he would announce the top 60 in 10 at a time, agonizing post by post. He would announce 10 and let everybody have time to freak out, and then announce another 10. And back in 2017, right on the verge of moving to New Zealand, actually, I was in the process of blogging about each of the top 10 as he released them. And in the middle of all that, the news started to break in my life that I would have the opportunity to move to New Zealand. And so I had some unfinished business that year where I think I only got through like 20 or 35 of the top 60 and mapping them and talking about how I would want them to be. So when I was offered the chance last year by Tigereyes and also by Omar from Near Mint Condition to be involved in the poll and help them curate the poll, I was like, well, this not only is a holiday for me that I look forward to every year, but this is unfinished business for me. I have always meant to get done all the mapping, and I never did back in the day. So I signed on last year, but because there's so many voters now, well over 1,000 last year, we realized we couldn't do the write-in anymore. The last time Tigereyes tried to do it, it was a catastrophe because he was trying to figure out all the people's different meetings and all the different emails. I mean, just think about going through 1,000 emails and pasting out these top 10s email by email. So last year, we changed it to a poll that's more like the reprint polls on Near Mint Condition, but that meant we had to figure out every possible Marvel omnibus that Marvel has never printed. Every one. And Omar and I and Tigereyes did that together with a little bit of help from some other people like Domovax in about 72 hours last year because we realized how tight the deadline was. It was a great time. Last year we had, I forget if it was over 1,200 votes or over 1,600 votes. It was somewhere in there. We had a wonderful announcement. The poll was great. And many, many books from last year's poll got printed. So right now we're in the middle of the 2025 polling period. And I know the majority of you probably already voted because I can see the votes as they come in. And I know that we've already exceeded last year's vote total. We're like cruising towards 2,000 votes. And it's been only a little bit more than 72 hours. So chances are, if you're watching this right now, you may have already voted. But once again, I have some unfinished business, which is there are so many books I want to talk about on the announcement stream on Near Mint Condition, and I just could. There's 653 books. I didn't really talk a lot until we got to Solo, which is S. So I'm going to remedy that, and we're going to talk about every single one of 653 books, which is why I warned Jess, this is going to be some high-speed comic booking. Jess today is like, you have to do all the talking and driving. I get to chat in the chat. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through all the books, every single thing in the poll. They're all mapped on Crushing Krisis. There's a link in the description. You can go. I have mapped every single one of these 653 books explicitly. If I can just toot my own horn for a second, ain't nobody on the internet done that before. And they are all linked to the Crushing Krisis guides if there's a character guide for those characters. And we're doing it all again in about 30 days for DC. So Omnidog, the way we're going to do is I'm going to go through a section. I don't know how you voted because I didn't have time to watch your video yet. Other people may have already sped through it on your channel. And we're just going to talk about what on that slide was maybe on our list. But we got to be snappy because there's 653. If we spend a second on each one, it still would be 10 minutes. And we're going to spend longer than a second.
Okay. I
just didn't know what he was getting
Samantha because Batmantha says she's having a terrible day, but I'm glad she's here.
Well, let's say hello to some folks before we get into the whole everything. So we've got JJ Tiffany, who usually Bunk is first on my channel, but this is a surprise. So Bunk didn't have it in his calendar. We have Cruel Angel, Secret Stream. I saw your votes. You posted them somewhere, maybe on the comments of the main one. James Abel, of course, knew the stream was happening before I did. Earth Geomancer, who is exclusively here for a Krisis and Omnidog team up, right? Although Earth Geomancer does turn up sometimes for my solo streams, but how could they possibly turn down the two of us? I don't know. And then Samantha, who I was just chatting with yesterday about how we love the Omnibus poll. And I'm so sorry you're not having a terrific day, Samantha. It is, I mean, for those of you who don't live in New Zealand, which is everybody but Samantha and I, and if Beyond Comics is in the chat here, it is a gross day in New Zealand. There's been high winds and storms all throughout the country, flooding on the South Island, with the highest winds in Wellington that we've had since 2013, which I wasn't even here for. So it's been quite a time. I don't know if Warren Weaver's ever been on my channel. I feel really special. You know, I have a secret love of Warren Weaver because we both are haters, and that is really sacred to me.
That's been made clear to me.
Hayden is here. Hayden, you know, what do we think about this new Tournament of Champions Drag Race All-Stars? I don't know, man. 18. I'm so happy for Acid Betty to be back. That's my number one takeaway. But 18 drag queens is a lot. Omnibo is here live from Australia. And let's see if there's anybody. Warren's list was weird. Yeah, Warren, we understand. We assumed that your list would be weird, but we'd love to hear about it. Feel free to talk about the list. Yes, TaylorMade, Krisis, and Omnidog team up. Paul McGrew is here. Warren Weaver proving he does have some fine taste in there, because X-Force by Kyle and Yos was his number one. I do expect that to be in the top 10. Razor Ramen, 650 bucks. Jess is about to break his longest stream record. Y'all, I mean, I can't even use the 60-second timer because we've talked about them for 60 seconds each. It would be 7 hours, so it's going to be snappy.
I can't be on the entire time. I have to go pick up upper management for the airport.
I have to pick up Kid Krisis from school, so we will be done by then. Yeah.
Okay.
Kane is here though, one of our collective favorites.
Hey.
I think if Omnidog and I had a most wanted Commodores list and we both listed a top 10, Kane would score very well.
She's in the Venn diagram.
Renee is spawning here. Renee, there's no Spawn on this one. There's Angela, though, who's from Spawn. So you have 1 out of 653 books that you could be. DB All-Star, talking about All-Stars, DB's All-Star is responsible for the Spider-Man mapping and helping me figure out what needs to be collected about Spider-Man on the stream. And he actually made a guest appearance on the main stream to talk about it. And then let's just say a few more hellos. Mr. Tex, Kyle is here to make sure that I get at least some trolling today, because Kyle always gives me a nice good troll on the Near Mint Condition Discord. Oh. And I think I've said hello to all the unique human beings who have made it into the chat. So, Jess, are you ready?
Yeah.
You look panicked.
I am.
All right. So, look, let's actually start at the beginning here. So, let's just do some data. The poll is open. It's going to be open until midnight U.S. Eastern time on Thursday, May 8th. We've already received more votes than last year. We've got 653 titles on the poll. Jess, is that more or less than the number of omnibus in your house?
That is twice the number of Omnis in my house. I totaled them up when I had Omnibo on when he topped 500, and I counted about 365 for myself.
Wow.
I kept a lot of stuff in oversized hardcover deluxe format and did not upgrade. So, but that's, I mean, it still is what it is. I don't have as many Omnis as Omnibo or this list.
Well, I mean, I don't really have a lot of Omnis. I have one of these bookshelves with omnibuses downstairs, and then mostly I'm Epics. So it's, but I would still buy a lot of these. So 4 of the top 10 were printed from last year. 9 of the top 20 were printed from last year. 21 of the, it shouldn't be 16, it should be 60. 21 of the top 60 were printed last year. I did these slides, you know, just in the brief gap in my life between all the other things I do. So, so we got fully a third. So we're going to dive right into these. And we're going to start at the end, because in the mainstream, we had to wait all the way to the end to get to X-Men. And we know why you're here, sickos. You're here to talk about X-Men. So we're going to start with X-Men, and then we're going to go back to the beginning. How does that sound, Jess?
When we talk about X-Men, will we be talking about the solo X-Men books, or is that under S? I forget.
We're going to do everything related to X here at the top as a little treat to everybody who noticed that there was a secret stream.
Okay, because I was taken aback, shocked, and incredibly happy at the idea of solo X-Men books.
Yeah, and some of them are things that would be really great in omnibuses. So there's some errors. I put this together in a minute. This has nothing to do with Wolverine. It's the X-Men flagships, but those numbers are right. We're about to do 43 of 653 titles. Now that we've warmed up, let's take it away. So I'm going to talk about a slide quickly. Jess is going to briefly respond. X-Men flagships from 1963 to 1991. We don't need much. First, you could do an X-Men Origins books. That wouldn't be anything from that actual period. It would be origin stories from later, starting from Uncanny Origins in 1996, all of those 2010 X-Men Origins one-shots. It could even include the Wolverine Origins miniseries or any other Origin-style miniseries. You'll notice this is a titles poll, so we left a lot of the titles loose. It's not about my explicit map, although I do have one. It's about what you think would go in it, so that's that. Then is X-Men First Class. That would be all of the YA X-Men First Class that inserted pre-graduation stories for the original 5 X-Men, plus eventually Havoc and Lorna, and it had some Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver in there too. It's mostly canonical, but it all fits before X-Men 66. Then, of course, comes X-Men The Silver Age Volume 3. That would be the Lost Years or the Darkest Before the Dawn. That's everything that happened after the series went on hiatus with number 66, all the way through before they came back with number 94, including Beast turning fuzzy, Jean and Scott in Secret Empire, even also Wolverine's debut. Somebody in the comments on one of the places talking about the bowl said, wouldn't it make sense to combine that, which is one masterwork, it's behind me somewhere, and the Champions, because they're both one masterworks each, and you could call it X-Men and the Champions, since 3 of the X-Men are in the Champions. I think that's brilliant. That's why we leave the maps loose. I'm not trying to tell you what has to be in it. That's what he thought would be in it, and I thought that was cool. So we might do that in the title next year. I think that's brilliant. So then, of course, we have tons of Claremont Uncanny that takes us all the way up to issue 200. So we need actually 210. So we'd need Uncanny X-Men Volume 6, which would be the next 2 Marvel Masterworks, and then Volume 7, which would be the next 2 after that. X-Men Omnibuses only collect 2 Masterworks each at this point. That would take us to around the end of Inferno. Some people, however, have a whole shelf already of X-Men line-wide omnibuses, so they just want the line-wide omnibuses to continue with Inferno Aftermath. And here's something interesting about this. Some of you might be saying, yeah, but we didn't start the X-Men event line with New Mutants, so there'd still be a gap. Nay, sir. Nay, they, them, nay. Because the New Mutants' first 2 omnibuses by Chris Claremont have issues 1 through 54, and the X-Men line-wide books that start from Mutant Massacre start with right after that. So if you could still have New Mutants 1 and 2, then you could start with the X-Men line-wide books, Mutant Massacre, Fall, what is that one called? Fall the X, Fall the Mutants. I don't know. It's all tangled up in my head. Then Prelude to Inferno, then Inferno, and then this would be the next one, Inferno Aftermath. We probably need 2 to make it to Extinction Agenda. And then finally, although not actually part of this period or canon, is X-Men Forever by Claremont, where he extends what he claims he would have kept doing in 1991. And also Simonson had an X-Men for New Mutants Forever and an X-Factor Forever. We could throw that in there as well. Omnidog, was anything on this slide in your votes?
I've never seen anybody so hyper amped and focused, and there was not a single or in there. That is impressive humaning to me. Wow.
a few ums and ahs. So any of these on your list, because we got to keep flying, my friend.
I think I'm probably interested in Inferno Aftermath.
Okay. I did see some questions. First of all, Saz Murph is here. Hello. Razor Raymond is here saying, this is my top 10, or maybe they're prefacing that their top 10 is about to be announced. JJ Tiffany with a great question. Is Uncanny Volume 6 and 7 double dipped? Yes, they're double dipped from that event line. Again, you have to think of any line, any X-Men omnibus that's existing between the end of the existing Marvel Masterworks omnibuses and the beginning of Blue and Gold #1. They're the event line. They're collecting X-Men events as they occur across the entire line of X-Men books. So if you have all of those, Inferno Prologue, these will double dip them. If instead you've said, I'm sticking with Uncanny X-Men only, I just want the Chris Claremont Uncanny X-Men, then these won't double dip because you won't have bought those books. Okay. So let's move on. Oh, by the way, I would probably pick up, maybe, I'm going to make my list as we go. I don't have a list yet, so we'll see how many wind on my list. I would pick up X-Men First Class maybe here, but that's a much lower priority vote for me. I definitely want Silver Age 3. That's really one of my highest priorities. So that from this slide. Okay, now we got to keep moving. It's got to be at least 3 times as fast as this. Okay, X-Men flagships from 1991 to 2001. First, we have Blue and Gold Volume 2 and Blue and Gold Volume 3. You might be saying, won't they double dip? Yes, that's the point. A lot of the things they are double dipping from are already oversized hardcovers that are not omnibuses, or even if they're omnibuses, they don't actually collect both sides of the X-Men line, which at that point are Uncanny X-Men and X-Men Volume 1 or Volume 2 from 1991. So that first one, and a lot of people are like, why was it more of Shattershot in Blue and Gold Volume 1? Because it didn't go there there in continuity. So Blue and Gold Volume 2 would have the rest of Shattershot, just about all of Fatal Attractions, but not the X Factor issues, and then probably push all the way up to Blood Ties. And then Volume 3 would have the rest of the Wedding of Cyclops and Phoenix, and also the Flying Covenant and Legion Quest. If you want to see us totally map these issue by issue, of course, it's all in Crushing Krisis, but we also did a 3-hour video of it on Near Mint Condition a while ago, so you can go and check that out. Then afterwards, regardless if you want Blue and Gold Volume 2 and 3, or if you've already got all those existing hardcovers, what we really need to get all the way to Onslaught is Road to Onslaught Volume 2. Of course, we already have Road to Volume 1 solicited, but the contents used to be more, but then they crammed more miniseries into it, and so some of the contents fell out and needed to go to a volume 2. That would be that. Some crazy sickos on the poll want to see all of X-Men Unlimited gathered in one book because it's a fun anthology style book and you don't have to know a lot of what's going on elsewhere in the X-Men line. Those issues, though, are 50 plus pages each, so even in a first book we could probably at the max only get, I don't know, 20 to 24 issues, maybe 26 issues, and X-Men Unlimited was a 50 issue series, so that's multiple volumes if you want to collect X-Men Unlimited that way. Trial of Gambit immediately follows Onslaught Aftermath, picking up that period directly prior to the next one, X-Men by Killian Siegel, which you might already have on yourself in paperback, is X-Men Blue Volume 0 and X-Men Gold Volume 0, which I think Jess has because I remember them from doing the shelf sorting on Jess's channel. And then finally, the last one we would need to make it all the way to Extreme X-Men and Grant Morrison's new X-Men is X-Men Magneto War 1999. Some of you have questions like, where's this miniseries? Where's that miniseries? With X-Men, I would say, trust the year ranges. If there was a mainline X-Men miniseries like X-Men Forever that was in 1999 and it's not in an omnibus yet, although I believe that one is, that would be in there. So we'll continue to look at the X-Men line that way, trying to list every individual miniseries like Hellfire Club, Muties, The Brotherhood was a losing proposition. So you got it. It's a titles poll. It's not a mapping poll. You got to look for the title that you think would have the thing that you want and vote for that. Jess, was there anything from this slide in your choices?
Nope, I'm all set.
Ooh, I think I have Trial of Gambit pretty high on my choices because I have faith that they're going to do Road to Onslaught 2. And even though I want Blue and Gold 2 and 3, I won't be broken up if we never get them. But Trial of Gambit's like the next not oversized. So I think that's pretty high for me. Okay, keep going along. Four picks from Jake on that streak.
Wow.
Rising Phoenix Rose saying, take a breath. Never. Oh, here comes Razor Ramen. Their top 5, Akira Color Edition, which we'll get to. Beavis and Butthead new in the poll this year. The non-value 2 definitely might be my number 1. WCW World Championship Wrestling new in the poll this year. There's only 12 issues. And Boom Magazine. Okay. Super Chop almost missed a super secret stream, but they are a regular. And so they're here. And Reaper, I forgot to list Max Ride entirely in the poll. You have caught a rare error, so I'm making a note of it now to continue to find for next year. I already have so many that we have to add for next year. Okay, now we come to 2001 to 2008. Again, this is just X-Men flagships. No X-Force, no New Mutants, just X-Men. So we already have Extreme X-Men and New X-Men. That means we need Uncanny X-Men X-Corps by Joe Casey. That was actually pretty brief because it stops and then Chuck Austin picks up with those 2 titles already in progress. This is where I would say if you like any of the weird miniseries like Hellfire Club, the X-Men Icons miniseries from 2000 and 2001, like Chamber, that would be in this book because this is a pretty short book that would just be a paperback already that was like 300 or 400 pages. So there's a lot of room to expand it with stuff that would otherwise get abandoned. That's why it's called AKA New X-Men Companion. Then, of course, everybody's most wanted book, which is Uncanny X-Men by Chuck Austin, which legitimately might be one of my votes, which would collect that entire Chuck Austin on Uncanny. Now, his paperbacks collect past that into his switch over to being on adjectiveless X-Men. I personally think that it might be better to just put those issues on adjectiveless into the Peter Milligan book below because Chuck Austin's book is already pretty big and it kind of breaks the theme. Also, each of these books would need to collect all of the X-Men Unlimited issues that came out in their frame to make the entire line continue to collect all of Unlimited, which it has up until this point. Then on the other side of things, after New X-Men and Extreme X-Men, Chris Claremont goes back to Uncanny X-Men to write this run of Reloaded, which had a cast of like Rachel Summers, Emma Frost, Storm, Bishop. It's a really cool cast. It's a really fun period. All the art is by Alan Davis and Chris Bacalo. And I will say that some people said maybe Claremont's Excalibur should be in this book because it's a prelude to House of M, which is also in this book. I think that's great. That's why this is a titles poll, not a mapping poll. You actually convinced me that Excalibur should probably be in this book. Maybe we'll title it that way next year, but you could assume that safely. Then is X-Men by Peter Milligan, which is the adjectiveless side of that. That's happening during House of M and Decimation. And then we get to the end of both of those periods. Both of those authors leave. We get Brubaker coming off of Deadly Genesis onto Uncanny X-Men doing the Rise and Fall of the Shadow Empire. We get Carey replacing Milligan to do Supernovas into Blinded by the Light, and both of those terminate in Messiah Complex, which will be on the next slide. Jess, are there any of your votes on this slide?
I heard Emma's name during Reloaded, so yes, I want Reloaded.
You would honestly, it's Claremont writing Emma and Storm with Alan Davis art. There's no higher peak of X-Men than that for me.
Yeah, that's got my attention.
Okay, let's see. Jake said 2 more of their picks on this one. Next, Imaginati is here, my friend. You're not joining late. We're just here earlier than you would ever think. And we think we should have an MU by Wade and Samney to consolidate all of the Samneys mix. I think we could put all of that in the existing option on the poll. That's Wade and Samney's Cap and Black Widow, because how much other Samney's done? He's done that Thor thing. He hasn't done a ton, so I feel like we could make that happen. Okay, so I got to keep talking. I can't do tons of comments because we got 653 books, but I'm watching them and Jess will alert me if anything really thrilling starts to happen. Okay. So now we get to Messiah Era, and I just put the core of Uncanny on here because I know that people are so hot from this. You could, if you like Cliff Notes and watching movies at 5 times speed, which I sometimes do, get the Messiah trilogy crossovers. This would only be Messiah Complex, Messiah War, and Second Coming. It wouldn't have any of the connective tissue. Messiah War has nothing to do with all of those. You would be missing Utopia and Exodus and Nation X. It would be a sucky book, but it's going to be in the top 20 because people are dumb. Sorry if you voted for it. I'm not calling you dumb. I'm just calling your votes dumb and everybody else who voted like you dumb. But you personally, I'm not calling you dumb. Okay, then we have X-Men Messiah Complex, which would combine Endangered Species and the Messiah Complex crossover, and plus get that one arc by Brubaker that comes after Messiah Complex that I always like to pretend is part of Fraction, but Marvel refuses to play that game of pretend with me, so it'd probably be in that book. Then we have 2 books of Matt Fraction. The first one would start from Uncanny X-Men 500 and go all the way to Utopia Exodus. That would, and maybe a little bit past Utopia Exodus, and then the second one would go from Nation X all the way to Second Coming and then past the end of Second Coming to the rest of Matt Fraction's arc on the 5 Lights. This would have all of Second Coming in it, just like the previous one would have all of Utopia in it. Second Coming can't be its own book. It's so much the conclusion of everything that's happening on Uncanny X-Men that you literally need it in perfect reading order in Matt Fraction's X-Men for the end of Matt Fraction's X-Men to happen. It kind of sucks that the trade paperbacks just collected around it because it's not a good reading experience. Then we would get to Kieran Gillen, who picks up after Matt Fraction. Some people would say it should pick up at 534.1. I say it should pick up at 530, potato. But that would have everything up to AVX, including all of Generation Hope. Some people think it should go all the way to the end of Uncanny X-Men 2011 to have all 20 issues of that and have AVX consequences. I don't agree. Actually, JM21, who's one of our mappers in the poll, brought me around to this, that actually we've already got that in the AVX omnibus, and it's all AVX. It's Gillen doing his own 15 issues of AVX since he wasn't one of the writers of AVX. I could actually just stop at Uncanny X-Men 10 before AVX because everything else is AVX. I think that makes sense, but it's not a mapping poll. It's a titles poll. So if you don't agree with me, it doesn't really matter. Dog, are there anything on this one for you?
This is at the core, I think, of your organizing my collection. So I know I have a bunch of these in trade that you helped organize. So Messiah Complex on down through Gillen's run, I would be interested in those books.
Nice. I would say, I mean, I do want to vote for all of these, except for the first one, of course. But I think I would just vote for Messiah Complex and Fraction 1, just because I know I have so many other things other than X-Men I want to vote for. Fraction 2 is actually my favorite part of that run, and I think Marvel could release Fraction 2 before Fraction 1. We got some, like 3 people out of 1,800 votes said, why did you map so far ahead? And the idea is, our rule was we would only map ahead if it was a run where we knew the breakpoints and we could do it in 2 books. We weren't allowed to like map ahead to a 3rd book. But Fraction clearly is 2 halves. It's the first half up to Utopia and the second half after Utopia. So we mapped it into 2. Okay, so now we come to other titles during the Messiah era. We have Astonishing X-Men, starts out by Ellis, turns out later to be Way Engage, which actually kind of goes a little bit past Messiah Complex. We have X-Men Legacy Volume 1 from Mike Carey, starting from X-Men Legacy 208 in 2008. Or is it 204 in 2008? But anyway, then we have Victor Gischler's Adjectiveless X-Men, which starts right after Second Coming with Curse of the Mutants, all the vampire stuff. We think that that's a big enough book that actually you would just want all the Brian Wood stuff in its own separate book if you do the math. I don't think Marvel would push far enough to get all the way to the end of that 2010 run and have all the Brian Wood material. Then we have Legacy Volume 2, which is all of Mike Carey's Legacy after Second Coming, plus a brief about 15-issue run by Christos Gage that takes us into the Wolverine and the X-Men post-Schism period and then all the way to the AVX. We might as well put it in there, otherwise it's going to get abandoned. Then we have Astonishing X-Men Volume 3, which would be Greg Pak's single arc, which actually launches his Extreme X-Men starring Dazzler, which could be in here because then Dazzler and Extreme X-Men crosses over with Marjorie Liu's Astonishing X-Men at the end for an event called Extermination that also includes the Age of Apocalypse book, which has 12 12 issues, but I don't know if that would fit here, but these two would fit here and actually would make a really good read that would be pretty cohesive. Then we have X-Men by Brian Wood. He writes the back half of that 2010 volume, and then he kicks off the Marvel Now volume in 2013, although two other people write the last two, Archie Wilson and Mark Guggenheim, but we would put them in there anyway, but it would mostly be a Brian Wood book. And then finally we have, and this stretches into Marvel Now, the Wolverine and the X-Men by Aaron Companion, which would have some of the miniseries that ran alongside of that. Also, all of Aaron's Amazing X-Men, which I kind of think is ludicrous to get put in the original book, because that's what he leaves the original book to do. And then Wolverine and the X-Men 2014, which was, I believe, by Jason Latour and runs through the death of Wolverine. So that would kind of be the perfect second volume to the, and also Spider-Man and the X-Men by Elliot Klon, which has that amazing thing where Spider-Man is saying to Sauron, why wouldn't you just cure cancer? And Sauron says, I want to make dinosaurs. Jess, anything from this slide in your votes?
I would like to own the Mike Carey Legacy series in omnibus form. Yes.
I almost certainly am going to vote for X-Men Legacy Volume 1. That's definitely one of mine. I used to have one of those illicit hardcovers of Legacy, and it wasn't the real thing. And so I eventually, I think, passed it on to one of our other friends. We will not breathe. No breathing will happen. And
I'm doing the breathing for both of us.
This is an anaerobic exercise, okay? So Mr. Tex has never read this era. This is my favorite era of X-Men. I mean, Krakoa to me is what X-Men was always meant to be, but if we're just talking pound for pound, issue for issue, there's no bad issues in this era. I love it, love it, love it, love it so much. And Warren Weaver, a man of taste, voted for X-Men Legacy #1 at number 3. Yes, Logan Wayne, surprise stream. Vanessa is back on the internet and on my channel. I don't know if I've had Vanessa on my channel before.
It's great. She just recently popped back up in Discord. I'm happy to see her again.
Love it. Okay. Hearts as black as coal, right back at you, Vanessa. So now let's finish up the X-Men flagship. So we've got, this is now from 2013 to 2019. We're going to go quicker and quicker. It was out of the part that's really fun to talk about. Uncanny X-Men and Magneto by Cullen Bunn. Have Cullen Bunn's 2014 Magneto series, as well as all of his 2016 Uncanny X-Men series, and all new, all different. Magneto continues from pre-Secret Wars on his own to join that team, and it's all by Bunn. So it all goes into one book, and it kind of rescues us from these too small for omnibus runs. Similarly, all new, all different Extraordinary X-Men perfectly pairs X-Men, all new, all different X-Men by Dennis Hopeless with Extraordinary X-Men by Jeff Lemire, both of which are 20-issue runs. And actually, they both have all new X-Men in them, meaning the time-tossed team of teens, because most of them are in the Hopeless book, but Jean Grey, teenager, peels off, and she is in the Lemire book. So that's a chance to get them both in one book and continue that line, which you would pick up directly from the Bendis all new X-Men that's coming out in a few months. Then we could continue reading all new X-Men to the next phase, which is Resurrection. In Resurrection and Extermination by Cullen Bunn, that would have all of X-Men Blue from 2017, which I know Jess has on his shelf, and it would end with Extermination, which also kicks off the next part of X-Force, but it definitively ends the period of X-Men in the present day as teens. That's by Ed Brazon, but everything else in this book is by Cullen Bunn. Also, this is probably one of my weaker titles on the poll, and we'll do better next year. The X-Men Resurrection Companion. Basically, this has to collect all of the X-Men titled books during the Resurrection period that are not already in an omnibus and not by Matt Rosenberg, which we'll get to in the next entry. So there is the first 12 issues of Astonishing by Soul, which brings back Professor X and has a really cool Proteus story. We have X-Men Red by Tom Taylor, which they did not put in Phoenix Volume 3. The X-Men Black Villain one-shots. We have one of my favorite series of X-Men of all time is the 2017 Gen 13. X-23 did have her own series here, but there's not enough material for another X-23 omnibus. Maybe it would hold that. And I later figured out Cable maps badly into here. It should be elsewhere, but it could be in here as well. It's a titles poll. Use your imagination. Then we have Matt Rosenberg, who basically writes a multi-title epic across a lot of different titles. That could all go in one omnibus. It would be so satisfying. It's also pretty sad if you don't know Krakoa is coming afterwards, but if you do, then it's actually not as sad. It goes through his New Mutants, Dead Souls, Multiple Man, Astonishing, and the last 11 issues or 12 issues of Uncanny X-Men, as well as Uncanny X-Men's War of the Realms tie-in. Finally, we have X-Men Disassembled in the Age of X-Men. That's that first 10-issue weekly Uncanny X-Men series at the end of 2018, which was written by Kelly Thompson, Ed Brazon, and Matthew Rosenberg. And then that blossoms into the Age of X-Men event, which works a lot like the Age of Apocalypse in that there's a bunch of different books and they're all in a separate reality, and then they all come back to our reality, and that could all fit into that book, completing your collection before Krakoa. Jess, anything for you on this slide?
Excuse me. I feel like we organized all of this, and so I already have it. I don't remember loving all of it, so I think I'm okay here. I will keep what I have, but I don't know that I need omnis of this particular period. Although I could be talked out of that. No, I could be talked into something on here.
I'm kind of similar. I don't tend to like to have a lot of physical collections after 2012 or 2015 in my house. So I'd be a little bit tempted by that Cullen Bunn book, but I think I'm good on the slide. I don't really think I need anything from this. I do see in the comments, Larry's Library, who is responsible for us remembering that we needed to, that we needed to put Manwolf on the poll, and also a man of incredibly strong and positive opinions on many, many comic books. I always love to hear Larry's opinion. Yeah, we'd said X-Men first since it was last on the mainstream. I thought I did first here, but we're going to get to so much weird stuff, time allowing. Warren Weaver voted for the Century Omnibus, which I mapped incredibly well. JJ Tiffany says X-Men Disassembled in the Age of X-Men will be the Road to Krakoa. Yeah, we could call it Road to Krakoa. It's Road to Krakoa because it's like between that and the Rosenberg run, they're killing everybody, they're scattering everybody. It's kind of like putting the X-Men really through a lot of terrible stuff, and everybody at the time reading was like, oh my gosh, this is so bad, could it possibly get worse? And then no, Krakoa came and it kind of like brought them all together again. Okay, and then Robert Secundus, one of my very good friends, back from when the channel started and we were doing Hoxpox on the channel, didn't realize the weird era of X-Men was this massive until seeing it mapped like this. Razor Ramen, I only have so much room in my house. I know Jess feels this deeply. There's got to be a point where you start saying no. And for me, it's like, look, I'm fine with digital from 2012 forward. Actually, the digital, they were natively digital. They were released on day of date digital. So I'm like, oh, great. That will be digital and it'll look good. Whereas stuff from before then, sometimes the resolution's not great, or the scan's not great. So I'm happy with digital from 2012 forward. Jess, do you have like a year cutoff, or no? You still buy omnibuses of stuff that came out like today, right?
Yeah, I don't. I do regular curating, and I am going to hit the point of too much soon. I have the feeling it might be this year or even maybe next year, but I'm not there quite yet.
So how will you know when you have too much?
Well, the issue is I love reading on my iPad, but since I have a channel, iPads are not good for my channel. It's much better to have a physical book. So I would think that within the next, I don't know, 3 to 4 years, I'll probably have to slow down on everything and probably go to digital. And then I'll spend the next 20 years of my life selling this collection off. There we go. Takes me to 9.
It's a business plan. Yeah. I kind of feel, I think if you were just an X-Men reader, even then, I mean, I have a whole Calyx downstairs of X-Men, but then at least you'd be saying, well, I'm just collecting X-Men. But for me, because I collect all of Epics, I collect Wonder Woman, I collect DC, I collect Image, I had to go with a year because my taste is so wide, and you're like that too. It's not like we're just talking about a Captain America shelf, like which maybe you could keep buying to infinity and beyond. We're talking about like this whole collection of books. Let's continue though, because we have one more of X-Men flagships and, another 610 books to get through. So here we are in Krakoa. We mapped only 3 more anthologies into Krakoa, and I'll explain why. The next anthology, after the one that's coming out in a month or two, would be Dawn of X Volume 2. There are actually more than 50 issues between the end of the first one and the beginning of Road of Swords. So this is, or X of Swords. So this is the road to X of Swords. There's no other way to do it, really. But this is going to answer a huge question for us, which is whether it collects Juggernaut in it and whether it collects X-Men versus Fantastic Four in it, neither of which were in the anthology trades at the time. If it does, I think that gives us really high confidence that this line is looking to get everything from Krakoa, even if the anthology trades didn't do it perfectly. If it skips those, I think it's hot garbage and we should all say fuck off. Then so I'm not buying Volume 1 until we get the map for Volume 2 because I don't want a bunch of garbage in my house. Dawn of X Volume 3 would be X of Swords. Now, could we tart this up a little from X of Swords? Yes. The X of Swords book was just an OHC of a crossover, and the anthology trades just kind of stopped there, assuming that you'll buy the eventual paperback of it. But since we're doing it in omnibus, we can actually save a couple of issues from that first Road to X of Swords that are officially bannered with X of Swords prologue on the cover, and then put them into this book. Also, I think you would want a couple of issues from after X of Swords, which is basically where Cyclops and Jean decide they're going to break off and have their own X-Men team. I think that's an important part of the epilogue. There's also some epilogue issues in Excalibur. So I think of it as X of Swords expanded. Then we can only really get one more because we know there's going to be Reign of X after that, and that'll approach the Hellfire Gala. We can't get all the way in one book. But after that, we don't know the mapping. We don't know their strategy. We don't know what other series are going to get pulled in. So without really knowing their their strategy, that's as far as we could safely map into Dawn of X. But that's the anthology line of collections. There's also title line of collections. This is just talking about flagships. There's many of other titles. So we have a Simon Spurrier flagship, which would have everything from his Way of X all the way to his Uncanny Nightcrawler. Yes, it probably would have his issues from Sins of Sinister because that's how they also handled the Ewing book. Same for Kieran Gillen. That would have all of his Immortal X-Men all the way to the last arc of Immortal X-Men, which was X-Men Forever. It won't have his Rise of the Powers of X because that's not how the Duggan book did it. It only collected his X-Men during that time. So this would only collect X-Men Forever, which is the last arc of Immortal X-Men, but it would have Gillen's Sins of Sinister stuff because that's how the Ewing book did it. So now we have clues, right? People think I just make up this stuff. I am a lover of data. I do not love anecdotes. So the more data Marvel gives us for how they collect things, 3 masterworks to a book does collect the Sins of Sinister, whatever that data may be. I absorb that data and then I try to predict and prognosticate based on that data. But then there's also X-Men Unlimited Infinity comic, which ran for over 100 issues, but each one of those issues is only like 4 to 6 issues of a print copy comic. So even though there's so many issues, it's actually a perfect omnibus length. That's another one of the questions. Will Marvel start to incorporate that into any of the other omnibuses? It looks like it's not going to be in the Fall of the House of X, Rise of the Powers of X omnibus, which sucks because there's a critical Sunfire arc in there, but maybe they're just going to give it its own omnibus at some point. So fingers crossed. And then finally, X-Men Legends, which isn't really part of Krakoa. It's all a bunch of retcon series and that are actually built into answering questions that were left unanswered by previous authors in previous series of X-Men, including it started out with the true origin of Adam X. And the cool thing about that is this is only 18 issues. So we could take the 1 or 2 issues that like seed into the plot of those 18 issues and collect them here too. So you can kind of like read each complete story. It would only double the length of this. It would still be a perfect omnibus size. And we've never had it like that before. So that would be really fun to read. Jess, anything from this slide for you?
I would like Unlimited Age of Krakoa Infinity comic. Unlimited Infinity comic. I haven't read any of those, and I've heard there's a lot of good stories in there. So I would like that book, please.
Yeah, a lot of those 2021 Unlimited comics, this one, Spider-Man, Marvel Voices from 2022, they use it as a way to just explore all these smaller, younger characters, side characters, characters that don't get highlight. And there was a lot of good plots in them. And I get the idea of it being digital unlimited and we should just let it be unlimited digital. But like, I don't know. I think that they deserve the highlight because in the real world, we know that some things that are digital only will never be seen by a certain amount of collectors. And so the stories for them are never canonical, which is fair. That's how comics are. But I just would love it to see some print recognition. All right, so we're done all of the flagship X-Men. Now we're going on to X-Men teams. These are 29 of our 653 titles for 4.4 of the total. It includes Excalibur, Exiles, Generation X, New Mutants, X-Factor, and X-Force. We're going to start with everything from 1983 to 2001. No, I don't have Alpha Flight in here. There are just in general Marvel teams. We don't have much left to get to 2001, which is very exciting. There's only part 1 of 2 slides, though. So first, we need the last volume of Excalibur, aka Excalibur by Ben Rabb. That would have everything from the last 2 epic collections of Excalibur. Omer would want me to tell you that it could also have the abandoned X-Men Magic miniseries starring Amanda Sefton, which is not in the epic collections. Then we have Generation X, volume 1 and 2. We put 2 volumes because it would collect the entire series, breaking somewhere in the 30s, following the map of the epic collections. It would be a really great read. Then we have New Mutants, volume 4. What would be in that, you ask? Well, unfortunately, volume 3 of New Mutants stopped a little bit before we got to Extinction Agenda, and there's actually some big issues in there, including the New Mutants Summer Spectacular from 1990, which is like 90 pages. So there is enough to make this an omnibus, and I have it mapped on Crushing Crisis if you want to go see, but it basically would be all of New Mutants by Rob Liefeld. And then finally, we need one final X Factor of the original X-Men because we just got volume 2 announced. It takes us to around issue 50, the end of Judgment War. So we need one more to get all the way to past Extinction Agenda and to the Muir Island saga. Now you're going to ask me, I already know, doesn't this double dip? And the answer is it double dips the event line, but that's not what this X Factor line is. So yes, it's going to have the X Factor issues that are in Claremont Lee volume 2 because Claremont Lee volume 2 is from a separate line of books than this line. The real question is if it would have all of Extinction Agenda. I think New Mutants volume 4 would have all of Extinction Agenda yet again, even though many of us now have it in omnibus on our shelf finally in the Extinction Agenda hardcover because it's critical to the plot of New Mutants, especially for Warlock and Reign. However, I do not think X Factor would have all of Extinction Agenda because it's actually not that critical to the plot of X Factor. I think it could skip it. Jess, anything from you on this?
Both the Gen X books I'd be interested in.
Yeah, Generation X almost certainly is in my top 10. I want that Excalibur volume 4, but we just got volume 3 not that long ago. We just got it in Epic Collection. I can cool my jets for a little bit. I mean, ultimately, I will buy all of these books. But in terms of my ballot, Generation X. Edu Lorena would kill kill a person for those last two.
Violent.
And Mr. Tex, yes, it would cut off before the pad run, which takes us to our next slide. So we have X Factor's Havoc by Howard Macchio. We should do the second bullet first. So X Factor's Havoc by J.M. DeMatteis. That could pick up right from the end of pad with, I guess that would be issue 93. I forget where pad ends. But it's not a very big book. It only has to get us like 109 or 110 or 113, depending on how you count. Go look at Krisis. So actually, we could just recollect all of pad into that book. We would still be getting tons of issues by J.M. DeMatteis that would be never before oversized. And that pad book is really part of the pad X Factor line. It's not part of a complete line of 1986 X Factor. So, but again, that's why it says could also start from pad. It's a titles poll, not a mapping poll. I have my opinions of how they should do it, but you should vote for the title that represents the thing that you want. Then after that, Howard Mackie writes almost all the way to the end with like a little bit of like 2 or 3 issues by, I think, Todd DeZago. So that Howard Mackie would have everything all the way up to X Factor 149, plus all the miniseries from that period, like the Sabretooth and Mystique miniseries, and also the team's appearance in Marvel Fanfare. That wraps up X Factor. Then we need to wrap up X-Force all the way to Ecstatics. There's X-Force Volume 4, or if you prefer, Cable and X-Force Volume 2, it would be AKA by Jeff Loeb and John Francis Moore. It would take us all the way up to issue 70, because that's when Cable stops being associated with the team. Then we have X-Force Road Trip, which would be from issue 70 all the way to right before the launch of Ecstatics. Some people say, they wouldn't really print that ahead. I don't see why they wouldn't, because they could just call it X-Force Road Trip or X-Force something, X-Force Domino and X-Force. So we don't necessarily need Volume 4 to get to Volume 5. And then X-Men Revolution. This is one of those crossover books that some people want for their shelf, but it's going to double dip other stuff. Counter X was the part of X-Men Revolution that ran through X-Force, X-Man, and Gen X. It was coordinated by Warren Ellis, but he didn't write all 3 of those books. Some of those X-Force issues would be in that X-Force Volume 5. The Generation X issues would be in Generation X Volume 2. In the prior slide, we'll get to where the X-Men issues goes. But if you just want one book to put beside your Chris Claremont Revolution book on the shelf, that would be that book. Jess, anything on this slide on your list?
No.
Okay, let's move on. I maybe have that Howard Mackie book on that list. No, J.M. DeMatteis. I maybe have the J.M. DeMatteis book on my list, because I really want to continue the X Factor line, and I want all that Havoc stuff collected in oversized hardcover. Okay, let's continue. Now we're in 2001 to 2012, which actually is pretty well collected, but this is part 1 of 2. So we have 3 Exiles books. Exiles Volume 1 and Volume 2, which split the first 89 issues of that series. Why not to issue 100? Because Chris Claremont starts writing there, and we would probably want all of Chris Claremont's books all in one volume. So that would be New Exiles by Chris Claremont, which ends with him kind of merging it with Excalibur, with which I want to say is called Die by the Sword. Then we have Excalibur and New Excalibur by Chris Claremont, which is the Excalibur that was the Genosha Excalibur leading up to House of M. Of course, you already heard me say that could be on Uncanny X-Men by Chris Claremont, but we still have enough new Excalibur issues by Chris Claremont on its own to still make this a book, so you can vote for it either way. And then a book that I really, really like, Captain Britain and MI-13 by Paul Cornell. Could it have the Wisdom miniseries in it? Maybe, but that was a Max miniseries, and Marvel doesn't generally put Max books, even when they're in continuity, in the same book as other Marvel titles, because Max books were mature readers. But this would be pretty short, because the actual MI-13 series is like less than 20 issues. Even if we include the Max stuff, we'd probably just be around 20 issues. So you could add all of Revolutionary War from Marvel Now, which was like a revival of all the Marvel UK heroes, and it had Captain Britain in it. There's no other omnibus that could have it, and it's like less than 10 issues long. So it's actually the perfect thing, because it's the next thing that Captain Britain does. He's really not in anything else in Marvel Now until the very end of Marvel Now, when his part of time runs out, and this would be before that. So we'd have all of Captain Britain all the way until he appears in Hickman Avengers. Omnidog, anything you would vote for on this one?
No, but it reminds me that I really, really want to read all those Exiles books that I have. It looks so good. I really want to read those.
I really want that Captain Britain book back. I love that series. I think you would really like that series. It's not the full-on charm of the original Excalibur, but it's like a very, I like Paul Cornell's writing a lot. It's just a very witty, snappy British team. I forget who else is on it. Blade turns up. Spitfire is there at one point. It's just a very, very fun run. Eric Skywalker, when does the poll end? The poll ends on May the 8th. I believe that's Thursday, May the 8th, midnight US Eastern time. So you have a whole other week. I know literally over 1,000 people, almost 2,000 people have voted already, but some people like me are like still making their list and checking it twice, which is why I wanted to get on and just tell you my perspective on this. Okay. And then here's a link to the poll. It's also in the description of this video. So you can go and vote right now, but why not just wait until you hear me talk about every book? Because we have more to talk about, Jess. Okay, X-Men team title, still from 2001 to 2012. This is kind of the New Mutants and X-Force lineup from that point. So first we have New X-Men Academy X by D. Philippus and Weir. That includes their New Mutants, which launched in 2003 and has been collected entirely in paperback, although for a long time it was never collected. And that ends right before House of M. Then from House of M to the end of that run is New X-Men Academy X by Kyle and Yost. That would include Magic coming back in X Infernus. It also has All of Childhood's End. This is another example of you don't need that first book to have that second book. Actually, if they print the second book first, more people might want the first book. So I would be not surprised at all to see us get Kyle and Yost first. Then we have X-Force by Kyle and Yost, which is not really an outgrowth of that book. It just coincidentally starts when that book ends because they were free. And that would have all of Messiah work in it because that's how their trades did it. And it would have all of Necrotia in it because that's how their trades did it, but not the Necrotia issues from New Mutants or X-Men because they were not direct crossover issues. They were just tie-ins in their own books. So it would be actually taking us away from X-Force content. It would not have X-Force's participation in Second Coming because really the plots of X-Force end at the end of Necrotia. And then it just so happens that the team is still alive, so they have one more title to cross over into Second Coming. Then we have New Mutants by Wells, Abnett and Lanning. Wells writes the first half, Abnett and Lanning writes the second half. It's split in the middle, more or less, by Second Coming. I really like this series. Omar not as hot on it. I love the arc that immediately follows Second Coming, which is called the Fall and Rise of the New Mutants. I don't like the Abnett and Lanning material as much. Some people might be asking, would this have Mike Carey's Age of X in it? Personally, I think no, because it doesn't really have that much to do with the New Mutants. It was just another title to cross into, so he had 2 titles worth of crossover to write from X-Men Legacy, but it doesn't really have a home here, but you could put it in if you wanted. It's only like another 8 or 9 issues. Then, Jess, anything on this slide?
I would be happy with all of that if they came out in omnibus format. Yeah.
I think I'm honor bound to vote Kyle and Yost because I hype it every time anybody mentions it.
I did vote. I did vote for that. That's the first thing I voted.
I would give a shiny $10 bet that that's going to be in the top 10 this year. I don't know. I haven't looked at the totals yet. I don't know. I'm just saying, based on other things that have been printed, I think that's the most hot non-Krakoa X-Men book that people want.
I think you're right.
All right, let's keep going. Now we're into Marvrl Now, 2012 to 2019, and also All New, All Different. So we have Cable and X-Force by Dennis Hopeless and Cy Spurrier. First, Cable leads the team in a book that I really like from early in Marvrl Now. Then Cy Spurrier just writes a title that's called X-Force, but it still is Cable leading the team. So they both go together. They're both too short for an omnibus on their own. On the other side, we have Storm leading the Uncanny X-Force by Sam Humphries, because there were 2 X-Force titles at the beginning of Marvrl Now. Then, after that concludes, Storm gets her own solo title written by Greg Pak, one of my favorite comic books. So again, perfect to put the 2 of them together. Neither of them are long enough for an omnibus. Then we get to a book that I really would have mapped differently if I had a couple more days, which is X-Force and Domino. I think Gail Simone's Domino fits the best here. It's about 15 or 16 issues, and then Domino leads this X-Force team written by Ed Brazon. So we'd have Gail Simone's Domino, then we'd have Extermination by Brazon, then we'd have X-Force. What I've realized since then is this probably should have all 15 issues of Cable from this period, because Extermination explains what happens to the old guy Cable, and Ed Brazon wrote the first arc of that Cable book. So again, it doesn't need to say that in the title for it to represent that for you. If you think that's how it should be mapped, you could vote for it and have it that way. I think it makes a lot of sense that way. Next year, it's going to be called X-Force, Cable, and Domino or something like that. And then finally, we have X-Men Resurrection Weapon X, which is all by Greg Pak and mostly Greg Land, so I loved it. And then that spun off 2 additional titles, Weapon H and also Hulkverines, also by Pak. So this is actually one pretty hefty book, and it's all led by Sabretooth, and it has basically a whole team of other regenerating characters and mutants like Lady Deathstrike and Old Man Logan. Jess, anything from you on this slide?
X-Force and Domino. I love Gail Simone's Domino.
Oh, well, then that is the book for you. Now, I do also have an all Domino solo book on the poll, but that would have other Domino material in it as well. Okay. I'm keeping an eye on the comments, by the way. I'm seeing it. Situation with X-Force and Cable is tricky. What do you think will happen? 2 lines. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the Cable solo, but I think they might collect Cable for 1 more X-Force omnibus because it's all written by Loeb and it's easy to do and it breaks so cleanly at X-Force 70. So I think you'll see one of those situations like how I talked about New Mutants earlier, how New Mutants breaks just in time for the X-Men line-wide books to pick it up. I think actually they will make it so that Cable breaks just in time for the next Cable omnibus to start. Then they'll double dip all the stuff that had been Cable and X-Force into a Cable book that you can buy if you want it, but they'll continue in Cable by itself, pretty much just like we're doing with New Mutants. Okay. You doing okay over there, Jess? You got supplies? You got water? How's your blood sugar?
I do. I'm all set. Thank you.
Are you having fun? Do we need to incorporate more games?
Oh, no, this is awesome watching you at work.
Okay. You know, I have to say, I didn't get to say this at the beginning because there was no plan and I had no script, but this this poll is the product of so many people. It wouldn't exist without Tigereyes. Omar, of course, gets it seen by tens of thousands of people. Jim, who does all of the polling and data wrangling, we would have no results without Jim. Taylor, who did the official slide so that you could see everything from each line all at once on each slide, which was so much information. The mapping team, all from the Near Mint Discord, Captain Okona, JM21, Brand XK, and of course DBZ All-Star. This poll takes all of those people to happen. And of course, James Abel, who actually just contributes a lot of connective tissue in the background, also came in with some clutch maps at the end. But I just wanted to do my version of it, and I didn't want to just talk about my ballot. I wanted to talk about everything because I spent so much time with this. Just the writing alone, not the mapping, not the wrangling, not the spreadsheets, just the writing of all the maps, which is every one of them was on Crushing Krisis, took 72 hours. And that was just fingers on keyboard. If I had to go away and read an issue or like do research, that was my timer stopped. So I did 72 hours of writing about all of these two titles, which is why I know them so well at this point. Okay, now we're into Krakoa. This is easy. Teeny to Howard wrote all of Captain Britain and Excalibur. Duggan and Orlando wrote all of Marauders. Sinister and the Hellions would be our chance to sneak Fallen Angels in there, but it would mostly be the Hellions by Zeb Wells. It could have some other Sinister material too, so you kind of understand his whole arc up through the Sins of Sinister, because that Sins of Sinister stuff is going to be broken up across other books, and you won't really know why it happened if you hadn't been reading his stuff up until then. Then we have New Mutants, which includes Children of the Atom, because it's also by Vida Ayala, who then ultimately does go on to write some of New Mutants that was actually pretty good. Then we have all of X-Force by Benjamin Percy. That's easy. It's 50 issues in an annual, no crossovers. And then we have X-Factor by Leah Williams, which include Trial of Magneto, and then also her Exterminators from the following year, because otherwise that could get abandoned. It's not really part of anybody's single author title line. Anything from you on this one, Jess?
I would just like to say I loved Trial of Magneto and Exterminators, so I loved Leah Williams' work and all the other stuff. I loved all of Krakoa, so...
Larry, if the poll says 8 p.m. is the close time, that's the close time, and I'll update the description. Jim is in charge of that because Jim is the one that has to wrangle all the data. So if he wants it to close at 8 p.m., that's when it's closing. Mall360, two of your favorite people. Well, you're one of our favorite commenters. Although I will say, as a Wildcats fan, I frequently expect that your image is going to be Maul from Wildcats, and then it's a cat, and I get really confused. There's a cat that looks just like that, right? That hangs out in my neighborhood because they let it be an outdoor cat, and I think if you had a cat that gorgeous, why would you let it be an outdoor cat? I don't understand. Bunkmaster B is finally here, so the stream can officially start, because he is always the one that kicks off. Robert Secundus is in awe each year of all the work that goes into this. You know, if I could convince Robert to be part of the YouTube galaxy that surrounds Near Mint Condition, I would love to, because he just has the most interesting knowledge and opinions, but he prefers to stay an anonymous. He's still on Twitter. We got to break him of that habit. He could be on Blue Sky having such a better time, but I think he enjoys the rage that he incites on Twitter, and he is one of my favorite people to read. Fun fact, one of the only reasons I still log on to Twitter, where I will not make a post, you will not see a response from me, but I log on exclusively to see what kind of nonsense Robert Secundus is up to in any given day on Twitter. Robert Secundus, great point. That is a pure 100% miss for me. I'm going to write it down in my misses document. X-Core should also be in the Teeny Howard book because it's by her, even though it's not an Excalibur book. I loved X-Core. And Earth's Geomancer saying my energy is unmatched. Well, it's going to have to be, because we still have another 600 and something books to go. Actually, maybe we're into the 500. So this is X-Men solo. We'll do Wolverine at the end. So this is 28 of 653 titles, 4.29. It's all solo and duo X-Men other than Wolverine. Let's go. Starting off the whole side of Cable. First, we have Cable the Ascani Son, which would be any Cable story that is set not as Teen Cable, but before Cable becomes his first appearance in New Mutants 86 and 87. So this would have Adventures of Cyclops and Phoenix. It would have Ascani Son. It would go all the way up to Cable Blood and Guts, where he teams up with Wolverine in OGN. That's like 1998 or 99. Everything that fits before his debut. I think it'd be a really good read. That's all on my Cable guide on Crushing Krisis. You can see what all those issues would be, and it's mapped in the mapping post. Then we have Cable 1, 2, and 3, and here you can see kind of what I was saying a second ago to Edu Lorena, that Cable number 1 by Nicieza and Loeb, it probably is going to double dip some stuff. It doesn't have to. You could vote for it and think it's going to pick up from Loeb's material where the X-Force line leaves off, and that's fine, and this doesn't preclude you from thinking that. Personally, I think it would probably be like a looking back double dip. And then that second Jeff Loeb book could then continue on from that point, or it could be continuing Jeff Loeb after the Nicieza and Jeff Loeb. But then Joe Casey would probably be its own book either way, because at that point, we would probably have stopped having Cable in the X-Force line. So that's why this is not really a map ahead. It's just we know so many people are going to say, what about Jeff Loeb? What about Joe Casey? That we had to put all three of them on the poll. Cable by Dwayne Zazurski is the 2008 book. It immediately follows Messiah Complex and includes all of Messiah War, which would be double dip between this and X-Force, because that's how the paperbacks did it. And it ends with Cable and Hope coming back to participate in Second Coming, a book I really, really enjoy. OmniDog, anything voting from you on this one?
I am okay on this. Nope.
Ooh. Okay, Sazmerv, I think Ladron's run, this has to do with the ambiguity of the Cable map. If you think this would either be really big books or would pick up after the X-Force stuff that has Cable, then the Ladron stuff would be in the Joe Casey book, because it could reach far enough. I think we have to get to Cable 96, so they would be like 333-page books, which is not even that big, but they have a lot of other material they would need too. So actually, no matter what, you probably would be voting for Cable Volume 3, and we probably should put, I'm going to put in my notes, Cable Volume 3 needs to say Ladron. Okay. And I think we could do better on this. The Cable, I think these were a little messy because they were like kind of older maps that weren't the same quality and older titles. I think Cable is one where we could improve a little bit next year. All right, continuing. NYX by Quesado and Liu, that would just be their 2 mid-2000 series. We can't put X20 or NYX 2024 in it because that's not a mature reader series and these are. Then we have X-Men Solo Bishop, which would have his debut. All of us, I think, 3 miniseries from the 90s and some more of his key issues. And then it could reach all the way to his Gambit and Bishop Sons of the Atom series from, I think that's 1999 or 2000. However, then we probably need another Bishop book, which is Bishop by David Hine, which has District X and Civil War, a lot of books that haven't been collected from that period. Could you do it all in one? Oh, maybe next year we're going to collapse it down to 1, just because I think that if you really love Bishop, it's a lot to ask you to put 2 of your votes into Bishop. I do think you would probably need 2 books to cover that. Then we have X-Men Solo Domino. This would have the 2 Domino miniseries. They're both only 3 issues. They have not been collected in any other omnibus. It could have some later stuff that has been collected in omnibus, like or will be, that like X-Force Sex and Violence, which will be in the X-Force omnibus if it ever happens. And then we could also have this could go all the way to Gail Simone's Domino. I actually mapped it, and you could get everything from Domino's first appearance all the way to Gail Simone Domino with all of her major issues all in one book. It could be done. So if you just want Domino on her own, this would be the book to vote for that. She's the leader of X-Force at various points, and it can have all of those leadership issues, but I've counted it out because I have read every one of those issues, and they would fit. Gambit Volume 1 would have from his debut in Uncanny X-Men 266. It would have all of his key material that's been in his classic trades. It would probably have a little bit from the Trial of Gambit, but we would pick up his 2 miniseries. It would probably also pick up the Rogue miniseries, which is pretty much about Gambit anyway. And then it would also stretch all the way to start collecting Gambit 1999, which is by Fabian Nicieza. That would probably push us into a second volume, depending on how you map this, because that's 25 issues. I think 2 or 3 annuals and a half issue all on its own. So with all the other miniseries and stuff in it, this would be a pretty big book. So it's either going to be a 50-page book or it's going to be 2 volumes. That's why it says 1990 and on. Then we have Rogue, the early years. That would have all Rogues.
1 second.
Whoa. Okay.
Did I slur my hearing, or did you jump from Domino to Gambit and skip Emma?
I'm so sorry. I was so excited to talk about Gambit that I skipped Emma. So
that's the only one on here I voted for. This is the one I can't wait to hear about.
So here's the interesting thing about the Emma Frost book is that her 2003-ish series is actually about her youth as like a teenager. And so that would probably come first in this book. And then we would link it with some interstitial material from classic X-Men to show how she got into the Hellfire Club. And then we would start from her first appearance. What is that? Uncanny X-Men 129, and collect all of her key appearances up until she becomes the headmistress of Gen X. So we would have when she switches body with Storm. We would have some of her stuff from Uncanny X-Men 281, her body swap with Iceman. I think that's Uncanny X-Men 314. So this would pretty much be like, it would kind of be a uno reverso. Like it would start with the 2003 material and then collect all the way up until the beginning of Generation X. I think it would actually be a really good read. Then we have Rogue's early years. So all of her pre-X-Men stuff, a couple of key X-Men stories, like of course 158, 171, 269. And then it could have her solo miniseries from the mid-90s. And with this, we probably can get all the way to 2005 with Rogue if we want to, including her 2000 and 2001 Icons 4-issue miniseries. However, then I think the way to do it from there is to have a Rogue and Gambit omnibus. They cross over into each other's books so often, then eventually have the same books as each other, that it's just silly to try to have them as 2 omnibus lines. So they both have a 2004 series. Gambit has his 2012 series, which is by James Asmus. We can get that in here. Rogue's in and out of that book several times. Then they have a series by Kelly Thompson. Then they have Mr. and Mrs. X by Kelly Thompson. We could even, and this is unusual for any of these books, push all the way into Krakoa and have the Rogue and Gambit Stephanie Phillips series in Krakoa. And Omni Dog's already said what he voted for on the slide, which is Emma Frost.
Yes.
I'd want that Gambit book. If I had 20 votes, I would vote for the Gambit book. And maybe even the Gambit and Rogue book, honestly. They're all books I really want, but I don't know if any of this makes it into my top 10. Okay, these are just pretty quick ones. Kitty Pryde, which just have a bunch of Kitty Pryde stuff in it. I don't think it's a very attractive book, but people ask for it. Magic would have all of the major Magic stories, possibly all the way through her return. You can see how we map that on your mint condition, Map My Ex Magic. Magneto, the early years, there's a brilliant, beautiful arc of Magneto, even better than the arc for Loki or Doom and their omnibuses, that just shows how he starts out as a villain, and then we realize he's just misunderstood, and then he makes a critical error in Uncanny X-Men 150, and then he starts to become a good guy, and then he's a good guy. So this could basically track him all the way from his debut, including the Magneto Testament by Greg Pak, showing his early life and some classic X-Men stories, all the way to where Claremont takes him by the end of X-Men 3 in 1991. I think it would be a brilliant, really emotionally moving read. I have it mapped all on Crushing Crisis. Maverick would just be all of Maverick's mid-90s solo materials. There's not a lot. Mutant X would be the entire Mutant X series. The Havoc goes to after X Factor 149. Mystique would be all of Mystique by Vaughn and McKeever from the early 2000s. On Crushing Crisis, I just decided to spend 20 minutes mapping, and I think we could actually get all of Mystique's major material up to that point, including that series. I don't know if that would be a good read, though, because she's just in so many different things, and that series about her being an anti-hero, so I don't actually recommend that. But if you wanted to think of that as Mystique in the early years, you certainly could. And then the 2 volumes of Nate Gray X-Man, that would not only collect his whole 1995 series, which was 75 issues and -1 and some specials, but it would probably also collect Dark X-Men from 2009 as part of Dark Reign, because that's where he comes back, and I think that that would actually be pretty satisfying because he's just gone for all those years intermediate. And then Jess, anything on that side?
I voted for Solo Magic.
Ooh, well, you do love Magic.
I need to watch your Map My Ex on Magic. I think you just did that with Odefell, right?
Yes, and Odefell's always right when it comes to Map My Ex.
Okay, good. I need to watch that.
You know, it's funny. Odefell is not the most obsessive of the 4 of us about these things, but I think because of that, she has a real knack for like being like, what about this story? That's critical. And I think sometimes Riley and Omar and I can be blind to that stuff. And that's why the alchemy of the 4 of us, I think, works so well, because she's not just doing it religiously by reading order. She's doing it by like what made her feel excited about that character, which I personally sometimes can lose sight of. Okay, let's wrap up X-Men Solo. We have Nightcrawler Solo. I started to map this just for funsies. It's just too much to get into. You'd have to reread every Nightcrawler Solo series. But he's got a lot of great solo features, like Uncanny X-Men 204, of course. He's got some Origin issues. He's also got his original 1984 or 85 miniseries. He's got his Icons miniseries from 2000 and 2001. He's got a mid-2000s ongoing 12-issue series, which is actually really, really good. And then he's got his own series by Chris Claremont that's in like 2017, 2018. And also there's other big Nightcrawler stories you could collect before then. The whole first arc of Amazing X-Men is about Nightcrawler. So that could all be in there. Leave it to your imagination. Same for Storm. I'm not even going to try to articulate it. I think that's a mistake on our part. It should have said "and on," because Storm starts to have solo series in the 2000s. It's basically just everything significant Storm. We're not going to get into it. Then we have X-Men villains. I've mapped this all in CK. Juggernaut, every one of his important stories all the way into the 2000s. That includes his Spider-Man appearances and other appearances as well. Mr. Sinister, which would actually be the complete Mr. Sinister all the way to the beginning of Krakoa, which I think would be a really cool thing to have since he's such a big player in Krakoa. Sabretooth, which a lot of people ask for, that would take him all the way up until basically he starts really messing with Wolverine in like 2011, 2012. And I think, again, that'd be a really good book. And he's got a lot of brief solo series and miniseries. And then the Rise of Apocalypse, which would not only have the contents of the Rise of Apocalypse trade, but all of Apocalypse's big stories outside of crossovers, which again, I think would be a really good read. Probably not the best of those 4 reads, but still really exciting. Jess, anything from you on this slide?
No, sir.
Nope. Okay. Just checking out. Do solo Omni so well? We've never really had a lot of X-Men solo Omnis, and we would have never put these on the poll probably before 3 or 4 years ago. But after we got the Books of Doom and the Loki Omnibus and the Wonder Man earlier years Omnibus, it really like opened up the door to think about, oh, if one of these characters was popular enough, if one of these characters were in the MCU, then we absolutely could have one of these books and people would buy it because they would be intrigued by that character. Adam Messenger follows up with, wouldn't Mr. Sinister be 90% written by Kieran Gillen? No, well, that would just be the start of Sassy Sinister, but that doesn't really begin until 2011. There's plenty of Mr. Sinister before that, and that's all mapped on Crushing Crisis. Bunkmaster wants to know if I've breathed a single time on the stream. The answer is no, Bunkmaster. It's circular breathing. It's actually really bad for my voice. I should breathe more because I put too much pressure here on my voice box when I should be doing it more from my diaphragm down here, but I just don't have the time for that. Would I put specific issues of AOA in the Apocalypse Omnibus? Possibly. That's not canonical Apocalypse, like he can't remember it, but I think it could be interesting to establish who he is. So maybe. Maybe. There will be a Jeff the Land Shark omnibus for next year. I've already put it on the notes of the poll, especially after watching that amazing Kelly Thompson stream on Near Mint the other day. Sassy Sinister. We love a Sassy Sinister.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Jess, Wolverine. Let's go. We have flagship Logan series. Wolverine 7 and 8 could finish his volume. We crunched a lot of math. They might go all the way to volume 9, but I think at this point they have incentive to just wrap it up. So those would be pretty big, but they could take us all the way through 2003. Marvel Knights, we just left that loose. That's why it says an on. I should have been more specific to say his 2003 series in the bracketed comment, but some people think it should just be the Greg Rucka 1 through 19 and also his Wolverine and Elektra Redeemer. Some people think it should press on through Miller's Enemy of the State. Some people think it should skip Enemy of the State. And then also after that, you would have to skip the Daniel Way Origins and Endings arc because that goes in Origins, but they think it should continue to Civil War. Everybody's got a different opinion. We did another 4-hour Map My X and Near Mint condition where we mapped this whole thing into 4 books, and each one of us got one of the books we really, really wanted, and it took that much to get this whole era in. So we're just saying and on. Wolverine Origins by Daniel Way, maybe too big for one book. It's a 50-issue series, and it does have 2 crossovers. But Marvel's been doing books that are 16 up lately, and especially when they have motivations to get a whole mid-2000s run into it that they really don't want to have to go through selling twice, as opposed to DC, who is really starting to split up those books a lot and do not want a book that's over 30 issues. So I think that could all be one book. Savage Wolverine would not just be the Savage Wolverine anthology. I should have made it a little bit clearer in the title. I think that I did a little bit, but I think that could have any of his anthology series or mini series in that period, and also could pick up a few from right before Marvel now, especially my favorite, the very strange Wolverine, the best there is, because there's nowhere for them to go. And then we have Wolverine by Benjamin Percy in the Age of Krakoa. People have been asking, do I think that would include the last 10 issues since that was Sabretooth War and it's already in the Sabretooth War omnibus? I guess probably not, because there's some crossover stuff that we could fit in here as well to take it to the 50 issue mark. But honestly, it could collect that without collecting the 2 Sabretooth series, and it would still make perfect sense. So it's really just up to your personal opinion. Jess, anything from you on this slide?
I did not vote for anything, but I would buy the Marvel Knights, Wolverine, Rucka, and Miller. Those are 2 of my favorite Wolvie books. So
yeah, I would buy that hard. Bunkmaster, if you think Sassy Sinister started with Hickman, you need to get to read Uncanny X-Men 544 and the subsequent Uncanny X-Men 1 through 3 by Kieran Gillen, because Kieran Gillen is actually the inventor of Sassy Sinister, not Hickman. Hickman just immediately fell in love. Cruel Angel is stopping with Wolvie number 5. Warren Weaver hasn't started reading Wolverine, so he's good. And Adam Messenger says, I think we can do a Marvel Universe by Greg Rucka Omni where the Wolverine run could go with his Punisher and Elektra. Ooh, interesting. I'm going to make a note of that.
That is interesting.
Punisher.
I generally don't like those, but those are all great stories. And they're Wolverine and the Punisher are long out of print. I assume
yeah, I think, and also that they kind of go together. It's like it could be like Bloody Tales by Greg Rucka, Wolverine, Elektra, and Punisher. You know? Yeah,
that's a good idea, Adam.
All right. And then we have Wolverine titles that are not centered on Logan. So we have We have Wolverine by Jeff Loeb. Don't vote for it. It has Gambit and Wolverine Victims. That's already in the Wolverine line. And then we have 2 Jeff Loeb Sabretooth stories that were egregious that will eventually also be in the Wolverine line. We have Wolverine and the X-Men First Class 2008 through 2010, which are retcon YA comics of Wolverine and Kitty kind of being a fun team up. It also has some Uncanny X-Men First Class there. We have the complete Wolverine Dig in the Dark Wolverine, my pansexual murder son. I love that so much. It's definitely one of my extended books, but I don't know if it's in my top 10. And then we have 2 halves of Old Man Logan. Both of them could be released without the other. The first one has all the stellar stuff by Miller, Bendis, and Lemire, but the second one is entirely, that shouldn't say by Ed Brisson. That's a mistake. No, it's not a mistake. It is by Ed Brisson. It's just that Declan Shalvey does 1 mini series in there. And so that's why I was thinking of Shalvey's name on my brain. We do have 1 big miss for Wolverine. I realized later that I missed it. We never explicitly said where the material after Jason Aaron leaves from the 2010 series would be, some of which is by Colin Bunn. There's a lot of these books you could picture that being in. You could say, oh, actually, that would just be at the end of the Marvel Knights collection. You could say, oh, that would be at the beginning of Savage Wolverine. Personally, that's where I think it should be. But we didn't make that explicit, so my apologies. Jess, anything from this slide for you?
No, I love Old Man Logan. All of it, though. I would definitely buy that. I love all
right, so now we just have another 135 slides to do. Are you ready, Jess?
Holy Christ.
I had time between meetings today, and I said, you know what I need to do? I need a 150 slide deck about comic books. That's what I need to do between these two meetings. And I, was up until midnight, got up at 5 o'clock. I have a work meeting at 2 a.m. today. That's just the life here in New Zealand. Okay. Now that we're out of X-Men, I might not be quite as loquacious, but we're still going to cover everything. Atlas Era Heroes collects 3 Atlas Era Heroes Marvel Masterworks, possibly also Black Knight and Yellow Claw. That would pretty much be all the superheroic elements from the Atlas Age, and it has Human Torch, Cap, and Namor in it. So that would fulfill all 3 of those lines for you. Atlas Era Jungle Adventure has Lorna the Jungle Queen. That's been in Marvel Masterworks already. We've heard from Taylor Talks Comics that a lot of the Marvel stuff from that period is being farmed out to Fantagraphics. So Lorna could go in that direction, but she is kind of Marvel IP, and they're generally farming out stuff that is, it's their IP because they own it, but it doesn't have any of their major characters in it. So this one kind of exists in the gray area. Atlas Era Tales, this was like 8 different books last year, and we realized we were just forcing fans of Atlas classic material to splinter to the vote. We put it all into one book this year. This would just start collecting Journey into Mystery, Strange Tales, Tales of Suspense, and Tales to Astonish. The great thing is we've had Atlas Era Masterworks for a lot of this stuff, although I don't think all of it. I have to look on Crushing Krisis. So they could go with big books because the restoration cost has already happened. But even still, we would need 6+ books, possibly 8 books to get through all of this stuff and meet the Kirby monster books on the other side. Then we have Golden Age Marvel Comics. We've only gotten, I think, 1 or 2 omnibuses of that, so this would continue from there. Those books are mega size. They're like 600 pages each, and we've only got 6 more issues of it, I think, in Masterworks before the restoration stops. So these books could not be that big because they would need to pay for the restoration. And then we have Golden Age Marvel Heroes. Again, we had too many different options for this in last year's poll. There's not that many people obsessed with Golden Age, although I would dearly love to see it. So this would have uncollected stories from all winners, Daring Mystery, Human Torch comics, etc., that have not already appeared in like a Human Torch or a Namor omnibus. Jess, anything for you on this slide?
No.
I would absolutely buy almost all of these, but I wouldn't necessarily vote for them. I need to get the existing Golden Age omnibuses. I'm going to have to ask Samantha to help me track them down in New Zealand because I think I should have bought them. Okay, continuing. And again, Anthology, I haven't been saying these little scope things because I noticed a mistake on one and I've been ignoring them, but most of them don't have mistakes. So this is comic titles that were anthologies and also anthologies of different titles gathered together, which is what this one is. M-Tech was a brief line that spawned from the X-Men line that had a book for X-51, Deathlock, and Warlock. They're all 9 to 12 issues, so they could all fit into this book, including the crossover that launched them from X-Men. Marvel Comics Presents would collect the first 2 to 3 years of that Marvel or not 2 to 3 years, 24 to 36 issues, not 2 to 3 years, because that was a weekly title, not even 1 year, of Marvel Comics Presents. That was 175 issues. So and they were longer than normal length issues because there were 4 stories in each one. So we can't really map past that, but it would be glorious to get. Marvel Fanfare Volume 2 would not finish the Marvel Fanfare line. Omar, if you watch his overview, looked in the opening pages and it said this will be one of 3 volumes. And that makes sense with how little was in that first volume. So this would be the volume 2 of 3. Marvel Graphic Novel, this is one of those use your imagination ones. If you go into Crushing Krisis, you'll see that I mapped out every book that Marvel definitely has the rights to put into this from the Marvel graphic line, starting with issue number 1, which is The Death of Captain Marvel. However, it might be that Marvel goes crazy and gets some of the rights to some of the books that they don't usually earn the rights for and put them in if you vote for it. So let's see if you vote for it. Marvel Pets Unleashed and Unlimited would have a number of Lockjaw series that happened from 2009 and on, including the very recent Marvel Unleashed, which I absolutely loved, by Kyle Starks. But also there's all these Marvel Infinite Pet comics, not Jeff, but all the other ones like Marvel Mutts and all these Marvel Meow. We could kind of put all of these in here and it'd be like a fun, like kitty YA omnibus, and it'd actually be a really fun read. Marvel Preview and Bizarre Adventures mostly are carved up based on the characters that are appearing in each of the issues of that comic book magazine, but some people would like that all in one book. They were long, so it might actually take 2 volumes to do, but I think it's pretty cool to think about Marvel actually collecting some of those anthology series from the 70s just as all one book, like just experience them as they were coming out. Weirdly, a lot of the stories will just stop because a lot of times characters auditioned in Marvel Preview and then they got their own series later. So that would be a strange reading experience, and I just want you to understand that. Marvel Saga would be the official history of the Marvel Universe. Basically, they did like a recap of the whole history of the Marvel Universe as Marvel Saga in the mid-80s. It's pretty cool. And then they've also done that for some individual characters. I actually custom bound my Saga of the Submariner, and it's really interesting because it takes some excerpted panels from his early comics, but then it also has some panels from his early comics that are redrawn. That's been collected in trade, along with the saga of the original Human Torch. And since that Marvel saga series, I think is like 8, 10, 12 issues, I don't know, but it's on Crushing Krisis, then you actually could collect all of those saga recap style books from the 80s and 90s. After the 90s, if you saw a saga issue, it tended to just be more of an editorial recap that had excerpted panels with like a prose copy, editorial copy next to it. But in the 80s and 90s, those sagas were actually like a fully illustrated paneled comic book, some with redrawn panels, some with excerpted panels. And then Marvel Season 1 would be all the graphic novels of Season 1, which are kind of continuity, but modern day retellings of the original origin continuities. There's 11 of them. They would all fit into an omnibus. Jess, anything from you on that slide?
I would totally buy the hell out of Marvel Pets Unleashed and Unlimited.
Did you vote for it?
I didn't even see it.
That's why you need somebody to say every option.
Damn, I never saw it. Damn it. I'd buy it though.
Everybody, I think it's crazy that people want to vote in the first second. I'm like, y'all, I need, even as the person who wrote this list, along with all the other mappers, I need a week to digest all this shit. Okay, 3, Marvel Black, White, and Blood, which would have all the Black, White, and Blood minis except for Darth Vader and Darth Maul and any other licensed property. Marvel the Holiday Specials. There's been so many Marvel Holiday Specials in the 90s and then also in the 2000s. It could also have specific kind of holiday issues from certain characters and titles. Also, I think we'd call any day the Marvel heroes are wearing a swimsuit a holiday, so we could get the swimsuit specials into those. Only 3 or 4, so they can't have their own omnibus like we listed last year mistakenly. Marvel Star Comics Compendium is actually all of these kiddie comics that were Marvel-owned IP from the Star Comics line in the mid-80s. So not Spider-Ham, which actually became canonical in the Marvel universe, but Planetary, Misty, Royal Roy, Top Dog, and Wally the Wizard, but not any of their licensed IP like Hanna-Barbera and other books that were part of that. Marvel Voices Anthology, this one really tempts me. So you know Marvel does all of these kind of like pride-oriented one-shots. Some of them are LGBTQ pride, some of them are African-American History Month, some of them are Latino heritage. All of those could be in this book, and there's a Marvel Voices digital comic that went for over 100 issues that had a lot of those characters written by people that were own voices authors and own voices artists of those characters, and some of them were like the best development those characters got in years. That could all fit into one comic. I think it would be really cool to do it as one anthology. Yeah. The Marvel's Omnibus, this is one of my possibly top 20 votes. I don't know about top 10. It would be if they mapped it how I mapped it though, because my map is hot. Marvel, get at me. So what this is it's the original Kurt Busiek and Alex Ross Marvel series. Then it's all the things that they've kind of done in that style, like Code of Honor, Eye of the Camera. There's a ton of those, and they've been in their own separate trades, so it would put those together. Then it would also pick up anything that kind of does this flashback retcon in a hazy filmic way to a prior era, which also includes some other books from the 2000s. You could actually get all the way up to Kurt Busiek doing the Marvels, and I think it was like 2020 or 2021, which is not in the style of this, but it's also retconning the whole history of the Viet Cong War, so it makes sense and works with the sliding timescale of Marvel. You don't have to want it to go that far. You could just want it to have the kind of like camera style, painted style stuff that was like the original Marvels, but it would be really cool to get it in one omnibus, and it all deserves to be an oversize. And then finally, this was a mistake from me. This should have read what the Marvel parodies, and then in parentheses at the end, it should have said could include Not Brand X. We actually put Non Brand X separately on the poll. Next year, we're going to put them together because we did the math and they actually could be all one option. We had a very small amount of goofs on this year's poll, like under a dozen goofs, I think, but that was one of them. We shouldn't have listed Not Brand X twice. Jess, anything from you on this slide?
I would definitely buy the holiday specials and the Voices anthology and probably the Marvel's omnibus.
Yeah, I think this is one where I'd buy the hell out of them, but I don't know if I'm going to vote for them.
No, I didn't vote for them, but I would buy them.
Sub X, who I don't know if I've said hello to yet today, we needed more votes. Yeah, you know, the voting is the hardest part. Because if anybody uses a lot of polling software, if you do professional polling or professional surveys, Jim and I have looked into a bunch of them to see, but we need one that can handle 600 and something options. My ideal, which I wish we could find, if we find one that does this, we'll use it next year. I don't care if I have to pay $100 for it, I'll buy it, is I would love one that could have collapsible lists that you could open up and then just check up to 10 total. So that way we could have each line as a collapsible list, and you would be like, oh, anthology titles, click, and you would look through it all and select it all you want, but it would have to all be on one page still, because if you didn't have it all on one page, it wouldn't know that you've made it to 10 votes yet. So if anybody's ever seen polling software that does that kind of thing, please let me know. I don't care how much it is. I will pay for it because it will make the experience so much better. A couple of other comments that we have not been seeing because we've been so Black Knight Golden Age. No, Black Knight Atlas era. It's 1955, so it's technically 1 year before we could officially call it the Silver Age. It's not Dane Whitman. It's a medieval Black Knight, but his design is the same as Dane Whitman, and then Marvel picks up that design for Dane Whitman. The saga would be tempting. Yeah, Cruel Angel, it'd be really cool to have that all in one book, all in one series. Saz Merv, more interested in CP Presents as epics. Yeah, I would agree with that. But if we could get through it faster in Omnibus, and if the restoration happens faster in Omnibus, I'll take an Omnibus. Larry's Library, are you loving that first fanfare volume, Larry? I haven't. I think I just got it in my most recent box. Or no, it'll be in my next box. It's not here yet from DCBS, but I have not. So I have not got the chance to read it yet. MGN, yeah, that would be pretty cool. And that made me really think there's some of the MGNs that we need to go through the whole list and make sure they're all in other omnibuses. I realized I didn't put the Aladdin effect in any omnibus. It probably could be in the She-Hulk line. Secundus saying Lockjaw and Friends would be incredible. I agree. Superjob saying Infinite Pets, although I almost said Super Pets because I saw your Superman S. About to check out Thunderbolts. I've heard nothing but good things. I hope you enjoy it. And Potato Evolution, who I don't think I've said hello to. Not Brand X would be great. One of the few books that got Masterworks that seems unlikely for an omnibus. Yeah, I think if we did a whole parodies or magazine omnibus, that would probably be the way that we could get it. How about adding Marvel Ruins? It would absolutely be in the Marvel. That's in the full map. It's there, Ryan Ming-Yoon. You are right. You're brilliant because you think just like me. John Shablewski saying under a dozen goofs. I mean, well, you know, it depends on how many people we have in the stream. That's how many goofs there are. But I mean mistakes. I just say that we goofed. I started that last year. Every time we missed one, because last year we missed a ton. We did this in 72 hours, not 72 hours of work. We did it in 3 calendar days last year, burning the midnight oil. So there were a lot of we goofed last year, many of which we fixed. Always an indicator. Voting is easy. If you give all of your votes to Kelly Thompson, agreed, and Boat, who I've never said hello to, that's what I'm saying. All your votes to Spider-Woman. Oh boy, do I want every possible Spider-Woman omnibus. What about you, Jess?
Yeah.
Love them. Jessica Drew, Maddie Fracklin, Julie Carpenter, Aranya. Give me all the Spider Ladies in omnibus. Rail, saying the easier ways to copy your choices from the last poem only change the ones that have been solicited. Oh, well, yeah, but the thing is, sometimes my choices change based on what I think other omnibuses will influence. Like if something got collected in Epic, well, Excalibur Volume 4, I think I voted for last year. But now that that just got collected in Epic, I'm like, oh, we're going to have to wait a year for that anyway. So that one came off. I'm a very strategic voter, though. Like, I try not to vote for anything that seems really obvious, which I know is bad because we should send good signals to Marvel. But I really like to throw, especially my top 2 votes, the one that gets 10 points and 9 points. I like to throw them for stuff that I'm like, I need that to make the top 60. Because last year, Eternals by Gillen missed the top 60 by 12 points. So if I had ranked it higher and one other person had voted for it, it would have been in the top 60. So I am very, very strategic. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that I thought I was going to talk about the Super Pets because you have a Superman as in your pick. And next, imagine not make mine Spider-Woman. Yowza, yowza, yowza. Love Spider-Man. Jess has stepped away, but I am going to continue to the Avengers. Boy, this is the first post I wrote in this year, and it took me so long, and I was like, I'm never going to finish any of these posts. But then I kind of got better at it as I went. There are 26 Avengers titles, which is 3.98 plus 1, because there's one Fantastic Four book we kind of have to talk about here. This includes both comic titles that were anthology. Oh, see, some of my scope things are wrong. That's what happens when you don't have time to proofread. Okay. Do you guys want me to give you this presentation? I'm totally happy to share it. I will fix the errors first, but you can see all these books on Crushing Krisis, and they're divided up by line and they have their whole maps. But if you're like a visual person and you just want to scroll through, I'd be happy to share the link. I want to go through and put pictures of the actual books into all these Tigereyes panels, but that is like, there's like 30 plus volumes, and I was not going to look up 30 pictures and still make it in time for the stream. So anyway, if you want the link to it, let me know. I'm happy to share it. Okay. Kane saying that's why I voted for Inhumans and Barbie. Real talk, I'm not even a Barbie person. I was never into Barbies. Kid Krisis isn't in Barbies. I would probably buy the Barbie stuff if they did it in paperback. I don't know if I'd buy it in omnibus. Eternals by Gillen or combine it. We combined it this year, John, because the votes, I don't know if we made the right call. I thought that if the game and stuff was in there, that enough people would also want that in Omnibus that would help push Gillen over the top. However, I wasn't really thinking about everything that's been happening with Neil Gaiman. So actually, I think people are not voting for it because I put Gaiman's name in it and they refused to attach a vote to Gaiman's name. I should have just said Eternals by Knopf and Gillen, parentheses, has some other stuff without saying Gaiman. And then people perhaps would have voted for it. You said, but yeah. Voted for Beavis and Butthead. Okay. And actually, always an indicator, I think the core of Judgment Day should be in a Gillen Eternals omnibus. And I figured out exactly what issues that would be because I've read all of it and I have a reading order for it. So yeah, I think even if we attach it to the Gaiman and Knopf stuff, we still could fit all of Judgment Day. And we'll talk about that when we get there. Okay, Avengers team titles. We have Avengers Volume 6 and 7 in Marvel Masterworks. The Avengers line has dogmatically always had 3 Masterworks per omnibus, so we know exactly what that would be. Then we have, but that brings us to, hooray, Avengers Volume 8, which is Roger Stern Volume 1. We didn't keep mapping past that because Roger Stern's run is big. It might have to break the 3 Masterworks rule. It might actually just roll on slightly past Roger Stern to collect the next little bit of stuff after Roger Stern. We just don't know, and we never mapped into ambiguity. That was one of our rules that we wanted to avoid after last year's poll. So you could just vote for Avengers Volume 8 by Roger Stern. That would be fine. You could vote for all 3. You could just say, I want 6. I don't think they're going to jump ahead, but we do have evidence that Marvel will jump ahead for this. We got Ann Nocenti, which is only 3 Daredevil volumes away from where we currently are. We got Grunwald Cap, which is only 3 or 4 omnibuses away from where we're on Cap. So there's entirely possible we could jump right to Stern. After Stern and before Byrne is Fantastic Four and the Avengers by Walt Simonson. The reason we put them together is because there are plots in those Avengers issues that go on to fuel the time variant stuff that's in his Fantastic Four. And it would be really cool to collect it together. And it fills a gap in both lines. I don't think of this as a Crater omnibus. I think you actually have to do it this way because the Avengers plot lines don't get resolved unless you don't read Fantastic Four. And the Fantastic Four plot lines have no beginning unless you've read the Avengers. So this is the +1. Technically, this is a Fantastic Four line book. So he writes much more of Fantastic Four. The way that we've mapped this also has some stuff leading up to Simonson's run. He doesn't start cleanly from Stern, but those could equally just be in whatever Stern Volume 2 or 3 ends the Stern run. Then we have Avengers West Coast Volume 3. We've stayed quiet on this because would it recollect the stuff from the Byrne Avengers Omnibus or would it start after the Byrne Avengers Omnibus? I do not want to step into that ring. I just think it would be Volume 3 and on. We'd probably need one more volume after that either way. Avengers Operation Galactic Storm would actually be Road to the Gathering. Galactic Storm is actually not that big, and actually it's in the beginning of the Gathering Omnibus, except for it's not. Like, it has 2 issues before Galactic Storm, and then it just says, then Galactic Storm happened, which I think is a really weird choice, but fine. But this could basically pick up a whole 20 issues prior to Galactic Storm, and then all of Galactic Storm. Galactic Storm is just one epic collection. I don't even think it's 500 pages, so there's no reason this would just have to be an omnibus of that, and Marvel has shown for 90 stuff, they're willing to go over 1,000 pages, so I think it makes perfect sense. Then we get all of Forceworks, which is what West Coast Avengers turned into after Blood Ties in 1994. This would collect the whole series as well as the crossover Hands of the Mandarin. And then finally we have Avengers Road to Onslaught, which is another kind of picky choosy gap filler because we basically have to fill from the end of the Gatherers up to the Crossing, and then from the end of the Crossing up to Onslaught, but that's fine. It would just collect around the Crossing, or actually you could also collect through the Crossing, just collecting the main issues, which is how the Epic Collection line handled it. So Avengers, the Crossing book and the Gatherers book really F with the Avengers line, but the Avengers doesn't have the sales heat of X-Men, where they can just double and triple dip all the different ways to collect it. So we really tried to think about how could we get there in the least amount of books, and actually this is not that many books. The only books that are not on here would be if Roger Stern went to a Volume 2 and Volume 3. It would at least need to go to a Volume 2, but otherwise this would be your complete collection, and West Coast Avengers would need a Volume 4. Otherwise this would be everything Avengers up until 1996. You'd have it all except for Solo Avengers and Avengers Spotlight. Jess, anything on this slide?
No, not for me, thank you.
Okay, I have the West Coast Avengers omnibuses currently. I'm always debating if I want to keep them now that I have the epics. So I maybe would buy West Coast Avengers Volume 3, but I don't need to vote for it. I'm very happy for it to be in epics. I'm intensely curious to know how Forceworks will be happening in epics, if they will keep it branded Avengers West Coast, or if they will actually call it Forceworks. Okay, let's see. Logan Wayne has never heard of Simonson's Avengers run. Logan Wayne says, though we need Avengers by Stern, do you know that is the only book, as I mentioned earlier, from the top 20 of the original poll? I think it was ranked like number 10 for Volume 1 and number 20 for Volume 2 that has never been printed. Everything else from the top 20, I think, has been printed. Flavio MRP got tired of waiting for Stern's Avengers, so I made a custom binding with trades, and we love that for you. And the Crossing, shout out to Very Fine Condition, favorite omnibus of Omar, and the Gathering, greatest Avengers Omni ever. Am I loud enough? To all of you out there, am I about as loud as Omnidog? Just because I could always tweak that if need be.
I think you sound fine.
Okay. Sometimes I notice I'm quieter than the people with the real flash microphones, but that's because my dynamic range is so big that I can't do a microphone right in my face if I don't have a rack compressor, because I will I will clip the microphone over and over. So I have like a smaller microphone farther away, but then some people, when you hear them on YouTube, sound like that. I'm like,
yeah,
that's too much.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
All right, actually, I might have actually messed up my sound by doing that. So let me just check my sound for a second, and then we'll get back to that. Okay. Sound. Yeah, okay, we're still good. We're still good. Okay, back into slideshow mode. Just think we only have 2/3 of this list to go. Okay. Avengers Team Part 2, so this would be in the 2000s. We have everything from the 1998 series now that they announced that Geoff Johns book. Avengers Disassembled, we already have it in Omnibus, you're not wrong. But this would include all the solo series tie-ins from Cap and Falcon, from Iron Man, from Thor, and actually both Spider-Man and Fantastic Four briefly were bannered with the event as well. Then the next Avengers book we don't have is Mighty Avengers by Bendis, Slott, and Gage. I didn't expect this to create so much controversy, but a lot of people really think the Bendis stuff should be collected like just with Secret Invasion or like with some other Bendis thing, and then they want the Slott and Gage stuff to be collected with the Initiative because Slott and Gage wrote the Initiative. I just think Marvel's not going to get that cute with a number of series that are exactly 35 issues. That's omnibus length. I just don't, and especially if they could sell some of Mighty Avengers by having Bendis' name on it, I don't see them taking Bendis' name off of it to make the Slott and Gage stuff work on its own. It feels like you're getting way too cute with, we like to think about what Marvel might actually do. But if you want that, cool. That's cool for you. I just don't think they'll do that. Then we could have Dark Avengers. This book would be so good because it would not only have the 16 issues of Bendis plus the annual, it would have the full Utopia Exodus crossover. It would have probably the Dark X-Men issues in it as well. It could have all of Siege, because even though Siege would get its own omnibus, Siege really is the final arc of Dark Avengers. It could even have the solo Dark Reign stuff from Ares and also pick up his 2005 series just because it's going to get abandoned otherwise. And it could also have the Mac Gargan Sinister Spider-Man solo. So basically all of the Dark Reign stuff that is specifically solo series of the Dark Avengers could all be in this book. I think it'd be really fun. I think it's a great map. Avengers Academy is a series I dearly, dearly love. It's so good. It's like 40 issues, so it's perfect to fit into one book. It is really, really just a joy. It's got a young Avengers in training when the Avengers realize, oh gosh, the Initiative was done really poorly. Let's try to do a retake of that. And also, let's work with some troubled youths. And then we have Avengers, the Heroic Age Avengers by Brian Bendis. This could go one of two ways. You could think it should separately collect Avengers 2010 and New Avengers 2010, but they do cross over once in the middle, so they would have to double dip each other. Or you could say, actually, it should just be one big book that alternates arcs between them. And then we could also put his Avengers Prime 2010, which is the epilogue to Siege that brings Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America back together for the first time in like 5 years. That could actually start it. Whereas if we split it into 2 volumes, that would probably be on the Avengers 2010 half, because they all star in Avengers 2010, not in New Avengers, which is more of like a street level Luke Cage led Avengers. Either way, you need 2 volumes, so vote for the first volume here. And then we have Avengers Secret Avengers by Brubaker, Spencer, Ellis, and Remender. That would be able to collect the entirety of the, I believe, 37 issues and 1 or 2.1 issues of Secret Avengers. I'd also throw Onslaught Unleashed in there because it's pretty much the entire Secret Avengers, a team that is part of Onslaught Unleashed. Just anything from you here?
I would buy almost everything on this list.
Nice.
I love a lot of this already. I loved Avengers Academy, loved Secret Avengers, and I could be happy. And I love the Initiative. So I'd be happy buying everything here.
Yeah, Robert, I would say that to me, I know this is a bias of my own personal experience because this is when I came back to comics, but there are a few Marvel periods that are better than this period for me. I think after Bendis really gets his feet under him from like 2007 to 2012, the Marvel line just sings. There's some duds in there, but the X-Men line and the Avengers connected stuff are both so good and so powerful. Hickman's Fantastic Four is happening. There's just so much Slott's beginning of Spider-Man is happening right after the Gauntlet, which was amazing. There's just so many good Marvel comics in this period. I would tell anybody who's just trying to dip in and check out some Marvel, I'm like, just start in 2007 or 2008 and just go nuts. JJ Tiffany, would Dark Avengers be better than Dark Reign? Well, the thing is, one kind of needs the other. If we just did a Dark Reign omnibus, it would have to spend so much time collecting Dark Avengers stuff that there wouldn't be room for all the other Dark Reign stuff. There's tons of Dark Reign miniseries. We mapped it separately. Actually, you could only fit the miniseries in a Dark Reign companion, and then there would all be the ongoing titles that tied into Dark Reign. You wouldn't even be able to fit those. So you actually need 3 omnibuses for Dark Reign. You need Dark Avengers, Dark Reign the miniseries, and Dark Reign the tie-ins. So I think Dark Avengers here kind of sucks the venom out by pulling all the Dark Avengers stuff into one book, and then it kind of makes the other 2 books a little bit more logical to map. Warren Weaver, Avengers Academy, I tried, couldn't stand it, absolutely hate that series. We know some people don't vibe with series that bring all new characters in, and I famously don't always do well with that, but I like the hook. I think some series that have all new characters that there's no really good hook, I'm like, well, why are we here? What are we doing? But I think that one had a great, oh yeah, we're going to get to that one in a second. I fuck with that book hard, John. Spencer and Cott, Secret Avengers, yes, I love that book. That's a crazy stat about Avengers by Stern. Why does Marvel hate the Avengers? I just think, you know what it is, Logan? I think at first they were waiting for the Masterworks line to get that far. And then the Masterworks line got that far, and they were like, oh, we're getting closer. We could keep doing omnibuses. But now it's like this game of chicken. Like, are we going to do the next 2 Masterworks, or are we just going to do Stern? So now they might just make us wait, especially with an Avengers movie out next year. We're going to get the next Masterworks omnibus last year. Like, I personally, for me, I would not vote for Avengers Volume 6 because we're going to get it next year. Marvel always puts out a Masterworks Avengers omnibus in the year of an Avengers movie. So I would actually just start voting for 7 personally. But that's just me. Okay. Super Job disliked Arena and Undercover. I liked Arena because everybody made it out to be so mean-spirited, but it really only killed like 2 characters permanently. And I don't like when characters die, but I think it was a good enough book about the characters. It's a great Hazmat book. It's a great X-23 book. So I think it did enough good things for the characters that survived that I ultimately was willing to forgive the ones that went away. Jane, yeah, you like Arena, Just? You know, Jess, while I'm catching my breath, I don't know if I think I pitched this to you briefly, but once all the polling season is over, so after mid-June, I want to have the definitive OmniDog interview here on this channel.
Oh, like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, because you gave me my start by interviewing me on your channel.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I did. Is the DC poll the last of the polling season?
Well, there's DC reprint, which starts mid-May. I don't get involved in the reprint, but then there's the DC new Tigereyes annual number 2, which actually, if you can believe it, I just sent the kickoff email yesterday and started revising the books because we need to start now, and that will probably launch shortly after June 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
for that one,
okay.
Fun fact on that one. We're always trying to get better with every poll. We want it to be a community exercise. Like, to me, these polls should be Omnibus Christmas for everybody who likes collecting omnibuses all across the internet, not just near mint condition fans, not just Marvel Masterworks fan site people, not just Crushing Krisis fans, everybody. I want the whole Marvel loving internet to be involved. So it still feels a little insular to me, and I don't want it to just be Peter maps all the stuff like that. That's not my vision, and I don't think it's what Tigereyes ever wanted. So for DC, we're going to try something new, and we're going to do a public consultation. I'm probably 7 days from now going to release the entire list of DC stuff updated from last year, and I'm going to release it on Crushing Krisis. I'm going to release it on Marvel Masterworks fan site and on Reddit, and everybody's going to have 7 to 10 days to comment, tell us if we missed stuff, tell us if the books are ludicrous and they wouldn't fit, you know, all that stuff. And so that way this year, the DC poll, which I think is much cleaner than the Marvel poll to begin with, honestly, because we had so much more time to prep it, the DC poll will truly be the list that the community agrees ought to be the list. So
okay.
I'm really, really excited. All right, we got to continue, Jess. Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Avengers World by Jonathan Hickman Companion. We need this book. We need this book. We need this book. It's crazy to me that they collected all of Hickman and didn't collect Avengers World. You will hear me say this hundreds of times on YouTube. I'll say it every time it comes up. Avengers World were the plots that Hickman was going to do in his Avengers before he realized how tight time was before he was going to get to Secret Wars. And so he co-wrote the first arc of this, and then he farmed it out to other writers, including Nick Spencer, to write. But these were going to be the rest of the connective tissue in Hickman's book. If you've ever read the Hickman Volume 2 Omnibus and you're like, gosh, it's like the Avengers stopped doing anything Avengers-y and this became all about worlds colliding, that's because he exported all the other plots that he wasn't going to have time to write to Avengers World. You need Avengers World to see what the whole point of having that cast of 18 Avengers was. It all happens in Avengers World. So,
and it's great. I love it.
And it's great. Just tell them about how good it is. Nobody else has ever read it that I'm on streams with. You've read it.
Yeah, a long time ago. I feel like 2018, 2017. Yeah, it's solid, and it is weird that I hadn't thought about it, but it is weird that it's not out in some kind of yeah, John's right. It's weird that it's not out in some kind of hardcover.
Did they do a complete collection? I'm sure I have it on my guide, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, there is some other Avengers stuff in that period. I think this is a really good book. I think if you like the Hickman books, you should vote for this. It's going to have all of A+X in it, which is the anthology of Avengers teaming up with X-Men. It could have all of the side books that happen for Avengers, not Avengers AI, but like all of the little mini stuff like Avengers Millennium or Avengers Ultron Imperative. There's so much side Avengers stuff that really just fills out the connective tissue of what made that period great. And that could all be in that book. Avengers Arena and Undercover, we've already talked about, by Dennis Hopeless, which is the extension of some of the cast members from Avengers Arena in a sort of battle royale Hunger Games kind of setting, which I think is a lot better than people give it credit for. Avengers Assembled by Benison DeCondic. This is a weird one. The first 8 issues of Avengers Assemble 2012 is basically Marvel saying to Bendis, ooh, could you do a story just with the Avengers that are about to be in the MCU because we're shooting that film, and have them fight Thanos since they're going to do that in the film, and also introduce the Guardians of the Galaxy because we're afraid nobody's been reading that book off to the side. And Bendis does all that in 8 issues. This would probably be the last story in that Bendis Heroic Age 2-volume set if it combined both books together, yet more incentive to map it that way. But you could also say, why wouldn't we just put all of Avengers Assemble in one book, which was a 25-issue series, because Kelly Sue DeConnick picks up after that, and it's really good. And folks who don't know this, it's Avengers with Spider-Woman as the lead character. So if you're a big Spider-Woman fan, you should be reading Avengers Assemble, because she leads, I don't know if she's the leader, but she is the lead character in that entire DeConnick run. It's really good. I really love it. And Warren Ellis co-plotted a couple of those issues, which is a great excuse for us to put Avengers Endless Wartime into the book as well, which is his original graphic novel from the Marvel Now period. I love this book. No matter what goes in this map, this is a good book. Secret Avengers by Spencer Cut. I fuck with this so much. It's so great. It starts out with this kind of like blind item secret spy version of these Avengers where like they get activated for missions, but they can't remember them. And then it just gets worse and worse as they realize they can't remember the missions and stuff. And Alice Cott starts co-writing with Spencer at the end of the first volume. Then Alice Cott takes over the second volume. The second volume is like funnier and a little bit more psychedelic, but this is just so much fun. It's a lot of Black Widow and Hawkeye, but it's just a really good kind of like secret agent James Bond type of Avengers, and I love it. Jess, do you know that book?
I don't, and I don't know the Kelly Sue DeConnick one. I do know the previous Secret Avengers, but not the Spencer and Cott one.
Love it, love it, love it, love it.
Wow.
So then somehow, did I miss the main Secret Avengers on these slides? I might have deleted it by mistake. Oh no, it was on this one.
It's on the other one.
Yeah, we talked about it. So then we have Avengers by Al Ewing. So look, everybody loves Al Ewing. We had him split up so many different ways last year in the poll, and people voted for all of them. People were putting in whole Al Ewing ballots. That's not our goal. We're not trying to make people spend a whole ballot on one run or one writer. So we just said, if you want any kind of Avengers by Al Ewing, no matter what iteration or what compilation you think it would be, Mighty and New on their own, with Ultimates or without Ultimates, USA with what, who knows? If you want it, you're voting for this book. Until we see how Marvel cracks into this and starts mapping it, any map we do would be pointless because we have no way of knowing what will happen. So if you want Al Ewing Avengers, vote for this book. Jess, was there anything on the slide you would vote for?
I did not vote for any of them, but they're all very interesting. I could buy and be happy with all of those books.
I think I have every single issue here in paperback already. So I don't have the Hickman Avengers omnibuses. I sold them to fund my move to New Zealand. So I don't think I need any of this in omnibus, but they're all very good reads. Actually, I've been looking forward to reading Secret Avengers again. I haven't read it since 2014. So I think that would be really fun. John chiming in that Avengers World was great, and it did have a complete collection as a DB All-Star as well, but it's been out of print for 5 years. JJ Tiffany saying Avengers World is good, but should be an HC for his omnibus. I don't know what that means. John, include all the Skip Daniels. Yes. If you look at Crushing Crisis, that's how I mapped it. All the the skipped stuff that Hickman's books don't have because they're only by Hickman, all could go in World, which is why we called it Hickman Companion. You nailed it. Stoops loves all of the Al Ewing Endless books. Endless Wartime is by Ellis. Did I say something else other than
No,
Ellis?
he had that up before you said it.
Oh, okay. Great minds think alike. Secunda saying Mighty New USA Ultimates Ult 2 is such a strange but incredible achievement. Yeah, isn't it wild to think about like everything Ewing did in that period? Like I don't think it had calculated for me, Robert, until I had seen it all together here, even though I have a whole guide to all of it and I've read every issue. Just seeing it all in one place, I was like, wow, he brought so many characters out from obscurity. He did so many big plots. He changed the whole universe. He like did so much. Amazing. Now we also have an event, Al Ewing Cosmic Omnibus that we will get to later. An Avengers World showed me how great Sunspot was. Yeah, Sunspot is a very cool character. I did not used to love Sunspot enough until Hickman and Ewing got there and were like, he's our favorite X-Man. And once I saw them write Sunspot, I was like, oh, I kind of get it now. I never used to really rate him as a kid. Yeah. No Way Home is tricky because that is Conan, but we've seen that Marvel can print Conan sometimes if he's in the 616 because they've reprinted Savage Avengers on Omnibus, so we maybe could get No Road Home there. I think we have a Conan companion somewhere later as well. And James Abel, of course, just reminded. How are you doing, James? We haven't said anything about except for being the human Cerebro. You're okay? Do you have enough liquids? How are things going?
Cerebro.
I need everybody to have liquids. I'm going to have to refill at some point. Okay. Oh my God, we're not done Avengers. So now we're into all new, all different Marvel. Avengers by Mark Waid is pretty straightforward. He writes 2 different series that some of which splits off into champions, but that would be its own book. It's under Marvel Teams. Avengers Uncanny Avengers by Duggan and Zub. This would actually maybe start from the Uncanny Avengers run by Remender at the very end of Marvel now, though I think I would argue that maybe could also go in an Axis omnibus since it has so many flipped people in the wake of Axis, but it could go here. But this would collect all new, all different Uncanny Avengers before it leans into No Surrender. Then we have Avengers by Jason Aaron, Volume 1. Then during that run is Avengers Conan and the Savage Avengers Companion, because Conan comes to the modern day No Road Home. Then he goes to Savage Avengers, but during Savage Avengers, he's also in the Serpent War and Serpent Crown, which have other Marvel modern day characters in them like Moon Knight. And then there's Savage Avengers 22, which is the final run of Savage Avengers where Conan eventually disappears, but he starts out in it. And that's going to be abandoned in Omnibus because there's nowhere else for it to go other than this book. Then we get the second half of Jason Aaron's Avengers, which ends prior to his Avengers Forever Omni, which already exists. We have Avengers United, which is one of, this is kind of like the Krisis specials. So Landy mostly just wrote All Out and Beyond, which are 2 5-issue miniseries that are really, really fun. But he also wrote almost all of one of the Marvel Unlimited Infinite comics, which was Avengers United. So we could put that in here because it's more Derek Landy Avengers happening in this period. And at that point, you might as well put the first of the 2 Unlimited comics, which is Avengers Unlimited, also in this book. So this would be a blend, a melange, you might say, of both print books and digital books. And then finally, Avengers, Squirrel Girl and the Great Lakes Avengers. But Jess, I need to know, did you vote for this?
I did not, but I definitely want to read Squirrel Girl.
So this doesn't have Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. This has the contents of the Squirrel Girl and the Great Lakes Avengers trade, which collected all of Squirrel Girl's origins and early stuff, and also some Great Lakes Avengers issues. And then also, Great Lakes Avengers have appeared many times without Squirrel Girl, so that could have all of their appearances in here, all the way up to their 2017 briefly lived all new, all different Marvel series. John asking if we would just do an Uncanny Avengers by Remender Volume 2. I think that book is Axis, actually, because it's basically all of Axis that should have been the last arc of Uncanny Avengers, and then also Rage of Ultron. Although I would argue Rage of Ultron belongs in this Uncanny Avengers book here because it starts the Ultron plot, which is like half of that book. So it'd be weird to break it up. So basically, I think you have Axis as its own book, and then you have Rage of Ultron here. You don't have to agree with me. You can vote for the thing you would want to. If you want that thing you're talking about, I would vote for Axis if I were you. But it is a great idea, and that's almost exactly how I mapped Axis, except for without Dr. Voodoo. Okay, Black Panther. This is easy. It's only 3 titles, 0.46 of everything. We need just 3 more omnibuses to finish the complete oversized collection of Black Panther. We need an early years volume 2, which would have Panther's Quest or by Don McGregor or whatever you want to call it. We've got it in Masterworks. We've got it in Epic Collections. It's time to have it in Omnibus. Then we would have Black Panther by Mayberry and Liss, which would follow this new Hudlin Omnibus. It would have Do More. Black Panther is the man without fear. Black Panther is the most dangerous man in the world. Shuri and Closet Black Panther. All of that would be in there. And then Black Panther by John Ridley and Eve Ewing would collect all the runs that were after Ta-Nehisi Coates' run. It would also throw in the Wakanda miniseries in there because because that would have been abandoned. That's it. We would have all Black Panther if we had all 3 of those books. Logan needs early years number 2. Any Black Panther for you, Jess?
Not from this list, no.
Okay. If they did early years volume 2, I would be tempted to get volume 1 and 2 if I could find a volume 1. I have it in so many formats now, but it's just such good material. But I'm very happy with my paperbacks from that point forward. Okay, Captain America, 16 titles, 2.45 of the entire poll. This is going to have Captain America, Falcon, Nomad, and Winter Soldier in it. Golden Age Captain America Volume 3, which would keep collecting his Captain America comics from the 1940s. Again, there's only so big this could be because A, the issues are big, but also some of them haven't been restored yet. So Marvel needs the omnibus to be small enough that it pays for all the restoration costs of what's in there. Then we could do Falcon, Sam Wilson, the early years. I think this is a little bit of a goof on my part. This could have said and on, because we can actually collect Falcon past that. But I think the key with this book is it would probably stop before collecting Captain America and the Falcon from 2004, because I think that's going to be in a book that you're going to see it on the next slide. But Sam Wilson actually not only has his 1983 or 84 miniseries, but he has a lot of inventory stories in Solo Avengers, Avengers Spotlight, and Marvel Comics Presents. So this could collect all of that into one book. Captain America Volume 5 would be our next Marvel Masterworks volume. Usually Marvel Masterworks are 3 Marvel Masterworks, but the Jack Kirby omnibus was actually not quite 3. In fact, it might have only been like 2. So now we're kind of off the number. So this one maybe would actually collect 3.5 Marvel Masterworks. Why? Because Volume 6 has to get us to the right before Grunwald, and if we only collect 3 in Volume 5, then Volume 6 gets too big. So I don't think there's any way they would do 3 to get to Grunwald. There's not enough material. And by the way, I got into a really interesting discussion in the comments on the Nearman Condition video. The reason we said this is by DeMatteis and Kraft, this to me is the perfect title on the whole poll, because it is every kind of wayfinding notice in it. It says the name of the person, Captain America. It says Volume 6. Would it be called Volume 6? Who knows? But now you know what order it would go in. It has the year range. That helps you too. It has 2 writers who have only written Captain America in this period. Kraft has one other issue. Otherwise, if you ever know DeMatteis or Kraft as a Captain American writer, they have to be in this book. And it tells you what book it will go next to on your shelf prior to Grunwald Volume 1. To me, that is the gold standard of how this poll should work. I don't think every book needs that, because some of the books you don't need every one of those indications. But I don't think there is a better single wayfinding title on the poll than Captain America Volume 6. Nomad Jack Monroe would collect all of Jack Monroe's origin, so it would actually start before 1990, but that makes things confusing. It would mostly have his miniseries in 1990 and then his complete ongoing series of him wandering the world. Jack Monroe, if I'm not mistaken, maybe you know, Jess, I think he was the Captain America. No, he was the Bucky to the non-Steve Rogers Captain America that was Captain America during the Atlas era. His Bucky is Jack Monroe, who became Nomad.
That sounds right.
No. Okay, stamp of possible approval from Jess. Then we have Grunwald 3 and 4, which I think obviously we're going to get, but you can speed it up by voting for them. And then Nomad, Girl Without a World by Sean McKeever. Nomad is the Bucky of the Heroes Reborn Pocket Universe, and then she comes back to the main Marvel Universe out of the Pocket Universe, which not many of the new creations did. She hangs around, has a lot of her own material. She has her own miniseries. She's in the Young Allies at one point. She gets a whole series of 15 backup stories during Ed Brubaker's Captain America. There's plenty of material for the omnibus. Jess, anything voting for you on this one?
Not on this one, no.
Oh. Omnibo, to be fair, we started with all of X-Men. And so we've done X, and now we're all the way back to C. So really we're moving much farther and faster than you think we did. Yeah, DB's All-Star. There's no such thing as a discount book in New Zealand. I've told the story before, but books are so expensive here because there's very little book printing in New Zealand that they're a commodity that's incredibly expensive. They're like a delightful, what is the word I'm looking for? They're a luxury item is what I'm trying to say. So like libraries are great here. There's a great library, but when you go to people's houses, when you look in kids' rooms, people's bookshelves, I'm not saying Kiwis are illiterate. Don't twist my words. I'm just saying people on average whose houses I've been to in New Zealand who are very cool, exciting people do not have as many books in them as the average house of similar friends that I had in the United States, because books are egregiously expensive here because they're all imported and all of the people who sell them have paid GST, our goods and services tax, to get them into the country. So, but I've never even seen like a discount bookstore in New Zealand. I don't even know if such a thing exists. Just read the news about, why are you telling me sad stuff in the middle of the stream? I assume that something sad has happened to Butch Guice, but I don't know that because I'm in the middle of the stream. Alex Segura writing the new ongoing Star Wars series post Return of the Jedi. Oh dear. Well, I guess we'll have some more screaming about that later this year based on the quality of his Star Wars to this point. Let's continue with Captain America. Now we're past the year 2000. We already have his 1998 Heroes Reborn series, so this would be Marvel Knight. This is a masterpiece of mapping. I cannot take credit. Brand XK did it. It's all on Crushing Crisis. If you go to the Captain America mapping page for the poll, basically it has to include Captain America and the Falcon. It has to include all of his Marvel Knight series, at which point you might say, well, that's enough. But actually, I really think that it could include the Truth series, and it could include the linking stuff that comes right before the Marvel Knight series, like Dead Man Running, which have been abandoned in a lot of other collections. So ultimately, maybe this is 2 volumes because it's a little bit more than 50 issues, but Marvel has shown an appetite to do that kind of thing. And it would be a powerful book that earns the Marvel Knights branding by making it a Captain America that's actually introspective and like looks at the social issues of what it means to be a symbol of America rather than having him just flinging the shield. So I think all that series go really well together. And I think Brand did an amazing job thinking about how it can map, as well as with this next one. To the side of Brubaker, there's all this other Cap that happens, but a lot of it is retcon series in the past because Steve Rogers is not around for a lot of Brubaker. So there was so much stuff. There's Man Out of Time, there's Fallen Sun, and they all together make one huge omnibus that would go right next to the Brubaker books on your shelf. If Marvel re-released Brubaker now, it would probably incorporate some of that, but at that time, Brubaker was coming out from like 2009 to 2015 in omnibus. Marvel did not have that kind of like put it all in there strategy at that point. So that's why we need companions to go with books that Marvel released before 2016. After 2016, you stop seeing us need to propose as many companions because Marvel took care of it. There's also Brubaker Aftermath, mostly by Kellen Bunn, but his series continues after Brubaker leaves and before Marvel Now. And there's also the end of Winter Soldier, which Brubaker had been writing and then leaves. Winter Soldier had been collected in the Captain America line, so we could complete it here so that if you had all the Brubaker books, you could just buy this one last book and it would all go together. Then we have Captain America Sam Wilson by Remender, Ewing Barnes, and Landy that would have both the material before Nick Spencer's run and the material for him after Nick Spencer's run, including his return briefly to being the Falcon in 2017 into 2018, which actually I think was pretty good. So a lot of people are like, oh, some of that Remender stuff is collected. Yeah, but we don't have one book that's all of Captain America Sam Wilson. And even can pull in some Mark Waid stuff from his Avengers to kind of give us the whole fun of while he definitively is the one Captain America. Then we have Captain America and Black Widow by Mark Waid and Chris Samney. They're 2 short runs that would go really well together. And as we've mentioned earlier, we could probably get some other Samney material in there. And then finally, Captain America Truth, Liberty, and Revolution by Kelly Lansing and Onyebuchi, which has the twinned Captain America series. One half is for is called Symbol of Truth, and the other, or no, one is something of Truth, the other one's something of Liberty, but one of them is a Steve series, one of them is a Sam series, and then they marry up, crossover, and then Winter Soldier is in there as well, known as Revolution. It's really fun read. I like the Steve Rogers side better than the Sam side, but it's a good read, and I think it would make a fun omnibus. Jess, anything for you on this one?
No.
All right, continuing. DB Alzar, would you be all right with me buying you a copy of it if you find it again in Ollie's? Well, the thing is, to send one book from the United States to New Zealand, I've had somebody a long time ago sent me an Onslaught omnibus because I realized I hadn't bought it. The shipping will be more than the book. I pretty much only can get books from America if I buy it from somebody that does a huge volume of FedEx shipping, like DCBS or IST. I would love to support organic price books, and I'd love to continue to supporting cheap graphic novels. I would love to buy from Tomorrow's Publishing because they have some books I really want. Shipping books from the United States is just insanity. You have to be a rich person. So I would probably do better putting Samantha on the case to try to find it inside of New Zealand because she is the queen of finding cheap books in New Zealand. Let's continue. Oh, I duplicated that. Did I duplicate all these? Oh no, there's 2 more books in here that are not duplicated from the prior slide. Sorry about that. Captain America and the Marvel Universe would capture the Cap 2023 series by JMS and also his 2025 one-shots, which are ongoing currently, only one of which had Cap. But altogether, that's only like 21 or 22 issues. We could also just reach back to capture his out-of-continuity alternate universe bullet points and also the 12, which kind of relates to the origins of Captain America and has never been, to my knowledge, in an omnibus. And then Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. This would just be everything Winter Soldier. It would start with him becoming Cap, then it would have him being back to Winter Soldier, it would have his complete series, which is collected across the Brubaker run, and then he has a lot of miniseries. In the Marvel Now, he has Bitter March, he has his own miniseries by Alice Cott, then there's a later miniseries, I forget who writes it, but it's got art by Rod Rice, so there's plenty of Winter Soldier material, and we can have it all in one book. Jess, anything for you here?
Nope. Nope.
All right, continuing. Creator-centric. This is going to take all of a second. It has 32 titles, none of which I think you should vote for. Look, who's to say what would be? These books, they're all about the power of your imagination. What would be in a Barry Windsor-Smith? What would be in a Roger Stern? So many of these people were on lengthy runs that, like, would you just pick out one issue from that run? How would you decide? At least for the artists, you could, like, pick their best issues. Like Michael Golden, clearly we're going to have Avengers Annual 10 in there. But yeah, I don't know how you pick or do anything. Even Alan Davis, who's one of my favorites, how do you pick 30 or 40 issues of Alan Davis? I just don't know. The only two that kind of make any sense to me is Sam Keith, because he just has such a distinctive style, and he was so rarely on an ongoing title that it's almost going to be like short run anthology stuff entirely for him, and covers and things. So I think that probably makes sense as a book. And then also the one book that I would actually weirdly endorse is probably the Robert Kirkman book, because there's 3 whole series that could collect, which is Marvel Team Up. He did a whole run of Marvel Team Up that could all be in that book, and he did a whole run of Irredeemable Ant-Man. I tried to map that as its own omnibus. It just doesn't, there's not enough material other than the Kirkman material, but you could put both of them together in this book and have Kirkman's name on it, and it would do really well. And then we'd also put in some of his other series, including a limited series of Jubilee. Jess, any creator-centric books on your ballot?
No, not
Okay,
not a fan of these.
Oh, and then a few more. Marvel Universe by Al Ewing, which I think is insanity because we've had him so many other places on the poll that would be inclusive of so much of this stuff. So I think we're going to take it off next year. Kelly Thompson, though, keeps mentioning every time she's on Near Mint Condition that she thinks she should just have an omnibus because her Deadpool is a little too short to be an omnibus. Her Rogan Gambit is out of print and people ask her about it all the time. And it could have her Jessica Jones in it, which an omnibus would be combined with other material. So, hey, man, if Kelly Thompson says it should be real, it's always going to be staying on this poll. And then Peach Momoko, I think that's also an absurd thing to have on here, and we're going to take it out next year, because we already have a Demon Days option on the poll, and that's the majority of her stuff other than covers. So we need to remove the Peach Momoko book.
Yeah, and I changed my mind. I would definitely buy Marvel Universe by Kelly Thompson.
I think she's just the greatest. She's so awesome. We love Kelly Thompson.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's such a good writer.
This is going to just be quick. There's 8 cross-gen titles left to go. Meridian, Scion, The First, Crux, Negation, Ruse, and Sojourn. I've seen a lot of people in the comments say, like, you know, they always thought that Meridian and Scion were the most popular cross-gen books. So it's kind of wild to them that they started with those other two. Sigil, and what was the other one, Jess? Do you remember?
Oh, shoot. I just gave them away. Sigil, and there was 2 others.
Yeah, I forgot.
Shoot. I did overviews for him.
Well, go to Omnidog's Vault, see overviews of the existing ones. You know, I was saying, I think maybe on Reddit to somebody who was talking about
Sazmer says Mystic was one. Yeah, nice. I remember that. That looked really interesting. And Sigil and what was the other one, Sazmer?
So here says, I think it was just the 2. And Matt H is saying hello, one of our regular.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah, this is a surprise. Jess and I just had nothing to do today, so we're just hanging out. Mostly me talking and just nodding, but Jess talks too. when I take a break to breathe. I breathe every 5 minutes. What was I gonna say? Oh, somebody was saying about that, and I said, you know, if Marvel would just come out and say, look, we're gonna put out one of these a year, and if the sales stay strong, you'll get them all, but you're gonna have to wait 8 years or whatever, which isn't Kickstarter, but at least would give fans some excitement that the whole run could come out. Right now, it's like there's no sign that we're ever going to get another one. And I think it makes it hard for people to be excited about them because, like, who knows? Not that you need the whole line to enjoy it, but if Marvel would just give some kind of indication that they at least want to do the whole line, I just think that would make a difference in people buying it. Personally, anytime Marvel does that, when they say there will be 3 volumes, we will do all 4 volumes, this will come out over the course of 2 years. Anytime they come out and say that, sales tend to do better because people have faith in the books. Okay. Jess, let's continue, shall we? I guess you're not going to buy any more of these since you gave 2 of them away.
No, they were sent to me to review, and
okay.
I reviewed them.
Okay. Daredevil and Elektra. This, between the 2 of them, make up 9 titles, 1.38% of the poll. Daredevil has relatively few gaps, but requires a companion to support some of his stuff. Let's get into it. So we only need 1 more Marvel Masterworks Daredevil between where we are with Volume 3 and to get to Miller. Now, you might say, why didn't you put Miller on the poll? The only thing that's going to be different if Miller gets on the poll is it's going to have the 1 or 2 issues that Miller skips, which honestly, they might just put into the end of Volume 4 to maintain the integrity of the existing map of the Miller book. So there's no need for us to vote for Miller. However, after Miller, which would effectively be Volume 5, then we get Daredevil by O'Neill, Miller, and Mazzalucci all the way through Born Again, which will fill the gap from Miller to Nascenti. It's some of it, a pinch of it is in the Miller Companion, but I do not see Marvel leaving Born Again in the Miller Companion. They're going to put it in another omnibus that's a whole line of Daredevil omnibus, so that they can sell that, and so we can get up to Nascenti without any kind of gap. Then we already have Nascenti 1, so Nascenti 2 would finish that up. Then we have D.G. Chichester, who comes after that, following Nascenti's run. Then after D.G. Chichester is kind of the end, which is by a whole bunch of different people, but that takes us to the end of that Daredevil 1964 volume. And then we have Daredevil from 1998 all the way to 2010 collected in omnibus, except the David Mack Echo arcs. So we need a book that has those, which could be in this book, which also could have all of the other Daredevil stuff. So I forget, there's only one that's in the Daredevil by Quesada, but there's like Ninja, Father, there's all of these Daredevil side series, and I think they've only ever collected one of them into the omnibus line. Clearly it's mapped. Again, can't take credit for this. I cracked into the map last year a little bit, but Brand XK did the majority of this map, and that's on Crushing Krisis. Then, and I'll ask you about all these when we're done both, Jess. We only would need 3 Elektra omnibuses to have everything Elektra other than Elektra Assassin, which we've already got. So Elektra the early years could basically collect everything from her debut. We wouldn't recollect all of Miller, but we would collect like her first issue, her key fight, her death. Then we would jump ahead and get all of her 1996 series by Milligan, Hama, and Deodato, which is a little bit too short to put in a book by itself. And before that series, Larry Hama writes her in Wolverine, and then she also appears in X-Men. And I think it's important to get that there, which the trade didn't have, because that's really her first exposure to anybody else in the Marvel Universe. If you think about it, she never met anybody. She was in Daredevil for like 13 issues or however long, and then she dies. So this is really the first time you ever get to see her bumping up against any other Marvel characters. Then we'd have Elektra Marvel Knights, which would collect Bendis, Rucka, Rhodey, and Morse's work on that Marvel Knight series, and then also include Rucka's Redeemer, which is maybe or maybe not in continuity, but that's one pretty hefty, pretty enjoyable book. Then we can pick up Elektra after Marvel Knights with all of her Marvel years, modern year stuff. The one big question is, would you put Elektra the Hand in the first story in this book, or would you actually pull it ahead into the early years book, because it explains how she comes back? So that's up to you. We don't have a statement on that in these maps, but there's plenty of Elektra from 2001. Some people said, would this collect all the way up to her being the Woman Without Fear and being Daredevil, currently written by Erica Schultz? I think this would be big enough that you would actually stop right before Zdarsky starts writing Elektra, because that would be one big complete book. It doesn't feel like we fully know what's happened with Erica Schultz writing Daredevil yet. There's these series of miniseries. Will there be more? Will there be a culmination? So we really tried not to map anything ongoing, and we're only like 17 or 18 issues into that sequence of stories. So this line, I think, would eventually collect that. Personally, I don't think we need to worry about that yet, because I think this first volume 1 of Elektra the Modern Years would stop before that. Omnidog, any votes for Daredevil?
No, I think I'm okay.
And any for Elektra?
I would get all of those.
Yeah, I think I would get all 3. I don't know if I'm voting for any, but I would buy them.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what people have been saying. A third unknown Crossgen Omnibus has hit the stream. It got pushed back. Yeah, Omar has teased that. Saz Murph likes the O'Neill Daredevil run. Warren is praying and making a circle to whatever dark gods he worships for the Chichester Daredevil. John says Kessel's run is the best Daredevil. I've never heard anyone say that before, which makes me very intrigued. I have not personally read it. Freddie is here. Freddie says modern Elektra would be fantastic. Read all of her minis, her canceled early ongoing since 2008. It's all great stuff. I agree. There's really no bad material. And that I love the 20. If you want like a Krisis secret fave, a book that people slept on, Elektra 2014, written by Hayden Blackman, who also co-wrote Batwoman with J.H. Williams, and art by Mike Del Mundo. I think even on the interiors, I know he did the covers. It's like a secret great series. Nobody read it. It was so good. Elektra is also the main character of the Enemy of the State, and you could make the argument that that could be in either of the 2 books and the second 2 bullets there. So would this include New Avengers, Secret Invasion? You know, I was thinking about that, and I think I don't know if it pays to follow that whole scroll thread of Elektra in her omnibus, because it's not her. Like, it's not her material. But if you want that to be in the modern years, you could. That's why it just says 2004 and on. Personally, I would not map it that way, but my maps are not. I think people see some of my maps and they got frustrated. Like, somebody's like yelling at me that I put one in the one instead of the other. I'm like, look, man, the maps are just the Crushing Krisis brand version of, if Marvel hired me, this is how I would do things, but they haven't, and they're not, that I know of. So for now, you're marked safe from having to deal with my maps. Okay.
Marked safe.
Now let's talk about Deadpool. Just 7 titles of Deadpool. Here's the thing. Marvel had collected all of Deadpool through the end of 2015, and it seemed like we were always going to get everything Deadpool and Omnibus, and then they just stopped. So we haven't had any Deadpool since then. So let's go. This first one, this is one of these ones where I think sometimes we're a little too clever with the names, and this one was me, but I also think it makes sense. So this is called Deadpool and X-Force Baddest Blood, because Rob Liefeld did Bad Blood and Badder Blood, but now he's got the baddest blood because he like doesn't want to work for Marvel anymore. It's just me. What is it? No, I got bad blood. Anyway, I think that this would actually start in 2004 because Rob Liefeld does X-Force Volume 2. It's only 6 issues. Where else would you put it? It would be ludicrous to put it at the end of that road trip volume because it's separated by all of Ecstatics, and you certainly wouldn't put it with the beginning of the Kyle and Yost X-Force. So this is the place to put it. And there's a Shatterstar miniseries there too, also by Liefeld. Also, it should go here. Then we could collect some other Liefeld stuff. He doesn't really do a lot. We could have some covers from him on Cable and Deadpool, but then he comes back and does some Deadpool stuff in the 2000s and 2020s, like Deadpool Bad Blood, Deadpool Badder Blood, and Deadpool Team Up. So this basically would be all of the Liefeld, X-Force, and Deadpool from after the year 2000. It would fill tons of gaps, and it would get it all in one book, and it would probably sell well because people do like him and buy stuff with his name on it. Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe. All of these up until the final one have already been collected in the Deadpool Minibus run, but Cullen Bunn writes them all, and we are getting Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe one final time. Literally right now, it's coming out. So this would be a chance to collect them all in one book. Deadpool by Jerry Duggan would collect all of Jerry Duggan's Deadpool after Secret Wars. He continues without Brian Posen. It's still a pretty good run. It might not fit into one book. It could be 2 volumes, but that Brian Posen one is a huge book, so maybe it would all go into one book. Deadpool and the Mercs and the Money is a side series that starts out as a miniseries, comes back for an ongoing series that winds up being kind of mini anyway, has a whole crossover called Merc for the Money or for the something about the money, and also has a bunch of other people acting as his delegates, also dressed as Deadpool, which includes Fool Killer, Slapstick, and Solo, also all who got 5-issue miniseries, so they could also be in this book. All of a sudden, you've got a really substantial book. Plus, this would give us the chance to leave out that crossover from appearing in the Jerry Duggan book and in the Spider-Man Deadpool book, which are the 2 things it crossed over to. So that would make this book more desirable and take a little bit of content out of the other 2 books, which are both about 50-issue books. Deadpool Minibus Volume 4. The minibuses have only ever had 4 limited series each. They're never big. That's why they're a minibus. So this would just have the next 4 limited series. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but they are in Crushing Krisis, and there are even more after that. We can easily get to a minibus Volume 5, but you could look exactly where the last one leaves off. That's where this one would pick up. Spider-Man by Deadpool by Joe Kelly and Robbie Thompson. Joe Kelly writes most of the beginning of it. Robbie Thompson writes all the end of it. I find it entirely delightful. It's a really, really fun read. It's coming out in Epic Collections right now. 50 issues. So it actually would be good to take out that crossover because we could just then focus on the pure non-crossover issues. And then finally, Deadpool Fresh Start. We basically called any book Fresh Start if it would start collecting from after All New, All Different Marvel in 2018 and onward from that point. Just like if there was any book that collected a character's line starting in 2016, we tended to call that book All New, All Different. If there's anything that started from 2000, we called it Modern. So this would collect Deadpool by Scotty Young, which is not quite long enough for an omnibus, although he's a big name. Maybe he would be the first volume on his own. Up to you. It would collect Deadpool by Kelly Thompson. That's only 10 issues. It couldn't be an omnibus by itself. Could they put Kelly Thompson and Alyssa Wong together for a 20-issue omnibus? Maybe, but that's still pretty short. So it's up to you if you think this would all be 1 volume or if this would be 2 volumes or if you just want the Thompson stuff. I leave that to you. Go with God. But it says Fresh Start Volume 1 because that's what it includes. Jess, did you vote for any Deadpool books?
I did not, but some of these sound interesting. I have probably most of them in trade paperback.
Freddie just flip-flopped. First he said, I don't think we need a Kills the Marvel Universe. They'd be complete in the minibuses. Then he said, I changed my mind. They should do Kills the Universe as a gallery treasure edition, not as an omnibus. Well, it's just one of those things that now that we're anytime there's the last of something, Marvel does the Liefeld's last Deadpool, the last Kills the Marvel Universe. Anytime they say that, people start being like, ooh, does that mean we could put it all in an omnibus? And then so I think that's why it's there. Weirdly, and I cannot believe that I'm saying this, I think that Liefeld book might sneak into my top 10 because it's just such a good idea. I don't want the stuff from after 2012. I've read it. It's terrible, but I really want X-Force and Shatterstar in an omnibus, and that might be the only way to get it. So I don't know. I like pain. I don't know what to say. Also, good point from Freddie. Freddie liked that Fool Killer miniseries. I think also, just for funsies, that book could pick up the full Killer miniseries from the 90s and the Slapstick miniseries from the 90s just as bonus content. And my end goal, and what this will eventually evolve into, give me another year or two, is I want to have a database of every Marvel series ever, which I have. And then I want to make it so that in every series, there's a drop down that says, is this collected in Omnibus? And we can select yes, all of it, or like yes, across multiple titles, or no, some of it, or no, none of it. Until because if you want to hear my job application for Marvel, here's what I would do. If I worked for Marvel, the thing I would do is I'm going to spend my first 4 months working for you making this database. And this database is going to have every Marvel title ever, and it's going to have all the issues. They probably have that internally anyway, because they have an API for that stuff. But I'm going to have, a column for, is it epic? I'm going to have a column for, is it omnibus? I'm going to have a column, does it have a crossover? And basically, I'm going to sit here with my interns or whoever, and we're going to go through all this, and we're going to perfectly map everything. And it's always going to give us flexibility. We're always going to be able to make more stuff. But then when I'm in these meetings pitching these things, I won't have to wait for the Tigereyes poll to happen, because I'm already going to have that. But surprise, I already do have it, because I'm already doing that work. Maybe so. I'm not saying anything against them. David Graveworld might have that. Jeff York might have that. Corey Simeister probably already has that for the Marvel Masterworks. I am just saying, if I love starting a job and having a 90-day plan. Like I love that beginning part to be like, in 90 days, here's the things I want to shift and build and create so that we have a good jumping off platform. Because then if you get somebody to endorse that, then they know what they're getting, and you know what you're doing. And at the end of 90 days, you kind of just hold that up and go, look, I did all the stuff. And they go, you did. And then you know that you're going to be a good fit at that job. So that is probably one of the things that I would do in my first 90 days if I worked at the Marvel collection department.
I would definitely hire you.
All right, let's move on to the Defenders. I wish it would have a Marvel Essentials column, but they're not doing Marvel Essentials anymore, News Buoy Channel. Unfortunately, I love them. Super Job's got to get to sleep. Yeah, man. There's a lot of letters left in the alphabet. I missed you all because I didn't do a stream this Monday. It wasn't because I was busy with this. I just had a crap weekend, and I was tired, and I didn't like the polls that much, and I couldn't get excited, and I didn't want to put on any bronzer, and it was just not going to happen. So, but today I was like, you know what? It's a crummy day outside. I had a tough day yesterday, and I thought it'd be fun to talk to everybody. And then, especially when Omnidog said he would come on my channel, then it was going to happen. So it's fine if y'all need to go to sleep. I know so many of you come back and like watch and leave questions, and you don't have to do that. You do that because you're very kind and you like hearing me scream about comic books. Yeah, we're gonna get to Defenders Volume 3 in a second. Sub X, I don't know how to say that. I will say that when I used to put Since You've Been Gone in my covers list by Kelly Clarkson for the band, we would just put SUBG on the set list, so we wouldn't have to write it out. And then sometimes when we'd sing it, we would like go back and forth and go SUBG because it was just like an in joke. So, and now I know you don't have a G, but since I see the S, the U, and the B, and the I is kind of small, as I'm looking at your name in my head, you need to know that I'm going SUBG only with an X. So maybe it's like SUBX every time I see your name. As someone new to the hobby, this type of database would be huge. Well, it does kind of exist. Comics.org is amazing. League of Comic Book Geeks is amazing. But I am a great lover, if I can scroll up a little bit, of comicbookdb.com. To me, that's how my brain works. You will always see the way I talk about comic books on Crushing Krisis is based on their taxonomy of how they talked about comic books. And also it's kind of how Marvel Unlimited talks about comic books too. So to me, I would love to recreate my version of what I would do with Comic Book DB, which is much less about being at the issue level and much more of being able to look across all series and think about like, was this collected? Eventually, I'd love to have that be on Crushing Krisis. I actually have bought their domain Crushing Comics, and maybe that would be what's on Crushing Comics, but I'm not a developer. I'm only this much a developer, and life takes time. So whether that ever exists in that form, I don't know. There are some little pieces of it that might be coming to Crushing Krisis. That would be really cool. But oh my gosh. But I just need another 24 or 30 hours a day, I think is the key. Okay, let's move on to Defenders. Jess, are you ready? Do you like the Defenders, Jess? Tell me about the Defenders.
I have not read Defenders at all. I am happy if people are happy, but they are not under my radar. They are under my radar. They have not crossed my radar.
Okay, well, let's talk about it. We've got 2 omnibuses already. We would need 2 more. They've all collected 3 Masterworks each, so there's no reason to stop. We actually don't have Masterworks 10 and 11, but we kind of know what they're going to collect because the Masterworks are a pretty uniform size, and so we know. Plus, the Masterworks are going to get us up to New Defenders, which starts at 125, but this book maybe could start with the arc before that because it kind of like shows them getting assembling. But that would all be in what would be volume 5, but they would just mark it under New Defenders, and I don't think that's a map ahead. I really do think they could possibly release the New Defenders on its own because it's got Angel, Beast, and and Iceman in it. If any of them are in Secret Wars in the MCU, or if any of them turn up in the new X-Men stuff, perfect, easy way to sell a Defenders omnibus and not have to sell it later just on the name Defenders. Also, there were some miniseries and inventory stories for the other members of the Defenders in that period, like Gargoyle and Cloud, and also Iceman's miniseries, which everybody's like, why isn't in X Factor? Because he wasn't in X Factor when the miniseries came out. He was in New Defenders. It would go in this book. Same for Beast and Beauty and the Beast with Dazzler, which is already in the Dazzler omnibus, but that happened while he was in Defenders. So that would be in this book. I think there's also an Angel story in Marvel Fanfare. I'd have to look at my guide, but basically anything with all of that new team of Defenders would go into New Defenders. Then we have Defenders, Doctor Strange, and the Secret Defenders. Omar pointed out in the stream this could also be Deadpool and Doctor Strange and the Secret Defenders. But the thing is, Doctor Strange was the leader for half of the series. Deadpool just shows up as one guest star. But this would collect the whole series, which has been in 2 paperbacks. There's a couple other little Defenders side stuff that has to do with this or acts as an epilogue to this in this period. You can see the full map on crushingcrisis.com. Then we have Marvel Knights of Defenders of NYC. Y'all, I'm going to keep beating this horse until it's dead and comes back to life again. We're officially referring to the street level Defenders from the MCU as the Defenders of NYC when it comes to collections. So this would collect all of the Marvel Knights stuff. Marvel Knights was kind of like a team up book, kind of a team, kind of just people fighting on the streets, but it almost always had Daredevil. It almost always had Punisher. It often had Dagger, and a couple of, sometimes had Moon Knight. It had Black Widow, and they were kind of just street level Defenders. They weren't called the Defenders at that point. People just called them the Defenders now because of the show that was on Netflix. But this could have all of the Marvel Knights material, which we have had in paperback, but we've never had in hardcover, and the Double Shots miniseries, not all of which to my knowledge have been collected. Plus, they came back for a 20th anniversary series of that, I believe in 2018. And even though it's in modern day continuity, it just has all the same characters and the same vibe, and it's going to get abandoned in Omnibus unless it goes in some kind of Daredevil companion. So I think you actually would just put it here. Then you have Defenders by Bizek DeMatteis, Casey Fraction et al., which is pretty much a whole decade of Defenders, starting from 2001, ending with Fraction right before Marvel Now. Would this all be one omnibus? Maybe it would be 2, but all these series are quite short. The longest one is 18 issues. Some of them are just 5-issue miniseries. By the way, I think it would also include all of Heralds by Catherine Immelman, which is effectively a Defenders book if you look at what the cast is. It's got like Valkyrie and Hellcat, all of whom were Defenders previously. And then Vengeance is the series. It's very strange. It's by Joe Casey. It introduced America Chavez, but it has his whole secret. I forgot what they're called. The Secret Defenders, the Last Defenders, something. But that's another book that's in here. And then the whole cast of that book is kind of in the background of Vengeance. So since Vengeance would otherwise probably be abandoned unless it was just an America Chavez omnibus, I think this is the place to put it. Then we get Valkyrie and the Valkyrie, and the Fearless Defenders. That's one of our unforced errors here. That would have everything Valkyrie from actually 1994 to 2019. There's no significant Valkyrie solo stuff to collect before 1994 because she's pretty much just in the Defenders. Then she gets a couple of stories in Marvel Comics Presents. She also has a solo one-shot in 1997, and she's got a couple of things in the mid-2000s, including being in that Herald series, which we'd probably pick up here. But then the big thing that happens for Valkyrie is that she is in the Fearless, which is Cullen Bunn's follow-up to Fear itself, which then spawns a team, the Fearless Defenders, which she splits with Misty Knight and later Danny Moonstar, which is a really good, really fun book. If Jess doesn't already love it, I can already tell you would love it. Jess, do you love that book?
It sounds like it. Fearless Defenders?
Yes, go read it. Oh my gosh, Jess.
Sounds awesome.
It's an all-ladies Defenders team. It's like Bunn writing all Marvel women, no boys allowed.
I'm into it then.
It's really good. It has really cool art too, and great covers by Mark Brooks, iconic even. And so then she later continues into as Guardians of the Galaxy, which is much bigger, but also written by Bunn. So why would you not just do Valkyrie by Bunn as an omnibus to have all these things that would be too short to put an omnibus by themselves? It's perfect. Then finally, we'd have Defenders by Al Ewing, which is kind of cheating, and you might actually prefer this in its own Al Ewing cosmic book, in which case I agree with you. But this could have all those Mighty Defenders, the Best Defense one-shots. It could also have Tarot, which wasn't by Ewing, but is a flashback Defenders series, and it came out in the same period. It could also have Defenders Beyond. So basically all the Al Ewing stuff and then all the other Defenders stuff from the end of Secret Wars to present day. Jess, anything for you on these?
I won't. I have read a smattering of the Al Ewing Defenders, and obviously I need to read Fearless and Fearless Defenders, but this all looks interesting, but I did not vote for any of them.
One Wheelchair X, I don't know why you got a notification or not. Did you hit that notification bell? If y'all hit like, there's an awful lot of people watching this. It would be helpful if you hit like. But we did the X Omnis first to try to get them away from the constant oppression as mutants at the end of the alphabet. So you can rewind and see that Pizza Nat.org says Danny Moonstar is great in Fearless Defenders. Yeah, I've always loved Danny Moonstar, but I like fell in love with her all over again. Freddie Alonso does not like Fraction Defenders, which I don't know. It's a strange ending. It's a little strange, but Freddie Alonso does endorse Fearless and Fearless Defenders, which I wholeheartedly endorse.
I'm in like 9 chats with Freddie, and that will be the headline in all 9 of them tomorrow. I fully expect to be nagged until I get those and read them, which is good. It's fine.
I hate that I'm not in the group chat with you anymore.
Oh, I know. I hate not having you easily accessible with Facebook Messenger.
And also Freddie. Oh, that was Freddie. Oh, I thought I saw somebody else hating it. I don't know.
Although it is fun having you in Discord.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it is distracting because usually if I'm like in between doing 2 things, I'm like read a comic book or like update one guide for 10 minutes. But now I'm kind of tempted to just open Discord, which is why you'll see me quit Discord often if you know me on Discord. Okay, Doctor Strange. We only need 6 more books. They're all gap fillers. Let's talk about it. Doctor Strange, Master of the Mystic Arts, Volume 3 would collect Marvel Masterworks 10 through 12, which almost certainly are going to meet up with Doctor Strange Sorcerer Supreme on the other side, because the next Marvel Masterworks will have the remainder of his Strange Tales 1987, a series that he split with Cloak and Dagger. It only has the Doctor Strange halves. The Cloak and Dagger halves have been in the Cloak and Dagger omnibuses. So that's it. That's it. Oh, maybe we need volume 2. Maybe I must have not pasted that in. Again, 30 minutes between meetings. So first we'd have Doctor Strange, Master of the Mystic Arts, Volume 2, which is effectively Doctor Strange by Roger Stern, which everybody has wanted for so long. Then we have Doctor Strange, Master of the Mystic Arts, Volume 3, which would then complete that line and take us all the way up to the 90s books. Then the 390s omnibuses happen. Then on the other side of those, we need to cover the 2000s. So we have Doctor Strange, The Oath and Other Tales. That has The Oath. It has all of his stuff all the way from 1997, starting with Flight of Bones, all of his miniseries, the Witches miniseries, the retelling of his origin, basically everything, because he's all in miniseries. And the only other thing he does in that period is join the Illuminati under the pen of Brian Bendis. I think you could make the argument to actually put the Illuminati one-shot or the 5-issue Illuminati miniseries in here, just because it's actually quite significant for Doctor Strange, but you don't need it. There's plenty of material in here otherwise. Then we get the Jason Aaron Doctor Strange omnibus, which doesn't even collect all of his 2015 series because it stops when Aaron leaves. So we need a companion, but it's more than a companion. It kind of surrounds that book because it has some miniseries that happened towards the beginning of it, like Magic Bullets and Sorcerer Supreme. But then it has what came immediately after that, which is 2 short arcs, one of which is by James Asmuth. Then Donny Cates takes over and does an event with Doctor Strange, which is called Damnation. And this could fit all of Damnation, including all of its tie-ins. I think this is actually just as good as a book as the Jason Aaron Doctor Strange, and it perfectly accompanies it on yourself. I don't collect past 2015 in omnibus, so I'm not going to vote for it. But if you have that Doctor Strange omnibus, you would be crazy to not vote for this, because you need this to be the other half of that omnibus. And then after that, we have Doctor Strange by Mark Waid, who wrote him across 2 runs, which would fit perfectly into a book. And that would meet up with Jed MacKay on the other side. Omnidog, are you voting for any of these?
No, but I really want Doctor Strange by Mark Waid, because all I have it is the trades. And then I guess I need all new, all different companion, everything else that you said for Magic Bullets, Sorcerer Supreme, etc. How do I not have all that? I did love the Jason Aaron run. I love the Cates run. I love the Wade run.
Yeah, Doctor Strange. It's really pretty great. There's not a lot of bad Strange comics. I will say the year range on that Doctor Strange one is a little bit of a misnomer. We started 2010 to pick up Wade's series with Emma Rios, even though that would absolutely be in The Oath and Other Tales. But anytime you have a book that's like just this character, just by this creator, even if it mostly collects one run at a certain time, it kind of feels like it would be cheating to not put their other 5 issues into that book so fans can be happy. So this would have some 2010 material, but primarily it's 2018 to 2020. Okay, let's continue. Fantastic Four. This was a lot of fun to put together because I love the Fantastic Four. I especially love classic Fantastic Four. We have 17 titles, 2.6% of the poll. Let's go. We've got so much to talk about. Fantastic Four Volume 7 will be the next 3 Marvel Masterworks. As you can see, it ends in a multiple of 3, which means they have never broken this rule. That means it is going to start collecting some of Byrne. I think the Masterworks line is going to just recollect what's in the Byrne omnibuses. I know that seems crazy because they just reprinted the Byrne omnibuses, but because the Byrne omnibuses, A, skip a lot of material at the beginning that he doesn't write or draw, and B, does not necessarily have all of the side material from Fantastic Four that would be in the Masterworks or in the Epic line. I just think it's going to get recollected. But the good news is, if you just have Fantastic Four Volume 7, it's going to wrap around the beginning of Byrne a little bit. And then if you wanted to just keep your Byrne volumes, you could. And I think that's the best way that Marvel does omnibuses when there's going to be a double dipper crossover. It's like, at least make them kind of line up at certain points so you can kind of like step off of one line and step into another line, just like they did with the Uncanny X-Men line, kind of fitting right before the Mutant Massacre book. Then we have Fantastic Four by Englehart and Stern, which fits between Byrne and Simonson. Then we have that book that we already talked about in the Avengers, Fantastic Four and the Avengers by Walt Simonson, which has that great Walt Simonson Fantastic Four run. It looks so good. It's got the new Fantastic Four, Ghost Rider, Spider-Man, Hulk, and who's the fourth one? Who's the fourth one? Anyway. Oh, no. Spider-Man, Hulk, Ghost Rider, Wolverine. Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, Hulk, and Wolverine are the Fantastic Four. Then Tom DeFalco stars. We would need 2, maybe even 3 volumes to get all of Tom DeFalco. The question there is if it's going to collect the side stuff or not. The Epic collection for Fantastic Four actually suck a little bit because they left out stuff. They especially left out Fantastic Four Unlimited. All the other Epic collection lines collected Unlimited, but this Epic collection line didn't collect Unlimited for some reason. And it left off this cute little discount series. I think it was only like 99 cents called Fantastic Four Unplugged. So one thing is, would the DeFalco omnibus line just be better than the Epic line, in which case it would include those? Or we need to find somewhere else to put them. What's interesting is Tom Brevoort, who all of us know as an editor, actually wrote this book called Fantastic Force, which had a grown-up version of Franklin Richards, who was sucked through time and had to like do stuff as a grown-up before he could turn back to a kid again. He actually briefly appears in Secret Defenders, so a few issues of that would be here. I don't think Fantastic Force on its own is actually enough to collect here. You would maybe actually collect an arc of Fantastic Four beforehand to explain why it's happening. And then you could also, there's probably 3 issues of Fantastic Four. I think it's like 410 through 413 or something like that. It's in the map on Crushing Krisis that you need to collect after it so that there's a complete story of what happens with Franklin Richards. But if the Tom DeFalco omnibus line wound up exactly following the Epic collection map, you could get all that extra stuff from Unlimited and Unplugged into this Fantastic Force book. And honestly, Fantastic Force is not a big sell on its own, although I think the MCU is going to wind up doing some Franklin Richards stuff, so maybe that's how they eventually sell it. But if you could say that it also has Fantastic Four Unlimited and Unplugged, then people who are collecting the main Fantastic Four line would also want this book. Jess, anything from Fantastic Four before 1998 for you?
No, but I did find Fearless Defenders.
Ooh, let me make you large and in charge here.
This cover is super boss. What a cool cover this is. And this is also cool. This is all cool.
But I don't have Fearless. So, Freddie, you can bug me about Fearless.
Those aren't even the best 2 covers of that series. There's so many good covers in that series that those are like, I don't know, they're in my top 5. There's one where Valkyrie's a paper doll and you could actually cut it out and put the outfits on her. There's one where they're in a video game and they have life meters. They're so cool. Yeah.
Huh. Cool.
Oh,
yeah, this looks boss.
So I just want to catch a couple of comments because people are really going hard in the comments. We're almost up to FF slot. That will be on a coming one. Simonson FF, big Freddie fan of that. Matt H. FF DeFalco. I don't understand people who don't like FF by Tom DeFalco. I think DeFalco's Thor and DeFalco's FF are just as good as Simonson on either of those books. I think DeFalco really knew how to settle into a run and just keep writing interesting new stuff month after month. I don't understand why people underrate it. Even Warren Weaver knows that DeFalco FF is good. Spider J. Wolverine was the 4th one I was forgetting. Freddie loved the slot FF, which shows that even some of your best friends can disagree with you in ways that would cause you to fight to the death. Goosey thinks actually 3 of their votes were on the slide. Englehart and Stern, Simonson, and DeFalco. Next, Imaginaut says, his spirit grows weaker each day that we go without a DeFalco FF. Omnibus, where does Fantastic Four the beginning of the end? I don't know what that means. Is that a story arc? Is that the story arc that started with 387? You're going to have to give me more contextual information to boot up the Krisis database on that one. Warren Weaver just loves DeFalco FF. And this is why I say Warren and I actually do agree on a lot of stuff. Love those Brooks covers of Fearless Defenders. Warren just loves DeFalco. We found the way to this man's heart. That's a single trade paperback. Okay, well, I'm sure it's in the Fantastic Four guide on crushingkrisis.com. But we got to keep going. So I can't live fact check. I have Jess here to live fact check me. He can fact check me as fast as I can make errors, I'm sure. Okay. Now we're into Fantastic Four in the rest of Fantastic Four. We need both Heroes Return volumes. I think there's a chance we could get the volume 2 before the volume 1, depending on how they market it based on the stories that are in it. But the volume 1 is by Claremont and LaRocca, so of course it's going to be easy to market that when they ever get their heads out of their asses and decide to give us that omnibus. That used to be my number one vote on this poll for so long. And finally, it stopped being my number one vote when they at least gave us some paperback collections of it. Then we have Fantastic Four Marvel Knights by Robert Aguirre. I can never say his name correctly. Roberto Aguirre Sacasa? I don't know. But he wrote a whole series. It's like a whole in continuity side series to Fantastic Four. We also could put Grant Morrison's 1, 2, 3, 4 in here, since that is also Marvel Knights, but it actually happens a little bit before this, so it could also be in volume 2. Volume 2 is a little weird because there's a lot of side series in that period that you might assume go in volume 2. We didn't want to assume that, so we also, actually, maybe we did want to assume that. Yeah, because, oh, no, we're going to get to it. You could assume that if you think it would go there based on the year ranges, but we also have another solution for you. Then comes Wade and Wieringo, and then after Wade and Wieringo and before Miller and Hitch comes Kessel, JMS, and McDuffie, which people really, really rate the Kessel run really, really highly. And there's a lot of miniseries in this period from 2005, 2008 that could go in here to thicken it up. All that's mapped on Crushing Krisis. Then we have all of Hickman's Fantastic Four, and we have Matt Fraction's Fantastic Four. So now we're at Fantastic Four by James Robinson in 2014, which fits between Fraction and Secret Wars, which is actually pretty good, but there's going to be relatively short because there's really no other Fantastic Four stuff in that period that we could fit into that. There's some Fantastic Four stuff after that and before Dan Slott, such as Marvel 2-in-1 by Zdarsky, which has gotten oversized hardcover. And then we come to Dan Slott. The weird thing about Dan Slott is I don't think it actually could fit in one volume to begin with. Plus, there's so many side Fantastic Four things in this period that we could actually include. They had a trio of specials called Fallen Sun. There was the Invisible Woman miniseries by Mark Waid, which I do have mapped elsewhere, but I actually personally would prefer if the Dan Slott run was broken into 2 and then we collected all those one-shots and things in with it. So, Jess, would you be voting or buying anything on this slide?
No, but I did find this.
Apparently, Jess also has the Fearless.
Freddie sent me the eBay link, and I was like, wait a sec, I have that book. So, Freddie, peace and love, but you don't need to bug me about anything. I have it all, and I will try and read it very soon because it sounds awesome. And then I will know what's going on in Asgardians of the Galaxy, which I read and liked. So
apparently the beginning of the end, it sounds like, I don't know. It sounds like that must be Miller based on those year ranges, right? So is that in the Miller Omnibus? I don't know. Again, this is why I have a guide. Because I don't always know everything off the top of my head if it's not X-Men. Okay, then we have the solo book. So this first one is one that I'm kind of surprised they haven't done yet, and I'm surprised they haven't announced to come out this year thanks to the movie, which is all of the Strange Tales materials, which has been in Masterworks for Human Torch and The Thing. There's only 2. Oh, I don't have the slides up. So you couldn't possibly know that. And also, John says it is in McDuffie. Okay, so there's only 2 Masterworks, so it'd be kind of small, but there's this Marvel Rarities Masterwork that I'm constantly taking off my shelf. I should just have it constantly off the shelf because it has Doctor Doom stuff in it. Now, the Doctor Doom stuff is in the Doctor Doom Omnibus, but if you wanted it all, the Doctor Doom Omnibus already double dips the Fantastic Four line so much. So why wouldn't you continue to just put this in the Fantastic Four line so that it's in the Fantastic Four line without double dipping? Because nothing else from this book would double dip the actual Fantastic Four line. Plus, there's other material in here, including the Tales of the Watcher, which makes a lot of sense to collect into a Fantastic Four book, and some Dr. Druid stuff, which doesn't, but we might as well just put it in anyway, so we can. Then we have Dr. Doom and Namor Supervillain Team Up, which is its own series, but also this is kind of Namor Volume 4 because it comes after the 3 omnibuses we'll need to get through his series. So it's the next Namor story, and the Dr. Doom book kind of left it out and only has a few issues from it, so it wouldn't really be a double dip, and it's the only omnibus it could go into, and this would probably have a little bit of Namor's material after this series, taking us all the way through 1984, so that effectively the only things that we don't have an omnibus for Namor would then be his brief appearances in Avengers, which would be in the Avengers line, and then we'd be at the Byrne omnibus. So this would actually complete the Namor omnibus line. Then we have Marvel 2-in-1, 2 and 3. The 2-in-1 series has every reason to keep obeying the Marvel Masterworks 3 to a volume line. Volume 3 would actually wrap up that title with issue 100, which fits directly before the Thing omnibus. Then we have Fantastic Four, The Thing, and the Human Torch by Slott and Kessel. This would be all of their solo miniseries from 2000 to 2009. There's enough just between the two of them to actually fill a whole book. I think it's like 12 plus 8 plus 5, so it's already over 20 issues, but there's so many other Fantastic Four miniseries in this period that have already been pre-abandoned by not being in the Hickman book or in the Miller book. So while we could see some of the miniseries and one-shots turn up in the Heroes Return books, in case they don't, anything that gets missed could be in the Slott and Kessel book, which I think actually makes a lot of sense. It's mapped on Crushing Krisis. Then we need a Doctor Doom the Modern Years book picking up after the first book of Doom ends, and there's a lot to collect. We could have him in Doom War with Black Panther, we could have his whole run as Infamous Iron Man by Bendis, and we have that entire Doom by Cantwell series, as well as a lot of other individual big Doom stories and issues from this period. Probably not too much from Hickman, because otherwise we'd be collecting like all of Hickman, but there's a pretty wild proposal you could make that this could have all of Hickman's Secret Wars 2015 in it. And given that Doctor Doom is about to have his all-time peak of popularity being in the MCU, I wouldn't tell you you were wrong. Jess, anything from these slides?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
So Omnibus, it sounds like that book that we're talking about, based on the context I'm seeing in the chat, would probably be it's inside of this this in-betweener, because it's between those two runs. Okay. Thing in the Human Torch, pretty fun. The Scotty Young Human Torch does make him very relatable. Yeah, Larry's Library, I love Supervillain Team Up. I think it's a really, really fun series. James, I unfortunately cannot engage that database side of my brain right now because we're only at F and we have to get all the way down to X, which means we're going to talk about Fox properties. Hey, it's got an F and an X in it, and oh boy, there's a lot still in the middle. There's 16 Fox properties that we can talk about, and we're assuming Marvel probably has the rights to print all these because nobody else is actively exercising them. First, Alien vs. Predator. Why has Marvel not done the original years of this yet? We don't know. They've done Aliens and Predators separately. Then we have Aliens vs. Predator versus DC, which has tons of fun crossovers. Then we have all of the Aliens vs. Predator Fire and Stone and Life and Death saga, which kind of tease off based on the things that we learn in Alien Prometheus. A lot of people really love that. It's been in library edition from Dark Horse. Marvel has not recollected it, but they can recollect anything they want from Dark Horse. Then Buffy the Vampire Slayer, she's a Disney princess now. Maybe she would be more of a Disney prince, and the actual Disney princess, well, and then Dark Willow would be like Dark Willow. She's like Dark Phoenix. Maybe the Disney princess is actually Xander. I don't know. But we could start 3 different lines, and actually I goofed and missed a 4th line we could start. We could start the classic years, which would be the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer comics from 1998 on, which played at being in canon to the TV show, but the TV show never really acknowledged them. So I say that they're non-canon. That's really up to you. But there's a lot of that material from Dark Horse. I think enough for at least 2 omnibuses from Marvel. Then we have Buffy season 8 and on, which Joss Whedon launched and then oversaw all the way through season 12. Season 8 is big enough that it would be an omnibus all on its own. We've already had it in library collection, I think even in a paperback compendium. But then there's also Angel season 6, because for a while IDW exclusively had the Angel license. So even though they were both in the same universe as Buffy, they were being published by 2 different comic book companies, which was kind of wild. But Angel season 6, which is also known as After the Fall, includes Spike After the Fall, and that's a whole like 50 issue epic on its own. The thing that I forgot is there's actually enough Angel stuff printed by IDW that was to the side of the Dark Horse Buffy stuff that you could actually have a 4th line of omnibus here, which would be Angel the classic years. And actually I own every single one of those, I think.
Wow.
But I have them, of course, in the original hardcovers. So that one we missed, and I've already made a note for it to be on for next year. Also, we have Indiana Jones, which based on the comments I've seen is one of the most popular things on the poll this year. I think that's wild. I've never read it before, but I'm looking forward to reading it if you guys can make it a reality. Then we have Planet of the Apes. I have to thank James Abel for this because he tracked down almost all of the Planet of the Apes stuff, so we knew what to map. There's a Planet of the Apes magazine. Then there was Planet of the Apes in the 90s. So it was printed by a small company called Adventure Publications. Who knows where those files are? Marvel might have to restore them all from individual issues. Then Boom had Planet of the Apes comics, but they were separated into 2 halves. Comics that were their own continuity and comics that specifically went with the films, which actually means we would backtrack to a Dark Horse film tie-in from 2001 before Boom had the license. Then we have Planets of the Apes versus various intercompany crossovers, one of which I know that Jess likes, which is Planet of the Apes versus Green Lantern.
Yes. Love it. I love it.
But also Star Trek, Tarzan, and Kong. Planet of the Apes and Kong, I guess that would just be like one of us fighting like a giant human, right? Because they're already apes. Kong is an ape. I don't know. And then anyway, Simpsons, the Bongo comics. This had to be the #1 most requested thing last year. I had to mute the word Simpsons for a while because people were talking to me about it so much. Because we didn't know if Bongo was actively reprinting it. It looked like or not Bongo, but somebody. But it looks like that was only an exclusive Treehouse of Horror collection. So it doesn't doesn't look like this is being actively reprinted. And our rule for licensed products is always, if somebody else is actively printing the license, like ElfQuest is about to be actively printed, Transformers is being actively printed in the classics, not modern, but classics, then we know Marvel probably can't touch it right now. But Simpsons, it doesn't look like it's actively printed. There's over 200 issues. This could go on and on. It would sell so many copies. It's crazy they haven't done it yet. Then we have these two. The more and more I looked into the map of these X-Files books, the more and more I became convinced that I would buy all of them. I think I convinced myself that I might put X-Files the top series into my top 10, even though I know it's not going to make the top 60. I just know. Unless we like go on some X-Files message board, because those Mulder and Scully fans are crazy. I know, because I am one. But X-Files did Topps comics in the 1990s that kind of were in continuity of the show. They actually adapted some episodes of the show into the comics. They were really fun. I really liked them at the time. Then I didn't realize this. IDW got the license and they did a fuck ton of X-Files comics. They did an official season 10 and 11. They did all of these Mulder year one stories about his youth after Samantha gets abducted. There's like tons. It actually might be 2 omnibuses worth, but I would probably buy that too, because I never get to talk about X-Files because I didn't even know there were this many X-Files comic books. X-Files is high on my list of stuff that I'm obsessed with. It's probably above Buffy, just under X-Men. Like, I've probably watched seasons 3, 4, or 5 of X-Files 10 times, 12 times. I don't watch that much TV. It's just one of my favorite things from my youth. It's where a lot of my humor comes from. I love the blending of humor and horror. I'm a huge X-Files fan. Let's catch up on a couple of comments while Jess thinks about if he's going to buy any of these books. I love Doom by Cantwell, and you can't make me stop loving it, John.
I like it too.
I mean, maybe you don't like the Salvador LaRocca art. I don't know. Everybody's got their taste, and John has proven time and again on this stream that he has excellent taste. So we're not going to come at him too hard. I love it, Jess.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay. James Abel, X-Files, James Abel, Planet of the Apes. A lot of people want that AVP. I do think it's going to be in the top 60 this year. I just have a feeling. I've not looked at the actual results. I don't want to know yet. I just see, I've been on Reddit. I've been on Marvel Messworks fan boards. I've replied to every comment that had anything replyable on the Near Mint stream. There's over 300 comments now. It's turned into its own message board. So many people are mentioning AVP. I really think it's going to happen. Cruel Angel, I want that Topps X-Files book so damn bad. Cruel Angel, you and me, baby. John just mapped Buffy the other day, and he would buy all of them. Man, I gotta hang out with John more. He's a man of discerning taste. Saz Merv, yes, for Indiana Jones, the original years. Buffy's my guilty pleasure. Maul is just my pleasure. There ain't nothing guilty about it. Freddie saying it's time for AVP because the new Predator and Aliens movies seem to acknowledge and reference it. Ooh. Matt H, yes, the Indiana Jones, the way I would map it, I have no control unless Marvel eventually decides that they want to release me from the restraining order and start talking about these things, which I'd be very happy to do. But until then, yes, there's a miniseries for each of the movies, and then there's also a Marvel ongoing Adventures of Indiana Jones series. I think all of that would be in that Indiana Jones book. Why not? Marvel has it's all Marvel comic books. Oh, we missed Futurama. Nobody brought that up. I'm going to put it on the list. Futurama. God, we've got like 10 books already that we found that we missed. Pizzanot.org. Wait, you can go and hear Jess rhapsodizing about Planet of the Apes versus Green Lantern. I know we've talked about it in at least one stream we've done together. Jess, tell pizzanat.org how great that is.
It's super wonderful. Excuse me. The Guardians, way back, have a ring that is far too powerful for anyone. So they shoot it into a completely other dimension that is way away from Earth 1 or whatever we are, Earth 2, something. And it lands in the Planet of the Apes. And forget the ape that finds it puts on the ring, and he becomes a Green Lantern of all different kinds depending on his mood. And of course Sinestro is after it, so he shows up, and because Sinestro shows up, Hal Jordan's got to show up, and it is a lot of fun. It doesn't sound like it would work, but what is that? What's that main ape? Cornelius. He gets the ring, and it's really, really fun. Super fun.
And it's hard to get, right? Because the original hardcover was like limited, or it was like a fundraiser or something.
It was the comic book defense fund was a
Yeah.
special book. Let me see. I am in the room actually that has it. So
While he seeks it out, I'm going to get a couple of other comments. Simpson Bongo comic volumes, I think at least 5, probably realistically 6 to 7, which Freddie also said. The Topps comics from X-Files could be 2. Yeah, James, once I tracked them all down, it was the last post, or one of the last posts I did was the Fox stuff, thanks to your help. And it's way more than I thought it would be. Jess has now got that book, so let me highlight him.
This is the hardcover to benefit the Comic Book Defense League. There's Cornelius on the cover. I think this version is out of print. It was from Boom. But I'll show you some of the art and some of... wait, let me see. Show you. Okay. Here he is.
Wow, great art. Who's the artist?
Uh,
I almost recognize
writer Justin Jordan, artist Barnaby Bagenda. Oh, did the Omega Men.
I am not familiar with them other than Omega Man. Great art, though. Great colors. Well, there you go. Omnidog got his hot little hands right on it.
Wait, is that Gorilla Grodd? What? I forgot.
I mean, how could you not? How could you not?
Grodd's in this too for some reason. God, I forgot all about that.
Awesome. All right, and then also, if I'm not wrong, Larry, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you know this. I think Samantha is Fox Mulder's little sister, right? So I'm not just making that up, isn't it? Isn't he always talking about Samantha? Next, Imaginaut says we should have had a thing post-burn omnibus. Here's the thing. Fantastic Four is such a streamlined line that I got afraid of like double dipping too much, because if we had a thing omnibus to have all the thing significant stuff, of which there's plenty, then we'd be like double dipping on the Thing and Human Torch by Slott and Kessel book, and like for the big lines like X-Men, we can afford to do that because people there's 1,000 rabid people who want both. But for the smaller lines, it's like an instant death when we double dip stuff on the poll, because as soon as you split the vote, that it doesn't have enough to get higher. So we really were ruthless this year to make sure there was no double dips on anything that was like not X-Men or Spider-Man, because they just don't have the vote volume to like sustain them if we double dip. Larry's Library was a huge X-Files fan. Yeah, it was like an event. I had to be at home every Sunday at 9:00 to watch it on Fox, and had a Gillian Anderson appreciation website. I think she's one of the greatest actors of a generation. She, even as credited as she is for being as great of an actor as she is, I don't think that she gets enough credit. Andrew Odevoida says, I usually don't read comics for a TV show, and vice versa. I agree. I don't usually care about tie-in comics, but I would make an exception for X-Files along with you. Next, Imaginaut still pimping for that Thor omnibus. People are mind blown. Cornelius? No one can believe it. Pizza Nat you sent them straight to eBay to look for that. It was $100.
Oh dear.
Right now. So maybe find some other way. But although I'm sure it was not digital because it's a cross company thing. And yes, Samantha was Mulder's little sister, Samantha Ann Mulder. If we get to a point where my shelves are filled with a line of X-Files omnis, it's time to meditate in the mountains. I would meditate in between reading my amazing X-Files omni. I can't believe I missed a whole line of IDW X-Files comic books for a whole decade. What was I doing? Because I'm obsessed. This could be an X-Files channel. It's truly one of my favorite things. Okay.
Oh, I used to love watching that show. Oh, the paperback's 20. That's what you need to get. Just get the paperback. It's a great story. I love X-Files.
JJ Tiffany, thank you so much for hanging out so long. You've had so many great comments and questions, and have a wonderful and safe weekend wherever you are. Jess, one of the other pieces of content, Jess and I have this whole list of content we want to do together. We want to have two of my favorite drag queens. I promise this is going to make sense. Trixie and Katya, who, if anybody watches Drag Race or even don't, you know who they are. They do I Like to Watch on Netflix. They have a podcast called The Bald and the Beautiful, and they both had their own YouTube presences, but then they spun off this Trixie and Katya channel to do all the Trixie and Katya stuff. In my dream world, where there's infinite hours of the day, Jess and I would just have our own Krisis and Omnidog and Krisis channel, where we just did all of this crazy shit that we're always talking about we would do together. We would have a weekly cookie eating show. We would go and we would have milkshakes and try to make them in our own kitchens. We would do an X-Files rewatch and react to every X-Files episode. I have if I had infinite time in the day, I would do 2 videos a week with Jess. There's no one else on the internet that I would just hang out with and do stupid shit on YouTube with more than Jess. And there's just not enough hours in the day.
I know. I'm jealous of your family. They get to have you so much.
You know, and it just makes me crazy that I used to live like a 5.5 hour drive from you and we didn't hang out. We almost did before I left.
I know, that drives me crazy too. And we wanted to do a show where you sent me New Zealand.
We're gonna do it. We're doing it.
Okay.
I will make time. That might be we might do that. Do you know what, Jess? On August 25th, August 26th this year, it is the 25th anniversary of Crushing Krisis and the 15th anniversary of the comic guides. Crushing Comics started on that same date in 2010, I guess. Oh, no, 2010, 15 years. I think we should do a Crushing Krisis anniversary stream where we eat the cookies.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
I think that's what we should do.
Wait,
I think we should book it now. I've actually been thinking that I used to do this thing called Blogathon where I would blog. We have so many more books to talk about. This is just a sidebar. I used to do this thing called Blogathon where we would blog, remember blogs, 24 hours in a row every 15 minutes. This was before Twitter. Now that's not a big deal. But it was like, oh my gosh, I have to publish a new blog and some people just wrote nonsense. I would record 24 songs in 24 hours. Then I started to record a song an hour and put it in the blog. But I was thinking, and that used to be at the end of July. It would be the last like Thursday in July or something like that. I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool? I don't know if this is sane or rational, but what if I streamed for like 24 hours or at least 12 hours? What if I had like and what if it was like for charity or something? We could map something, we could eat cookies, we could, so things are percolating. We'll see what my life is like by August, because you never know in my life. But ideas are percolating, and absolutely the cookie content will be coming as part of it.
Oh, nice. I actually have to go now to pick up my wife.
I've got to go to school pickup in like 20 minutes. So Jess, it is the first time I've had the amazing, adorable OmniDog on this channel, who's one of my favorite people in the world. Jess, where can these human beings find you if for some reason they do not know who you are already?
I feel the same way about you, Krisis. And DBZ All-Star way back said something very nice about us. And I just wanted to say shout out to DBZ. Thank you for what you said. It's like an hour ago, though. You can find me on OmniDog's Vault. And today's Thursday, Saturday night, Batterdays in the Batcave. I have 2 Bunk and Carl original art collectors will be on my show. Batterdays in the Batcave. I believe we're saying it's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And like that. And then let's see. May. Oh, I'm in August. I have August 25th free, by the way. August 13th is when I have Jammin' on Comics with Freddie.
August 13th? It's about to be May.
May 13th. It could be August 13th, too, but I meant May 13th. Is when I have Jammin' on Comics with Freddie and Krisis at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you
so much for making 3 hours out of your day. Just hang out and listen to me talk at the highest speed you have ever heard me speak before.
That is genuinely impressive. I think people watching can see how we are sort of the matter and antimatter of the universe. There's my energy level, and then there's this energy level, which is something I aspire to.
And I think you might be able to see both of those energy levels next week on Near Mint Condition for a Marvel Solicit show, probably next Thursday.
You are correct. That is on the 8th, 2:30 p.m.
Okay.
Thursday, 2:30 p.m. Worlds Collide.
Worlds Collide. As they did here for the first time I've ever had a guest on this channel since coming back. Just thank you so much, and I will see you very soon. Give my hellos to upper management.
I will. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for having me, Krisis.
All right. And don't forget, on Jess's channel, you can go and see all of what Jess's votes would be. He actually published it right before getting onto this. So if you hadn't been spoiled so far, you can. People are saying we need a part 2. Buds, we're not done. We're not done. We're going to fly through the rest of these. I have to be at school. I have to leave for school pickup in 30 minutes. So we have 30 minutes to get through the whole rest of the alphabet. Okay. Ghost Rider, 9 titles, 1.3 8% of the poll. This is pretty self-explanatory. Ghost Rider Carter Slade, the original Ghost Rider from 1967 and on. A lot of you are like, there's only 6 issues or 7 issues. I forget. No, because then he was in backup stories in one of the Marvel Western books. I bet you didn't know that. Then they did a Ghost Rider, the original Ghost Rider, reprint series in the early 90s when Ghost Rider got hot again, and it had backup stories, I want to say maybe by Dan Slott, that were also about Carter Slade, and he had an arc of Avengers West Coast. So even if you don't double dip the West Coast stuff, there's actually enough for an omnibus of him just from his own stories that have never been collected. Then we have Johnny Blaze 1 and 2. They're a straight map from the Marvel Masterworks. There's 7 Marvel Masterworks in that series, and he makes very, very few appearances outside of the series other than the Champions, which I think you would sell in the strength of its own name or in an X-Men line. So I think we're just looking at 2 Johnny Blaze books. Then we have Danny Ketch. The last book left off such that this next book will get through all of Siege of Darkness, which we're also getting in an epic collection. I mapped this every which way. I probably spent an hour just unmapping this one book. I think it gets somewhere around slightly before, slightly after Ghost Rider 50. Because Siege of Darkness is big. It's like 16 or 17 issues. And there's also the Sons of Vengeance, Danny Ketch and Johnny Blaze side series, which it looks like the Omnibus line is going to collect all of, which is a good thing. We wanted to do that. So this is actually not going to have that many actual issues of Ghost Rider in it because there's just so much other stuff. Which then leads us to the question, could Volume 4 finish the whole Ghost Rider? Maybe, because actually after Siege of Darkness, there stops being extra stuff. He does continue to have the side series with Blaze, and then Blaze gets its own series, which I would hope would still be in the Omnibus line, but that's really it for extra stuff. And we only have to get to issue 94, plus then there's, I forget if 94 is the finale, or if there's 94 and then there was a finale. It was released later though. For some reason it wasn't released at the time. So we're looking at 54 regular issues, and then those Blaze issues. Probably that means 2 omnibuses, but Marvel has gone very big on the Ghost Rider omnibuses so far, and I did the math. It could just be one more. That could be it. So it could be volume 3 and 4. There could be a volume 5 after that. Ghost Rider by Daniel Way et al. This all depends on if you already have the Jason Aaron book on your shelf and if you think we should map around it or not. This could map around the book. There's a lot of Garth Ennis Ghost Rider material. There's all these miniseries, 6-issue miniseries like Hammer Lane, Trail of Tears that you could collect. And then Daniel Way writes like the first 19 issues of that Ghost Rider volume that Jason Aaron is in. Then there's the Jason Aaron omnibus, which you could just recollect here, or you could skip over. And then there's some other Ghost Rider stuff all the way until 2011 and 2012. There's another Ghost Rider who's introduced at the beginning of Fear itself. I think this actually could be 2 different books, but I think it would be hard to market it. I think it's probably the easiest to market it as a Daniel Way book, possibly, but I don't know how you would do it otherwise if you broke it into 2 books. So we just have it in one. And again, it all depends on your preference if it would collect Aaron. All of these omnibuses that collect like half a run or only one creator's run, that's from the world of Marvel from like the mid to late 2000s and the early 2010s, when they didn't have this completist view of omnibuses, which DC has still never adopted. So for Marvel books back then, sometimes they just like awkwardly start in the middle of a run and we have to figure out how to map around them. But what we've seen with things like the Externals, or the Eternals omnibus, the Squadron Supreme omnibus, the Captain Britain omnibus, Marvel is open to going back and correcting some past wrongs with mapping. So it could be that this just swallows the Aaron omnibus. Then we have Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes, who's had plenty of material of his own. Plus, I think it would include some of his material from Jason Aaron's Avengers, especially his arc where he does the race through hell. So that's how it's mapped in Crushing Krisis. Then we have Ghost Riders by Ed Brisson, because he actually writes a number of different Ghost Riders in this period. I actually really like the Ed Brisson stuff. I know it's not for everybody, and I don't usually like Ed Brisson, so it's unusual for me. Then we have Ghost Rider by Benjamin Percy, who I would say this run is done. I know he's still writing Wolverine, but to me, Wolverine is its own thing because it stars one specific character who's not usually a Ghost Rider. And technically it's an ongoing series. So I think that's the beginning of that character's new journey. I think you would cut this off at the end before Wolverine. There's one other thing I wanted to say in here. Oh, so there's this Spirit of Vengeance series that just wrapped up a couple months ago. We talked about in the review show by Sabir Pirzada. I actually would almost be tempted to put that at the end of the Ed Brisson book because it's all of the different Ghost Riders. I actually don't think, but it does reference some of the things that happened in the Percy book. So you could also put it at the end of the Percy book, but it was actually going to start a whole new epic of Ghost Riders, but it looks like the second series that was going to come after that is canceled. So that's kind of in a muddy middle ground where we just don't know if that's going to be collected or not, or if it would properly be collected here. Next Imaginaut saying that everybody should vote for the Inhumans omnibus. We'll get there eventually. And it should be in the way Omni, I'd say. I think that's a good one. See, Larry, we got there just a second after you said. I do truly hate the Ben Percy Ghost Rider material. I just think it's so joyless. And it's the same thing over and over again. I love the Ed Brisson Ghost Rider material. as well. And Next Imaginaut also wants us to vote for 2001 A Space Odyssey. We have so much more to do. Guardians of the Galaxy, only 7 titles. Let's do it. Guardians of the Galaxy in the Year 3000 by Michael Gallagher. This is the rest of the 1990 run. It would complete the story that you have if you already have the Jim Valentino omnibus. Then we have Warlock and the Infinity Watch, which I'm just counting as Guardians of the Galaxy because it's kind of like the proto Guardians of the Galaxy. It has Drax in it, has Gamora in it. They fight Thanos, and then Thanos is their friend. We've had some interesting discussion on the YouTube comments of the official launch video of like, would you actually just skip the issues of Infinity Watch that have already been in the Infinity Gauntlet and War and Crusade omnibuses? I don't think so, because I just think it's so attractive to have a complete 42 issue book. It's the same thing that Marvel did with Guardians of the Galaxy, even though it had already been collected in like War of Kings and Road to War of Kings. They just put it all in one book. So I think they would do that here too. But the other suggestion is, would we just continue this to basically collect anything related to the Guardians all the way up to the beginning of Annihilation, where they begin to assemble? I personally think that goes better in a Thanos book, because the Thanos book has the opportunity to have all of the Thanos stuff and things like Infinity Abyss. But if you thought that this book should have all of that too, and not just the Warlock stuff until 2004, that would be a completely valid take and a completely valid vote. Rocket and Groot have enough of their own material that we could give them an Omni of all of their solo material. There's plenty of it. Same for Star-Lord. He was written by Sam Humphries. Yeah, Sam Humphries. And also by Chip Zdarsky. There's plenty of material there. Some people said, would you collect his like early Star-Lord stuff? That's when he was in a totally different continuity. That's already all in the Guardian Solo Classic Omnibus. Any Guardian stuff from before 1990 Solo is already in the Guardian Solo Classic Omnibus. So would you pick up some early Star-Lord 90 stuff? There was another series called Star-Lord, not with Peter Quill in the late 90s. You could put that in that book, yes. He also has some like early Star-Lord stuff that's been collected in like an early Star-Lord or Origin of Star-Lord trade paperback. It double dips from Annihilation, but if you're going to do an all Star-Lord book, yes, I would probably put that in the book. I would also put some selected stuff from Bendis Guardians if we're really getting the mapping, including maybe Guardians Point 1. Then we have Guardians of the Galaxy by Brian Bendis Compendium. This assumes that Marvel sticks with the map that they've got to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 by Brian Bendis whenever it finally arrives. There's tons of stuff that's not going to have, including Guardians 3000, including, I don't think Guardian Team Up was in the map. I haven't seen the map recently. I have to go back and look at Omar's announcement before it got delayed. Then there's Guardians of Infinity. Also, Drax and Gamora had series. Drax's was 11 issues. It was in current continuity. It's too small to be in its own book. Drax doesn't have any other solo material. Gamora's was actually a flashback story to her youth. It's kind of a Thanos story, so I maybe would also put it in a Thanos book, but it also could go here, and this would be a pretty sizable omnibus that also, there's all these Guardians like one-shots and miniseries in this period, basically everything other than the Starlin stuff. The Starlin stuff is already in its own omnibus, but this would be substantial. It would be actually, I think, longer than the actual Bendis omnibus, and it would just be like a cool anthology of lots of different Guardian solo, Guardian side series. I think it's pretty cool. It's Marvel Cosmic by Al Ewing, so this would have all of his cosmic things. Do you think that also should include Ultimates? Maybe, but this is for people who wanted to vote for Guardians of the Galaxy to be with Defenders, or Defender to be with Contest of the Champions, or anything, any combination of Ewing cosmic stuff that you would vote for. This is the placeholder vote for that. But then finally, we have Guardians of the Galaxy Fresh Starts. Now, this has 3 huge creator runs in it. It has Cates, who can sell an omnibus all on its own, Ewing, who can sell an omnibus all on his own, and Lansing and Kelly, who could maybe also sell an omnibus, but they're also only like 12 to 18 issues each. The Ewing one maybe could be its own omnibus, but if we put it on here, people were going to ask us anyway for Marvel Cosmic Universe. So you can make a decision. If you want all the Al Ewing cosmic stuff, vote for Cosmic Universe. If you think it should stand alone or even be mashed up with either of these runs, I think I would mash it up with Lansing and Kelly because they're not going to be able to sell that on its own. Then I would vote for Fresh Starts. I think the Cates stuff at the beginning, maybe you could add enough other things from that period into the Cates book that it could stand on its own and they could sell it on the Cates name. But all 3 of these things could fit into one volume, so that really could happen. I like that guy that turns into birds in Percy. That was one cool thing about Percy. Larry's Library, can't argue with any of that. Okay. Earth's Geomans are unrelated. Are you following the Lady Gaga and Brazil memes? No, I haven't seen it, but I know the Brazilian Gaga fans are absolutely wild. And of course, I love Lady Gaga. Freddie Alonso would love all the modern Star Wars in one book. SUIBX, any idea what happened to Guardians of the Galaxy Bendis Volume 2? Marvel had 2 Volume 2s, Bendis Volume 2 and Carol Danvers Miss Marvel or Captain Marvel Volume 2, that I think they put on the schedule just as they realized that volume 2s were not selling as well. So they pulled them back from the schedule and they held them to kind of drum up interest and also retool them with different titles. We've heard teased by Omar that the Captain Marvel volume 2 is going to be released next June. We have not had a date yet for the Bendis volume 2, but we've been told it's going to come. It's possible that they remap it and it looks more like the companion. I think that would be a great idea, but they haven't promised any remapping. They're just going to put out later and it'll have a different name. Probably will be called Guardians of the Galaxy Grounded, because that's what the arc was happening at the end of Civil War, which is the end of Civil War 2 rather, which is Bendis's final run on Guardians. Okay, let's continue. Wow, you guys have I can't believe you're all still here after 3 hours, but we got to wrap up. Hulk and She-Hulk is 14 of 653 titles, 2.14%. It has Hulk, She-Hulk, Red Hulk, and Red She-Hulk. Let's do it. First, let's get to Planet Hulk. So we pick up the Incredible Hulk classic line with volume 4, which would have 3 Marvel Masterworks. Anytime you see a line that ends with a multiple 3 Marvel Masterworks, it means they've always obeyed the rule of 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This would be 10, 11, 12. Then we get another Hulk Masterworks based volume, 13 through 15, because that brings us to Bill Mantlo. But before we get to Bill Mantlo, Hulk, the Rampaging Hulk magazine, which was so hard to make sense of because it's really hard to find it on like comics.org and League of Comic Geeks because of what it's called. But it was a magazine that started coming out before the classic Lou Ferrigno show, but then continued during the show and had tons of Hulk comics, which are actually technically in continuity in it. And Marvel's collected in 2 essentials that together add up to 1,000 pages. So that could be an omnibus all on its own. But then there was also Hulk Comic UK, which is an early Marvel UK comic. Not all of the content of that comic was Hulk, but it did have an ongoing Hulk story that we could also include here. The question is, would the Rampaging Hulk magazine thing be all of the features from the magazine or just the Hulk comics from the magazine? Clearly, the Hulk UK comic would only be the Hulk comics from the UK, because some of the other comics in that was like Captain Britain, which have already been as Captain Britain Omnibus. I think that's a very attractive poll option. It would be really cool to see that all in one place. Then we get to Bill Mantlo and Sal Buscema volume 1. Mantlo goes on and on. It might be more than 2 volumes, so we cannot continue mapping past that. Some people have said, why didn't you do the volume after that? It would have that little bit of John Byrne before Peter David. A, because it's really short, and B, because the Mantlo books are going to take so long, we have no idea what volume or how we would get there. And honestly, they might just call that last one like by Bill Mantlo and John Byrne just to wrap it up and have it collected with the Mantlo materials. So that's why it's not on the poll. We never mapped something ambiguous. We tried to stay away from that. Last year, I think we went a little over the top with that. This year, things are very based on maps that we already know could exist. Then we have Hulk by Paul Jenkins, which is Dogs of War. It's already an OHC. It's perfect. It's beautiful. It looks like Linda Evangelista. There's nothing else that we could possibly put in it. It's the only thing on this whole poll where we have a literal existing OHC and we're saying just make it an omnibus, because if Marvel's going to reprint it, they might as well just put the omnibus name on it. Then we have Hulk by Bruce Jones, which I think is a very popular option because there are a lot of Bruce Jones Hulk hardcovers, but there's enough Bruce Jones material that we could get one omnibus, and this would have some Hulk side series from that period, including a series called Nightmerica, which I don't think has been collected yet. I'd have to look at my guide to be sure. Of course, all this is mapped in the Tigereyes post on Crushing Krisis with a link in the description. Before we go on, let's see if anybody's saying anything here. Forgot about Hulk Rampaging Hulk magazine. And you're Saz Murph. You should know these things. Larry's Library, Hulk volumes 4 through 6. Yes, Larry's Library is saying all systems go. Let's go. Larry just wants this whole page. Honestly, it's a lot of really good comics. And isn't it wild that if we got the Hulk 4 and 5 and Mantlo, we would have Hulk all the way to 1998 and past 1998 because of the pad books. And then if we got Jenkins and Jones, we would have all of it up into Hulk. So crazy. Yeah, they're allowed to print the UK stuff. Magazines, they have. It's some of it, not the Hulk stuff, but some of it's in the Captain Britain omnibus. I don't know about magazine content. Marvel has to that's a whole complex right issue about where all the articles work for hire. Do they have the right to all the illustrations? But they've done it with several other magazine contents like Dracula Lives. They've done it with the Deadly Hands of Kung Fu. So maybe it could happen. Maybe it could happen. I think there is a paperback of the Hulk UK stuff. Yes, but it's never been reprinted. The 2 UK Ant-Man stories, though. Let me write that down. UK Ant-Man stories. Okay, let's continue, because the clock is ticking and I've got to leave the house soon. And we haven't even gotten to the solo heroes. After Planet Hulk, we could have a Hulk Scar, Son of Hulk series. This is tricky because Scar is briefly the star of the main Incredible Hulk book, which is written by Greg Pak. But then he goes off and does so much on his own that I think he just gets his own book. Maybe he has them. And there's actually Sons of Hulk. So another Son of Hulk turns up in that book. I just think it's a way to quarantine all of that material. You could incorporate it into a Greg Pak book and then break Greg Pak into 2 so that there's no double dip. I think that's fine. You could be voting for these 2 books as if they're volume 1 and volume 2 of Greg Pak. You could think Scar, Son of Hulk goes differently. Maybe we'll map it different next year or title it different next year. But there's enough Greg Pak material after Planet Hulk and after World War Hulk, that there's a whole omnibus. Not only is it the complete Fall of the Hulks and World War Hulks oversized hardcovers, which I think I own and many of you do, but that together could be an omnibus, but then he writes even more of it after that. So that would be a huge book and it would complete all of Greg Pak's original run on Hulk. Then we have Hulk, Red Hulk. Now I know we got a Hulk by Jeff Loeb and Ed McGuinness omnibus, but that only collects while Loeb was writing it. And while it was kind of mostly a Red Hulk book that had a little bit of Bruce Banner in it. Then after that ends, which I think starts at issue 25, Jeff Parker takes over, writes it exclusively as a Red Hulk book, which is actually pretty good. And then the numbering continues, but it changes its title to Red She-Hulk for Marvel Now. And that's too short to get its own omnibus. And it's also by Jeff Parker. So we just put it in this book. I love the Marvel Now Jeff Parker stuff. Really, really fun. Loved it. I didn't even know who the character was. I was like, Red She-Hulk. Loved it. Then it gets tricky. We have another one of these multiple volumes. How would it break up? Because Jason Aaron writes a little bit of Hulk right before Marvel Now. It's not really long enough for an omnibus. Then Wade writes Hulk pretty comprehensively in Marvel Now, which is long enough for an omnibus. And Duggan writes right at the end of it, right? So like, what would we like? And that's all of Hulk's material pretty much, because Bruce Banner's not the primary Hulk at the beginning of All New, All Different. Then something happens to him in Civil War II. Then he comes back during No Surrender and he immediately goes into Al Ewing's Immortal Hulk. So this is all the Bruce Banner content. It could fit into one. You could make the argument that you would want to have the Aaron stuff separated, but what else would you put in it by Aaron? You could make the argument that you maybe would put the Aaron stuff just in the Jeff Parker book, I guess. And the Wade and Duggan stuff could go on its own, but you need to put the Duggan stuff with the Wade stuff because Duggan is the last arc of Wade. So it's kind of tricky. Could be multiple volumes, but if you want any of it, you should vote for that. I feel like next year we should maybe have a symbol or something for those books where you like, if you're going to get any of it, you should, but it should just be like, hey, vote for this if you want any. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Then there's also Amadeus Cho as the Totally Awesome Hulk by Greg Pak during All New, All Different Marvel, which could be collected all into one book. I've actually never read the Aaron Hulk, but I have read all of Wade and Duggan. I actually like Wade's Hulk because I like that it involved him being smart while he's being Hulk, which I don't want him to do all the time. But, well, actually, he's involved in being smart before he was Hulk so that he would be used well as the Hulk. And I just found that very engaging. Jeff Parker, I think he's very rarely written a bad comic. I've read Jeff Parker I've read random Flash one-shots. I think I read James Bond by him. I can't think of a bad Jeff Parker comic book. I honestly can't. Earth Geomancer taking off. Thank you so much for being here, friend. It's so cool to see. I missed everybody so much not doing the Sunday show this week, so I definitely want to get on. Plus, we have more books to talk about. She-Hulk. We only need 3 She-Hulk books to completely collect She-Hulk. That's incredible. I can't believe we live in this world. Here's the thing. We just ignored the John Byrne She-Hulk omnibus for the purpose of this because you could just vote for the first one of these and assume it collects around Byrne, or you could just vote both of them because the Byrne book just picks and chooses. But there's so much other stuff other than Byrne. She has a number of guest appearances prior to the beginning of the Byrne, and her Epic line continues collecting all of her guest appearances after that, all the way through 2002, so that this would meet up cleanly with the Slott and David stuff on the other side. It would take 2 volumes. Then we have She-Hulk by Soul and Tamaki. I think you got to put them in the same book, even though they're very different runs, because Charles Soule's run is only like a oversized hardcover worth, and Tamaki's run is maybe a small omnibus, but I just don't know if they'd make it an omnibus on its own. Probably in the middle, you can include all of A-Force, or at least enough A-Force to qualify what is going on with her during Civil War #2, which I think you kind of need to know to explain the Tamaki stuff. Okay. Ryan Ming thinks we could use an Immortal Hulk companion to include some of the one-shots and short stories not written by Ewing. The thing is, there's just not that much. I think we'd have to wait longer to get more of a period to have more side stuff, because I just don't think there's enough from that period to make a book. I could be wrong. I could always be wrong. But I saw something else here that made me think, yeah, the Aaron originally did have OHCs, which I own. So it could all go together. Some people, when they see 3 big names in one of these lines, are like, Marvel wouldn't do that. But I think the Moon Knight line proves that Marvel is now increasingly willing to do that if they think it'll sell an omnibus. This idea that, like, we got to save that and have it, sell it only on Aaron's name. I just don't think that's as much of a thing as it used to be. I think Marvel now knows the people that are buying their omnibuses are people who are like wild for complete stuff. And I just think the maps have been reflecting that. Modern She-Hulk is definitely a one, just didn't quite make the list for Jarn. And Aaron is basically Island of Dr. Moreau with Bruce as the baddie. That sounds really cool, actually. Okay, Iron Man, 13 titles. Let's go. Iron Man Invincible Iron Man Volume 4, which would be my Marvel Masterworks 10 through 12, and a little bit of 13 because we want to meet right up with where Miscellany and Leighton starts. Actually, even though I talk a lot of trash on Marvel mapping stuff badly in the 2010s before they got really comprehensive, there's really only like one additional thing that you would put into that Miscellany, Leighton, JR Omnibus that's not in it already, that was in the Epic line. So I think you could just, I forget what it is, but it's only one thing. So I think you could basically just put that in this book and then treat that Miscellany, Leighton Jr. book as if it's already a Masterworks book. Then coming out of that, we would have Invincible Iron Man by Denny O'Neil. People ask me, why didn't we, so then we map, hold on, I just confused myself. Oh, so then we didn't do volume 7 because it's ambiguous where volume 6 would necessarily leave off. But so many people want that Miscellany and Leighton volume 2 run that we mapped that specifically here. And that would kind of be volume 8. So this is an example where we didn't map ahead. We just mapped specific runs that people wanted. Some people run the Len Kaminsky run too, but I think it's way too ambiguous where that start point would be because there's like a little bit of burn right before that. We don't really know where the Miscellany and Leighton second one would end. So even though I know there's a curiosity to see the Len Kaminsky run here, I just don't think there's a way for us to unambiguously know where it would start or what it would contain. War Machine had his own series in 1994. It crossed over with Iron Man and with Force Works. We could collect them all here. Iron Man Disassembled by Grell, Laws, and Millers is the only Iron Man we need to fill from the beginning of 1998 to 2005. It's the last part of a run that's already been collected in 2 omnibuses so far. It also has his Disassembled arc in it, which is why we titled it that way. And then War Machine has a number of miniseries and appearances between 2003 and 2014, running up to having his own Iron Patriot series. This would not include the Chuck Austin US War Machine because that is out of continuity and a Max comic book, but it would have things like The Crew in it. Now we have everything from Extremis onward, including Iron Man Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Would that start with Extremis? Some people are like, you can't put Extremis in a book with other stuff. It's too cool on its own. Fine, then just assume it wouldn't have that. Personally, I think that this is an easy book to map because it's just the entire 2004 series all the way through the stuff that has him as Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but do what you will. The Iron Man and Fraction LaRocca book, it could fit into one book. I have done the math. It could happen. But there are a lot of one-shots and miniseries and side things in this to the point that we probably would need a companion if this book didn't include them. You could probably also tuck a lot of those into the end of Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. since Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. ends in 2008 and Fraction begins in 2008. So I didn't put a companion on the poll because I didn't think it would be a big vote getter. And there's some ambiguity of if Marvel wanted to break Fraction and LaRocca into 2 halves, and it's certainly big enough, then there would be room for the companion stuff in there. So we really never tried to give you more books to vote on if there didn't need to be. Now, after that takes us up until Marvel Now. Now we're in Marvel Now, and Iron Man is written throughout Marvel Now by Kieran Gillen and by Tom Taylor, Superior Iron Man. I actually really like it, but it kind of feels like after Fraction, everybody's trying to invent the wheel all over again on Iron Man. Nobody can do just basic Iron Man because Fraction kind of just like killed it so hard. So it's very different for Iron Man. Then we cross over Secret Wars. We're into All New, All Different. Brian Bendis writes 4 books, 2 books that are together, then something happens, and then 2 other books that are together, and then they get braided back together for a final run, actually in a 5th book, but it all would fit into one omnibus. That would introduce Riri Williams, but if you want an Ironheart standalone omnibus, which I can't believe we're not getting with her show about to be on Disney+, then you would do Ironheart by Riri Williams, because she's actually in a lot of her own stuff after that, including a series that is really good by Eve Ewing, and also some one-shots and anthology stories. Then we have Iron Man by Christopher Cantwell and Cafu, which I love. It's so good. I also have to shout out Frank D'Armata on colors, who really makes the tone of that book. It's got a great Corvus Saga follow-up. It's very readable. It's very epic. I think it'll look beautiful in omnibus. And then we have Iron Man by Jerry Duggan, which includes I Am Iron Man by the current writer of Storm, Iodell. But also this runs to the side of X-Men, so you probably need a few Jerry Duggan X-Men issues for this to make sense. Some people have said that this should actually be open-ended because it would also continue to Jerry Duggan's West Coast Avengers. That's ongoing. We don't know how long it would be. I agree. If it only goes 10 to 20 issues, I would absolutely add it to this Iron Man book. So technically we could say Jerry Duggan's Iron Man run is still ongoing. Only Marvel can know if we would need to wait for West Coast Avengers to be done or if we would add it here. Casey here is like, y'all, I just need Fraction Iron Man. Make it happen. Freddie Alonso says, War Machine, yes. Haven't read the 90s stuff, but we'll be willing. Yeah, I think that would be really fun. Logan Wayne says, Iron Man by McElhaney and Layton Volume 2 might be the only book we need more than Avengers by Stern. And they thought they were going to please us with that Armor's War book, but we were going to reject it. Freddie Alonso says, Gillen Iron Man is a personal favorite. I enjoy it. Mr. Awesome is here. Iron Man is probably Fraction's best work. Sorry, Hawkeye. I might agree. And Johnson, Cantwell, Doom, awful. Cantwell, Iron Man, excellent. Kombucha Girl, Brittany Broski. You know, I can't do the faces. Only Brittany Broski can do them. And, The CNC book, CNC Music Factory. Oh no, Cantwell and Cafu is so good. The cast, Frogman, War Machine, Hellcat, love it. That would also have the Hellcat miniseries in it, by the way. Let's keep going to licensed properties. This is going to be fast because I don't know a ton about these, okay? Strap in. There's 27. This is 4% of the poll. 2001 A Space Odyssey, which people love, and it's been doing well in the poll. I really could see it cracking through if people keep voting for it. That does introduce Machine Man, but we have Machine Man solo stories separate as a Machine Man omnibus because I don't know if Marvel could like mash up their own in-universe comic book totally with also collecting a Space Odyssey. Plus, they wouldn't want to. Like, this would sell on their own. Akira, the Marvel Epic Color version, Omar is always pushing for this. He's talking to Marvel about it. He's trying to make it a thing. And it was almost a thing because it was in the top 20 on the poll last year, and I think it's going to do very well again this year. Of course, Marvel exclusively colored their own version that read from left to right of Akira that was totally different than any other version that's since been recollected. There was one set of trade paperbacks that had the Marvel Color version. They are very hard to find, long since out of print, and extremely expensive. Akira issues, by the way, were 60 to 70 pages each. So even though there's only 37 issues, you're going, oh, that's an omnibus. If you've ever seen the Akira box set, it's like this big. So this would probably be something like 3 to 4 omnibuses, I think. Plus, Marvel knows it would sell, so they'd be in no rush. Alf, the original Marvel years, Alf run for 50 issues. So that could be a thing. Alien Legion, which is technically not something Marvel has the right to reprint, but it was all Marvel Comics, and we put all the things back in play if they're not being actively reprinted elsewhere, which to my knowledge, that is not. Barbie, the original years, there were a lot of Barbie. There were Barbie side series, there were Barbie one-shots. It's all mapped on Crushing Krisis. We could start that as an omnibus line. Kind of missed the chance with the movie already. Battlestar Galactica, the original Marvel years, somebody, maybe Larry, somebody sent me this great message of like, there's actually some additional Battlestar Galactica content. Something I've got to do after the weekend is just go through all the emails, all the message board posts, all of everything, and find all of the suggestions people have made for last year in addition to the suggestions they're making on the poll. Then we had Beavis and Butthead, the original Marvel years. But it would be really, really fun. What I heard on the stream from Taylor Talks Comics is instead of making fun of music videos, which would be kind of hard to do in a comic book, they make fun of other comic books, which I think is so funny. Now I really want to read it. Big Hero 6, I've explained this all across the internet so many times, but I will say this. So Big Hero 6 was originally developed to appear in Steven Seagal's Alpha Flight, but it got punted into its own miniseries with Sunfire. But because Steven Seagal and his comic studio created it, they had a deal with Marvel at that time in the late 90s that they owned any of their creations that got created for Marvel. So the Big Hero 6 license and reprint rights, it doesn't belong to Marvel, as many people seem to think it does. It does not belong to Disney. It belongs to Steven Seagal and his comic studio. So there's been a lot of Big Hero 6 stuff since then. There's been OGNs, there's been mangas, there's been film adaptations, but all of the rights to that, if Steven Seagal wanted to allow them into a book, I'm pretty sure that he has the final yes, no say. So this could happen, and it could be released by Marvel if he wanted it to be. Bill and Ted's excellent. Marvel years, Clive Barker's Hellraiser, which actually did really well, is just outside of the top 60 on the poll last year. Doctor Who, the Marvel years. This is so complicated. I can't even get into it, but we could at least collect the Doctor Who comic book that came out from Marvel. But then there was also the UK comic strips in the magazine. I don't know. This gets crazy. I'm not a Whovian. I just know that people want it. Gru by Sergio Aragones, which could be collected. Heathcliff, the Star Comics years, which is one of those licensed properties that was part of Star Comics. The Human Fly, who, as I always say, was not Jeff Goldblum. He was a human stuntman that was written sort of like is kind of in the Marvel universe, much like Godzilla was. He's currently being printed by Dynamite, but no classic material, only new material. So I think this is still fair game. Then, did you know that Marvel put out a number of Christian faith comic books from 1984 to 1994? They were called the Thomas Nelson Christian Classics. It told the story of Christ's life as well as the Easter story, but also adapted some other famous Christian works such as Pilgrim's Progress and His Steps and the Screwtape Letters. It's enough for an omnibus, and I'm weirdly fascinated by wanting to read all. Also, there was briefly a Christian superhero, but he only had a couple of issues. That would not be most of what's in here. Moonshadow by John Muth was a goof, because it turns out that just got reprinted by Dark Horse, so that's going to come off the poll next year. Razorline by Clive Barker was a Clive Barker curated brief line of comic books in the mid-90s. It could all fit here. The Ren and Stimpy show was very long. It would be a huge omnibus. It has some of Dan Slott's earliest comic book works. Marvel, RoboCop, the Marvel years. Some people are like, that should be in the Fox line, because they remember it being a Fox movie. The rights are currently held by Amazon MGM Studios, so it's not a Fox property right now. Oh, sorry, I repeated at the top here. Shadowline by Epic Comics, which is a whole subline of comics which spawned the hero Terror Inc. that became a part of the Marvel Universe. These were not part of the Marvel Universe. Shogun Warriors, the original Marvel years, which was a Mattel toy. Star Trek, the original Marvel years, which was a brief run of Star Trek comics around the time of the original motion picture. Tales of America, which would have Team America, US 1, and NFL Super Pro. God help you. Tarzan, the original Marvel years, which people are very excited to see in the public, has some gorgeous artwork from both of the Buscema's in it. And I took a look through it, what I could find online. It's a very pretty book. And Tarzan, this is not Disney Tarzan. Disney owns the animation rights to Tarzan. Tarzan is an Edgar Rice Burroughs character, and different people have different adaptation rights to it. Novel adaptation rights, cartoon adaptation rights, film adaptation rights, comic adaptation rights. So this is not necessarily a Disney property. Marvel would have to negotiate to be able to print it. Toxic Avenger and the Toxic Crusaders, right now, Ahoy Comics is printing that. You saw me review it on the review show, but they have not been printing the classic books from Marvel. Then we have Ultraman from Kyle Higgins, which is the currently running run of Ultraman comics, which are enough to fill an omnibus, and WCW World Championship Wrestling, which is only 12 issues. Let's just look at a couple of things here. Logan Wayne's got to head out now. There's only so many hours you can listen to me talking a day. James Abel, Alf, John saying Hellraiser. Ryan Ming, Alf, definitely. Freddie Alonso saying, I think Bill and Ted is IDW, but if they haven't reprinted the classic stuff, our rule is still fair game. Logan Wayne would love to have Akira. Alien Legion deserves a vote. Mr. Awesome, gotta ride that Barbie popularity train if possible. Barbie target audience, probably less likely to purchase big butt books, though. I think it would be better as an epic collection, personally. Moonshadow has been reprinted, which is why we're taking it off of the poll. Robert Secundus knew about the Bible comics, but Screw Tape, that's what made me go, oh, Screw Tape letters. Throw in that Pope comic. Apparently there's the Marvrl Pope comic. All right, we will look into that. Razorline, yeah. Larry's Library has the Moonshadow HC. I gotta get Larry on the channel. It's I love hanging out with Larry. Spoiler for my own ballot reveal, but Shogun Warriors is his #1, and Cruel Angel loves it too. Okay. At a point I was keeping track of what I would vote on, but now I'm just in talking mode. So I guess I'll have to do some separate video about my votes because I've totally lost track of doing that. Okay. I literally don't know what I'm voting for yet. This was going to be, except for I want this so bad. I know there's problems. I know there's some royalty participation thing that makes Marvel not want to reprint the Ultraverse titles. I know there's the creator of Prime who also did stuff for Ultraverse, who was convicted but a felon. I understand all that. I just love these comic books, and a lot of people work together to make a comic book, even a bad comic book, and I just hate to throw a comic book away because there's one bad person on it. But that's my personal opinion. We combined some Ultraverse stuff from last year that really didn't get a lot of votes. Nightman did okay, but we thought maybe the compilation would do better if it had Nightman in it. But Mantra Prime and Rune and Ultraforce all did decently enough in votes on their own. They're not near the top 60, but a lot of us have fond memories of this stuff, and we can get it up there. There's been stranger things that have hit the top 60 other than Ultraverse. Now we have Marvel 29.9. We only need 4 more books to finish this. We need a Marvel 29 companion. We'll get to that in a second. First, we need Punisher and Ravage. Easy. Each one of them is an omnibus. You couldn't quite put them together, I don't think. Maybe you could. I guess maybe you could. Maybe that would be a good idea. I don't know. But then you have Marvel 29.9, the companion, which has Marvel Unlimited, Hulk. It was going to have Fantastic Four, but now that's in Doom 2099. But it could have World of Tomorrow, which kind of wraps up the line. And then it could look at Marvel Knights 2099, which were a series of one-shots, and the 2099 Time Storm series, which was like the 15-year anniversary or something of 2099 that had some of the 2099 characters come back and interact with the present day characters. So that would totally wrap up everything from 2099. Then we could start collecting Steve Orlando's run in 2099 in the present day. There was also a brief revival sometimes around 2019 that was kind of sort of part of Nick Spencer's Spider-Man run, but all the one-shots were not collected in the Spencer omnibuses. I think that's its own side continuity of 2099. I don't think it's the same continuities that Orlando is working on, but I guess we could put it in that book. I just kind of forgot about it while we were doing the poll, and I still haven't gone back to see if it's the same continuity. Now we come to Marvel Alternate Realities, which were 17 titles. So not in these slides. Peter Parker stuff is with Spider-Man, MC2 is with Spider-Man, New Universe has its own slide, Ultimate Marvel has its own slide, X-Men stuff we've already done. I'm just going to quickly go through this. Demon Days, there's not a lot of it, so it could be both in color and black and white, and this can have other Peach Momoko covers and things. We should not have put a separate Peach Momoko book. That is a goof. Marvel 1602, which was initiated by Neil Gaiman, but a lot of other people worked on it, and it continued through Secret Wars with the miniseries doing Secret Wars to 2015. Marvel Action, which are IDW All Ages series, these were super charming. Some of them were better than the actual ongoing series at the time, and they were so close to continuity, you could kind of squint and pretend they were part of Marvel. I love the Captain Marvel one by Sam Maggs. It was really good. Every one of those is right on the other side of this wall in the kid Krisis' room, but you could fit them all into one book, and it would be a delightful book. Marvel Adventures, which is another all ages run of Marvel starting in 2005. Marvel Mangaverse, which could be completely collected in one book. Marvel Max, the miniseries. So this is basically any Max series that were not their own canon. So like Deadpool Max is its own canon. Punisher and Fury Max is its own canon. This Marvel Max, this would be all the other Marvel Max, right? Then we have Marvel Noir, the original Noir universe, including Spider-Man, X-Men, Punisher, and Iron Man. We also have Marvel versus Wildstorm, perhaps a pipe dream, but there's plenty of stuff in it. You can see my map on Crushing Krisis. Nth Man, the Ultimate Ninja. Somebody left a great note for me somewhere on some network that there's other Nth Man stories, including a one-shot in Excalibur, which I'd forgotten about, that we could actually put in to fill out this book a little bit. Then we have Power Pack by Go to Hero, which is delightful. It's 11 miniseries. It's not in continuity. It's like close to continuity, but Power Pack are still really little kids in it, so it's clearly not happening in the present day, because that is present day Marvel heroes, but they were little kids in the 80s anyway. But it's really delightful, and it's actually really hard to get now. It'd be really, I know Marvel doesn't tend to do kid comics and omnibuses, not since the Muppet stuff, but it would be nice to have it in an omnibus, but it would also just be nice to have a complete collection. Then we have a pair of Punisher Fury stuff. They overlap a little bit, but it depends on if you want all of the flashback war stuff in a book, in which case you would want Wars Gone By, or if you just want all of the stuff that Wars Gone By would have stuff that is already in some Ennis omnibuses. Or if you just want a book that collects everything that's not in the Ennis omnibuses, you want the Punisher Max Companion. I think next year we should just make those the same book. Honestly, I think that's causing people to split votes in a way that's going to hurt both of them. And then finally, Squadron Supreme Power. That was the Squadron Supreme comeback side universe in the 2000s that eventually intersects with the Marvel Ultimate Universe. Then we have What If Into the Multiverse Volume 3, which would finish the 1989 What If series. Then we have What If Into the Multiverse Volume 4, which I feel comfortable listing separately here because it's a totally different era of What If, which is What If that is basically just one-shots. They just put out 5 or 6 one-shots at a time, and each of them are their own series, and that goes on all the way to issue 200, which is in 2011. So that would basically collect all of What If up to 200. Then we have Wolverine, Old Man Logan, The Wastelanders, which is actually not Old Man Logan himself, but all of the Wastelanders one-shots and miniseries, including Old Man Hawkeye and Quill. And then finally, X-Men the Animated Series, The Further Adventures, which I mapped quite fully. Not only could it have all of that Further Adventure stuff from the 90s, but it also maybe could look ahead and get some of the X-Men 92 stuff that happened around Secret Wars and after Secret Wars. Would it even collect the X-Men 97 miniseries? I don't know. It certainly could. So that's why we put and on. Okay. Let's just see. Some of the Hulk adventures are on the Peter David Omni, and agreed, so much fun. Powered back by Who, delightful. Strange Academy is getting an Omni. Yeah, that's true. But Strange Academy isn't just a kid's book, but you know, kids' books are for adults too. What If Siege? I loved. Reaper saying, if comics paid you a living wage with my current skills and experience, what job area would I be working in? That'd be great if it could pay me a living wage. You know, I mean, I'm in New Zealand, so I'm not going to move back to America right now. So I probably can't really be in the editorial department because the DC and Marvel have all their editorial departments on site. I guess I could be for an indie publisher. I think personally my skill set's a little closer to being an editorial, whether that's editorial for current comic books or for collected editions and things. Actually, some people I went to college with, Krisis Lore, have been Spider-Man editors. One of them currently is a Spider-Man editor. Not somebody I was close with, but I did direct her in a scene in an acting class one time. So, I mean, I do really like writing fiction. I just don't have the time and haven't done it really seriously for almost a decade now. I would like to make a comic book at some point, but I just don't think we know enough about if I'd be any good at that to say, oh, I'd be a comic writer. I would really love to be an editor or like a production project manager. Okay, let's continue with Marvel events. We're so close to the end, and I'm so close to needing to get into the car. This is the 80s and 90s. There's nothing left to collect, really. Just Marvel's Contest of Champions, but that was only 3 issues. I think the way you do that is you do a Marvel's Contest of Champions omnibus that are just like every Contest of Champions. Every time it's come back, you do 1982. You do the like annuals that revisited it. Then you do the Contest of Champions 2 from 1999, which is by Chris Claremont. You do the 2015 one that's by Al Ewing. You maybe even put in No Surrender, which was effectively another Contest of Champions. Secret Wars, the complete Secret Wars is a recollection. It would just collect all the main Secret Wars and Battle Wars. So it would collect Secret Wars 1984, 1985, Secret Wars 3, and Fantastic Four, and the 300 and teens of that. It would collect Beyond, a miniseries from the 2000s. That's another revisitation of Battle World. It would collect all of Secret Wars 2015 by Hickman, and then it also throw in the Battle World miniseries from 2024. It also could have some other Beyonder stuff if you really, really wanted to. Somebody said, would it have an Avengers Beyond? You could certainly put that in here. It would make a lot of sense. Infinity Trilogy Saga by Jim Starlin. I think it's crazy nobody votes for this, and they all vote for the friggin' Messiah Complex trilogy, which to me makes no sense. This makes perfect sense. Put all the Starlin Trinity stuff in one place. Gauntlet War, Crusade, and the Watch and Chronicles issues. It reads well. It tells one big story. It's just wild to me that people don't vote for it. Like, I have the omnibus, so I don't need it. But I just think If you don't want all that tie-in stuff and you just want the core of the story, you would want that. Okay. Next, we go to the 2000s. So before Marvrl now, we have Maximum Security, one of the only Marvel events to never have an oversized hardcover. And I mapped it out, and there's plenty of stuff to put in it, even without trying to think about like extras, just from the main event, which was only 3 issues and a one-shot, but all the tie-ins. Then we have Civil War. I went so deep in the Crushing Krisis post about this, so please click the link in the description and check out the mapping if you're curious about that, to basically say it's actually not 2 books, it's 3 books. And I explain exactly why it's 3 books. There's a lot of controversy about what would go into a first book. Like, would you split the whole thing in half? Would you do it all in reading order? I think the first book would probably be Civil War itself, Avengers, and Spider-Man. But then there's even more questions after that. So you got to go look at my map in the post. A Secret Invasion companion. Nobody wants us to do Secret Invasion again. We have a Secret Invasion omnibus that has all of the Secret Invasion stuff that was happening in Avengers at that time. But there's all these Skrull-focused things, starting with Skrull Crew from 1995, including all of the kind of like mini-series focused on Skrull stuff during Secret Invasion, and then continuing later to another Skrull Crew series, and then also even like Meet the Skrulls, and there's a Secret Invasion mini-series also in the past couple of years. So this would really be kind of like the Skrull companion. What it like Skrulls Live and Die, the Skrull companion. I don't know. What was that thing? I believe Trust in Her. They all said this thing during that event. But anyway, that would all be in that book. Dark Reign Companion, I hinted at earlier that this would not have any Dark Avengers. Dark Avengers is kind of effectively the center ring of Dark Reign, because there's no main Dark Reign series. Then the Dark Reign Companion would have all of the miniseries. Would it have also tie-ins that were part of ongoing titles? Maybe not, only because there's just so many of them. Honestly, this could be 2 volumes if we wanted to include that as well. Fear Itself, another one that might have to be volume 1 of 2. Even if it skips the main Fear Itself miniseries, which is in the Fraction Thor omnibus, you would still need 2 volumes to get through all the tie-ins. And then again, it becomes like, how do we split them up? Do we put the miniseries in one book and the ongoing series stuff in the other book? Because there's so much. Again, I got into how that can map on Crushing Krisis. And finally, Siege. This is one easy one. Siege and all of the event tie-ins could easily fit into one book, and it would be a really good read. Both Tigereyes and I said this is the one that we'd be the most interested in from this lineup. Now we're into Marvrl now. Age of Ultron actually is plenty for a book. We have an original oversized hardcover of the event, but there were enough tie-ins that if you add them to the oversized hardcover, we've got a pretty decent omnibus, and we could put in all of Avengers AI, which was an epilogue series about an all kind of digital robotic team of Avengers that ran for 12 issues that was after that, and otherwise it's going to get abandoned, and it saves us from having to squeeze it into that Avengers World book. And then there was a series of one-shots called Ultron Forever, which I think maybe were written by Al Ewing now that I'm thinking about it, but they also could fit in this book. So it becomes like Ultron in Marvrl now, a really nice thick book. I think it would actually be great, and it would collect all stuff that's going to get abandoned. Infinity and Inhumanity, we've of course had Infinity in the Hickman omnibuses, but this would collect all of Infinity, including all of the tie-ins, and it rolling into Inhumanity afterwards, and all of the Inhumanity tie-ins as well. So it would be Infinity plus Infinity Companion plus Inhumanity. Avengers and X-Men Access, not only would this have access to all of the tie-ins, but it would also finally give us a place to put that last 5-issue arc of Rick Remender's Uncanny Avengers, which does not belong with the all-new, all-different Uncanny Avengers, because it's a different team with a different theme. It belongs here. Then we have Original Sin. That would be pretty straightforward. It would be the event, the companion, and the Operation Sin mini-series that had Agent Carter. And finally, we have Secret Worlds Battle World coming, volume 3 coming up. I think we also will wind up needing a volume 4. Let's see what people have been saying, and then we got to keep on rolling. Sione said I would buy Contest of Champions. Warren says same. Warren says Messiah Complex is a waste. Yeah, the trilogy one, it's a waste. I agree. James plugging the website again. Warren saying the Messiah Complex Omni is a waste of an Omni. Yeah. Freddie saying on the tie-ins are so compelling. I agree. Warren would love a Siege book. Warren and I think is Sione the same person as Warren? I don't know. They seem to be agreeing a lot. And Freddie thinking Infinity and OHC and Humanity for sure could be perfect to combine both with the companion stuff as well. Okay. There was an Infinity Companion OHC, I'm almost certain. Crushing Krisis is the answer. Guys, I have to leave for school pickup any minute now. Okay. Civil War 2 would possibly be 2 omnibuses. There's so many tie-ins. Inhumans versus X-Men would be 1. You might argue just shove that into an existing Inhumans omnibus. Why get all the tie-ins in one place? I would probably agree with you. Secret Empire has already been collected in the Nick Spencer Captain America omnibuses, but I actually think it probably could have its own two omnibus set just of all the tie-ins and stuff, and just the core of Secret Empire. Actually, if you add in the Avengers standoff stuff that comes before it, really could just be one omnibus. Mapped on Crushing Krisis. Infinity Wars, which is huge, but basically this would be everything that follows the Jerry Duggan All New Guardians of the Galaxy omnibus, and we've had, I think, an oversized hardcover for Infinity Wars, but not for all the stuff. It would have all of Infinity Countdown, all of Infinity Wars, and then Wars and Secret Warps all in one book, all in one place. Blood Hunt just barely fits all into one omnibus. It is really big. And then Venom War, there's no way they would collect all of Venom War into an Alan Ewing omnibus line. We've already seen how that works in the Donny Cates Venom omnibus line. They'll just collect the main Venom War event there, but then they'll repeat it in its own omnibus line with all the tie-ins, which is what this would be. Now we come to Marvel UK. This is pretty straightforward. Marvel UK Night Raven needs a book. Death's Head is the original Simon Furman Death's Head book, and I've mapped exactly what it could include if you go to Crushing Krisis. We'd probably put all of the Dragon's Claw series in here. He appears in 2 issues of it, but there's nowhere else for it to go, so it could just all be collected here. Then we get the 3 issues that are the core of the 1990s run of Marvel UK, which is in continuity to regular Marvel. Tons of X-Men appear all throughout it. Dark Angel, which would also include Wild Thing, and end in, actually it's somewhere up here, but I won't try to find it. They had a final OGN for Dark Angel, and they didn't print it in English, but they still printed it in Italy, translated into Italian in black and white. And don't you know, I tracked that down and I've got it. Do I read Italian? No, I read French, but I've still got it. Then we have Death's Head 2, which also would probably collect a lot of side Death's Head stuff, like, you know, Die Cut versus Death's Head and all that other stuff. Even if he's not directly in it, it influences him. Then Motormouth and Kill Power, which is probably where I would put Battletide 1 and 2, because they're mostly a Motormouth book, even though Death's Head appears in them. Death's Head would probably have Mystic Wars, which is already in the Knights of Pendragon omnibus, but needs it for Death's Head. Battletide, you probably could just leave to Motormouth and Kill Power. Then we would need a Marvel UK companion, which would have Warheads, Genetics, Black Axe, all the other stuff that's not in these other books. Now we're getting to a Midnight Suns line, 9 books. Damon Hellstrom's Son of Satan, which in my accounting would just have all of his classic stuff, some appearances from him in Defenders, and then the first half of his 1990 series, which meets the Ellis Omni, which only collects the second half. Darkhold, the Book of Sins, has 3 distinct runs in it. It has the 1970s Bronze Age Darkhold stuff. Then it has the Darkhold stuff where they actually have their own series as part of Midnight Suns, and then as the 2021 Scarlet Witch mini event, although you could argue that should be in a modern Scarlet Witch book. Then we have Werewolf by Night. Number 2, it collects his secret final arc, which is not in his original omnibus, all of his stuff all the way through 2007, at which point he's still a horror character. After 2007, he kind of turns into a funny character. Man-Thing, which again, there's so much Man-Thing stuff after his original omnibus. Dracula, the Modern Years, this would pick up basically with his next appearance after his 3 omnibuses. There's so much material. Brandon pointed it out to me using my own Dracula guide to point it out to me. And now that I've seen it, I'm like, wow, there is enough for an entire Dracula omnibus. Morbius, the Living Vampire, Volume 2, which mostly would just be his 32-issue Midnight Sun series. It would not have to include all of Siege of Darkness. He's not that active in it. Blade, Night Stalker, and Vampire Hunter would include Blade's Night Stalker Midnight Sun series, which has just been started to collect in the Epic collections. But then he has a whole series of like one-shots and short series all throughout the 90s. It's like they keep trying to make him happen, and he never quite happens. Most of it has been in trade paperback other than the end of Night Stalkers, but this would be the first time to get it all in one place. Terror Inc., very, very brief. It was a brief series. It did have 1 crossover. He does make a couple of other appearances, but it would be a pretty short omnibus. And Blade, the Modern Years, which has room to collect everything from Blade, most of it, well, at least half of it by Mark Guggenheim, all the way up to Blade appearing in Jason Aaron's Avengers. I think while you probably could squeeze in the Brian Edward Hill stuff, it seems like Brian Edward Hill is going to be on Blade for a while, so I think we probably cut off there so that the Brian Edward Hill stuff, which would probably include the core of Blood Hunt, would be in a following omnibus. I'm going super fast now because I really do have to leave New Universe, but it's still more than you heard about some of these books on the official stream because, you know, I just wanted a chance to talk about all of them because I spent so much time with them. New Universe, this would completely collect the New Universe. The 4 big series left to do are DP7, Justice, Cyforce, and Starbrand, and Night Blast, which were separate series, but we can put them together since Jonathan Hickman later put them together. Each of these would have the individual one-shots that they had as part of the Untold Tales comeback of this for the 20th anniversary in 2006, but we would probably collect all of Untold Tales in the companion, which would also have Kickers Inc., Mark Hazard, and Spitfire. Now we come to Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. This is easy. We need 1 Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. in his Howling Commandos omnibus line to pick him. Oh, actually, let me say that again. We need Nick Fury, Sergeant Fury, and his Howling Commandos to collect that largely uncollected series from the 1960s. A lot of it has never been in color. We only have a few masterworks of 2 epic collections. Then we have Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Volume 1. This would pick him up from the end of his existing Silver Age omnibuses. He does a lot of stuff in the 1970s and 80s, which actually collects pretty coherently. I've been through it all to do this. Then he has a 40-something issue series, Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the late 90s, and then he also has all the Scorpio OGNs. In total, this is 2 volumes. We had it as 2 in last year's poll, but people couldn't figure out like what it meant, and we're like, we should just collapse it down to 1 and say it picks up from his existing omnibus. It would actually be a really good read. All of those Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.s have been trade paperbacks, but haven't been reprinted for a while. Now we have Nick Fury Jr. in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is everything from the origination of Nick Fury Jr. and Battle Scars through all of the S.H.I.E.L.D. series in the course of the 2010s, which could include Wade's Run, the Times run, the 50th one-shots. You can even make an argument that Invisible Woman should be in here because that was effectively a S.H.I.E.L.D. series. Now we come to non-comics. This is going to be quick. These are all magazines that I don't know a lot about. Crazy Magazine, Foom Magazine, Marvel Fun and Games Magazine, Epic Illustrated Magazine, Marvel Age Volume 2, because we already have a Volume 1, but that's ran for over 100 issues. We'll also need a Volume 3. The official index of the Marvel Universe is actually the reading order guides to the Marvel Universe. I talked about a lot on the original stream, but they're really great to get if you like reading orders and likes the kind of stuff that I do on Crushing Krisis. They talk about every issue and where every character comes to into that issue and where they go to from that issue. And then finally, the official handbook of the Marvel Universe, the 2008 version. Now we come to Punisher, only 6 titles because we collapsed this a lot because people were splintering their votes. We put all of the classic Punisher into one book, Punisher Classic. Could it follow the epic mapping and ignore Punisher Warzone and Punisher War Journal? Maybe. Could it integrate all of those into one? Because how many Punisher books can you really sell? Let's just get it all done in one. Maybe. But those series are substantial, those side series. I think they run for like 40 and 80 issues respectively. And the main Punishers, oh, no. Because the main Punishers, and the main Punisher goes to 104 issues. And then there's all these OGNs on the side. So this would be a long omnibus run, no matter how you split it up. Since people were splitting most votes across them, we put it all into one. People are like, where's War Journal? I want a War Journal. I'm like, we got to just keep them separated. You got to keep them separated for the time being because it just, it was splintering votes too much to keep them separated. So we had to just put them into one. Volume 2, of course, Volume 1 famously made it into the top 60 last year. And then Marvel put it on the schedule and printed it. So let's vote for Volume 2. Punisher Marvel Knights would just start tackling his material beginning in 1998 when he's an angel. It would collect around the Ennis Omni because I think that Omni is consistent enough to itself that it's not just a creator Omni. It's like an Omni that will continue to exist and get reprinted. But it does skip one non-Ennis arc in that Omni, so we would pick that up here. This would continue all the way to Punisher War Journal by Matt Fraction, which is a one self-contained series of Punisher kind of integrating back into the Marvel Universe that would fit before Remender. There is one more Punisher series after that is... I forget if it's Ennis, but it's more in the tone of what came before. I think you would just put it at the end of this War Journal because Remender already exists. Then after Remender is Punisher by Greg Rucka and largely Marco Cicchetto, who we all love. It's a gorgeous book. I highly recommend it. And then we would crack into Punisher the Modern Years. Again, these could be individual omnibuses. This could be one omnibus line. Vote for it if you like any of those ideas. This would have Edmondson's Punisher, Clunan, Rosenberg, who wrote across 2 series, including the end of Clunan's run that turned into Marvel Legacy and got renumbered. And then he had his own run in 2018. Then we have Duggan doing some tie-ins to War of the Realms. Then we have Aaron and Grombach working together during the period of Chip Zdarsky's Daredevil to basically be a companion to that. Silver Age non-super comics, this is quick. We have Captain Savage's Leatherneck Raiders and Combat Kelly, which are spin-offs from Sergeant Fury. Combat Kelly, which is another war book. Marvel Romance Chili, the Silver and Broadjade's Omnibus, which is a romance series. Marvel Romance Girl Comics, which will come off the poll next year because it has been reprinted in the Fantagraphics agreement. And Marvel Romance My Love, which is briefly in 1949, but that's kind of misleading. It kicks back in 1969. It's a Bronze Age book, and it has amazing art in it by like a who's who of all the Marvel Silver and early Bronze artists, but it's a romance book, and Stan Lee writes some of it, but it's really gorgeous, and I think you could probably sell it on the names of the artists who we should put into the title next year. Now we have the Westerns, the modern stuff, or the model stuff. We have Atlas Era Western Heroes. We put Kid Colt and Two Kid together because they weren't getting that much votes separately. Should we have put Rawhide Kid in there too? Maybe. We probably will next year. If you just want the Kirby Western material, that's on its own. I think that was advocated before by Taylor Talks Comics. Millie the Model, which ran for many, many years. It was kind of like an Archie comic book, but by Marvel. So it's not about her being like a high fashion model. It's just like about a blonde bombshell having silly romance. Not Brand Eck, which I did tell you early. This is kind of repeated, and we're going to combine it into one next year because there's also Marvel What Though. It could fit all of Not Brand Eck, so we probably could just put them all into one book. And then Patsy Walker, who had over 200 issues, and then also had Patsy and Hetty and several other, A Date with Patsy, all these other books. It's over 200 issues in total, so it would take several volumes. Who knows if it would ever happen. Now we come to Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer Volume 0 would be basically the Epic Collection. There's really not a whole lot else we could put in there. It could have some early Galactus stuff in it too, but we have Galactus on this separately. I don't really think it's necessary, but some people really want the contents of that Epic Collection in Omnibus, even though it almost entirely double dips Fantastic Four. However, then we move on to 3 very difficult to map books. Silver Surfer Volume 3, kind of by Jim Starlin, probably pushes into Ron Mars, probably double dips the Gauntlet. It's just what comes after the Spaceways Omnibus, which has Starlin's name in it. So we're going to put Starlin's name in it here. Regardless of where you think that ends, the next book is Ron Mars, even if some of Ron Mars is in Starlin, because it's a very long run. But this would collect the heart of the Ron Mars run and probably some later Mars stuff as well. Then James DeMatteis writes the very end of the 1987 series. We're not saying this Ron Mars book would go all the way up to that. There's probably like a volume 5, probably also a volume 6. Then J.M. DeMatteis, which a lot of people want because they just love DeMatteis, ends that. Then we have all of Silver Surfer from 1999 to 2011, basically everything up until he's in Dan Slott's Silver Surfer, including some series which have never been collected, which is crazy, but it came out in 2003 before Marvel's trade era really got underway. Okay, now solo characters, which I already went through all of these on the Near Mint Condition stream, so I actually don't know if I'm going to talk about every book. Who are we kidding? I'm going to talk about every book. Here we go. America Chavez, all of her material. Ant-Man Giant Classic Omnibus, everything from the Marvel Masterworks up until Scott Lang. Scott Lang, the early years, and Scott Lang by Nick Spencer. Next year, we will be combining them. There's no reason to split votes across them because Scott Lang does not have that much solo stuff, although it's enough for early years, but there's not that much Nick Spencer stuff either put together. Black Cat, the early years, would be everything Black Cat up until the beginning of Marvel Now. It's a really great read. I have a fantastic Black Cat guide that is all of those, but if you just want to see the issues without the full guide content, just go look at my mapping post because I give it away for free there. Black Knight, Dane Whitman would be all of his solo material all the way up pretty much to the modern day, including any of his miniseries and big stories and other people's series. And Black Widow, the modern years, is one of these. We should have put the creator names. If you want Black Widow by Edmondson and if you want Black Widow by Thompson, you got to start somewhere. And we don't know how this would break up because she's so many small series. Like, where would you pick it back up to start those books? Both of which are slightly small for an omnibus. So if you want anything Black Widow from 1999 on, you got to vote that. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the Miss Marvel years is all the Brian Reed series from the mid 2000s after Brian Bendis brought her back in Avengers. It could fit into one volume. It depends on how much supporting material you want. I think Marvel would sell it as one, considering how long they're waiting to put out the volume 2 by Kelly Thompson. So they should have put that out as one omnibus. They got greedy and made it 2. Now they're paying for it. So I think they would put this out as one. Then we have Captain Marvel, the Carol Danvers Mighty Captain Marvel, which is everything between the Kelly Sue DeConnick Captain Marvel omnibus and the Kelly Thompson Volume 1 omnibus, including everything by Margaret Stoll. It includes all of her participation in Civil War 2 and probably all of A-Force. Cloak and Dagger Volume 3, which would just track them, all of their solo and guest appearances from the end of their Volume 2 omnibus all the way to 2024, all the way to Dagger appearing in Blood Hunters, including all of their various one-shots and digital series. Crystar the Crystal Warrior, that's a pretty short series from the 1980s. We were debating, should we call it Crystal the Crystal Warrior and Warworld? Crystar is not originally from Warworld, but later gets merged into Warworld continuity by Marvel in Secret Wars, and Warworld doesn't have that much material to make an omnibus of its own, so maybe next year they'll be together. You could believe it would be that if you want to vote on it. Darkhawk, a very popular option. It would have all 50 issues of his series. Probably can't push onto his modern appearances because it would be a big book, especially with his 3 annuals, one of which is an annuals crossover. And Daughters of the Dragon, all of Misty Knight and Colleen's Wings materials through 1997 through 2006. Then we have a Deathlock Classic Omnibus, which is pretty much just the masterwork. Deathlock Michael Collins, which is the 90s series, including the miniseries that precedes it. It's actually a pretty long series, and there's a lot of crossover material with it, so there's no way to mash that prior book into this book. This book is pretty big. Then Deathlock the Modern Years, which starts with Deathlock the Demolisher in 2009 and runs all the way through to 2004, including appearances of Deathlocks, various different Deathlocks, in Uncanny X-Force and Wolverine and a lot of other places. Dr. Voodoo, Avenger of the Supernatural, will have all of Dr. Voodoo's material all the way from his Marvel Masterworks to his Rick Remender series in 2010. One of you earlier asked where I would place that. It would be here. Echo has enough material for one of her own omnibuses all on her own. It's been mapped on Crushing Krisis, and I have a great Echo guide. Elsa Bloodstone would probably start with the Ulysses Bloodstone material and then continue into Elsa Bloodstone, or it could just be Elsa. It's up to you, but we put the whole year range there. Anyway, you could put all of Next Wave Agents of Hate in there, and I actually think that's the book that it probably makes the most sense to be in because it tracks to Elsa's sense of humor in general across all of her appearances. Frankenstein, the classic Bronze Age series that was about 18 issues. It's been in a trade, but there's been other Frankenstein material at Marvel, so you could put that in there as well. And then Galactus the Devourer, which would be like the Book of Doom, but for Galactus, that has every major Galactus story all the way through the actual series Galactus Devourer 1999, even though that will probably also be in the Silver Surfer line because he's been in his Epic line. Then we come to solo characters A through M. Hawkeye and the Solo Avengers would be all of Hawkeye's classic material that's in the Epic line, and then all of the side series Solo Avengers and Avengers Spotlight, including Hawkeye's A stories, as well as all the other stories, because that's how the Epic collections did it. Then we would have the third bullet there, part in the Return of Hawkeye and Mockingbird, which tracks Mockingbird going away, Hawkeye being upset about it, Hawkeye going away, Hawkeye coming back, and then Mockingbird coming back, which is everything from the end of Avengers West Coast all the way to right before Fraction. And then after Fraction, you probably want Hawkeye, Clint Barton, All New, All Different, which has Lemire and also Occupy Adventures, which was really Hawkeye's book, and then continues to collect all of Hawkeye, including probably a run of him leading the Thunderbolts in one of their series. But then we also could have Hawkeye Kate Bishop, including all of Lemire and Thompson and the West Coast Avengers. But it would not all be Kelly Thompson stuff, because there actually is another Kate Bishop miniseries after that. Hellcat Patsy Walker would really be able to fit everything Patsy Walker from 1975 on. You can see it mapped in Crushing Krisis. Hercules Prince of Power by Bob Layton is all the future Hercules stuff. Hercules, the early years would be all of his Silver and Bronze Age appearances, maybe not necessary, but people asked. And then somehow an Incredible Hulk Hercules is the modern book. Howard the Duck Volume 2, you could hear me talk about in the near mint stream. And basically, the Howard the Duck Omnibus left out all of these comic strips and things that also were from the same period that are in the complete collections. So we could start with that. And there's plenty of Howard the Duck material that we could have a huge omnibus that would take us all the way up to the Zdarsky work in Marvel Now and All New Marvel Different. So it would All New, All Different Marvel, so it would fill in all that. Incredible Hercules by Greg Pak. Could collect all of Greg Pak's Hercules, including Chaos War. We should have said "and on" here, because then there's another series during Fear Itself and another series during Marvel Now and then another other series during All New, All Different. And this could just keep extending probably into 2 volumes to get all of that. Iron Fist, The Return of Danny Rand, has everything when he comes back in the early 90s in the pages of Namor, all the way through his Return of Kunalun series and all of his other miniseries in 2005 before he joins his own book, The Immortal Iron Fist, which of course already is an omnibus. Jack of Hearts could have his own omnibus, maybe if you'd like. Jessica Jones and the Defenders of New York City by Bendis would actually be 3 different runs. It would be the complete Bendis, The Pulse, the complete Bendis return to Jessica Jones in 2016 and 2017, and then Bendis' 10 issues of Defenders, which also has Jessica Jones, so that you could have all of Bendis' Jessica Jones other than Alias all in one place. Then you would go to Jessica Jones by Kelly Thompson and Gail Simone. Kelly Thompson writes a number of digital one-shots that are really, really good and has Mattia De Lewis's art, and then Gail Simone writes the variants, and also she's basically the lead in The Century 2023, which is written by Jason Liu. Kazar the Silver Age Omnibus would collect his Marvel Masterworks. Kazar the Modern Years would collect everything after the existing Kazar the Savage series, and there's plenty to do, and it would take us all the way through his miniseries in 2002. Kang the Conqueror, I've mapped very, very well. It could be time on my side, but basically all the Kang stories all the way up until whenever he wanted to reach. Kill Raven would mirror his Masterworks and Epic Collection, but it could also have his miniseries from 2006, which was never collected along with those. Kingpin Wilson Fisk could have all of his background material in Daredevil and The Amazing Spider-Man, but it could also extend all the way into the 90s when he starts to have some OGNs and one-shots, and even extend into him having his own series in the 2000s to 2010s. That's why it says it on. Luke Cage and Iron Fist, the Modern Years, would collect everything that either of them has been in from 2010 and forward, because they guest appear with each other so often, you might as well put them together, including their 2000s minis, Walker's Power Man and Iron Fist digital series, etc. It could all go in this book, including Carrie Andrews on Iron Fist. All of that would fit into this one run. It would actually be a really good read. And Larry Hama's Heart of the Dragon, great series. Luke Cage Second Chances would collect all that. Luke Cage series from the 90s. Machine Man would collect all of Machine Man's appearances from 1978 all the way to 1999. He had a pretty substantial solo series and made a lot of side appearances. I've got it mapped on CK. Man Wolf, which is here courtesy of Larry's Library, who asked us to add it. Miracle Man, which is Marvel Man the early years from 1950s, the original Marvel Man, possibly also with Marvel Man Family and Marvel Man Jr. Mockingbird, which could collect all of her early material, which has been collected in a trade, some of her significant series from the 1980s and early 1990s until she goes away. But then we could keep collecting her comeback, which would double dip some of that Hawkeye omnibus, but then also eventually get to Chelsea Kane's Mockingbird series, which was a lot of fun late in Marvel Now, is that early and All New, All Different Marvel. Monica Rambeau Spectrum could have all of her earlier stuff, starting from her first appearance in an annual of Amazing Spider-Man through some material from Stern's Avengers, but guess what? She has a lot of solo material in Marvel Comics Presents and also in her own one-shots. Then it can track her into the 2000s. I think we'd probably skip Next Wave in here because it's not totally consistent with her other material, but she makes plenty of other appearances. It's all mapped on CK. I would take this all the way through her guest appearance in the first Captain Marvel's Carol Danvers series by Kelly Sue DeConnick to show them talking about who has the name and what the name means to them. And then we would continue collecting past that. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur would be the complete first decade of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. We just had a 10th anniversary issue, so we could collect it all in one place. Moonlight, the Modern Years, could break into Bendis, Ellis, Wood, Bunn, and Lemire. Whether you think that should be 1, 2, or 3 omnibuses, a vote for this is a vote to get started. Ms. Marvel Kamala Khan by Jill Wilson is the Jill Wilson run that starts after Secret Wars, which we've never had an omnibus. Then the volume 3 would be the complete Salman Ahmed run, which probably have a little bit of outlawed content in it, since that obviously affects what's going on in her run. And then we come to N through Z. Submariner Golden Age, which actually I explained it so much better than the Near Mint stream, but basically there's a pre-war omnibus and a post-war omnibus. So you could just assume that this would collect everything from issue 1, or you could just call it the war years and collect everything between those 2 omnibuses. Then we have Silver Age Volume 2 and Volume 3, which would be 3 Masterworks each, because the first one was only 2 Masterworks since it had some material that would have been in Masterworks Volume 0. Then, of course, we've already talked about how he moves into Marvel Team Up our supervillain team up after that. Then we have Submariner by Kaminsky and Herdling, which is the second half of his 1990 series, the first half of which is in the Byrne Omnibus. Then we have Namor the Modern Years, everything he's done from 1998 on. If it's Namor, it would be in here. Then we have Norvo Richard Rider by Abnett and Lanning, which has curiously never been collected all on its own, but could all go together. Then we have Nova Sam Alexander, 2013 to 2017, all of Sam Alexander's material. Then we have the two halves of the classic Power Man and Iron Fist Bronze Age series, which has never been collected in Omnibus, but we've got an Epic Collection, of course. It's got to skip that ROM issue. Then we have Quasar by Mark Grunwald, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 2 would have all of Star Blast and maybe all of Quest Probe in it as well. Quicksilver, the early years, which collect all the significant appearances from 1964 on, including his full 1997 series. Red Skull Volume 1, which would have all of the Red Skull appearances. Red Wolf, which would have everything Red Wolf that he's ever done. Scarlet Witch, the early years, which would have all of the Vision and Scarlet Witch material leading into their love affair. Then Scarlet Witch, the modern era, which would have Children's Crusade and the James Robinson series. That's about it. And then Scarlet Witch from Steve Orlando, which could start from the Child Magneto, could start from Darkhold, but would have all of the Steve Orlando material. Sentinel by Sean McKeever. Sentry, the Saga of Bob Rollins, which I've mapped myself. It's a really good book. It has tons of great Sentry material, all in a perfect reading order. See that on Crushing Crisis. Shang-Chi, the Modern Years, which would pick up from his existing Master of Kung Fu omnibuses and collect everything all the way to John Luen Yang's current day material, but there's plenty of stuff before that as well. And I've mapped that. Shanna the She-Devil, which has all of her bronze to 2013 material. Silver Sable and the Wild Pack with their complete 1990s series, as well as the Silver Sable material that comes just before that, and then some material after. Sleepwalker, which would collect his complete 90s series, but we probably could collect every appearance he's made after that. The series is only in the 30 issue range. And Taskmaster, collecting all of Taskmaster. Thanos by Jeff Lemire could start in Marvel Now to collect some of the immediately after Infinity Thanos stuff, and I think that would be a good idea, but this would mostly collect the Jeff Lemire stuff that comes right before the Donny Cates omnibus. Then we have Thanos the Road to Annihilation, which would have everything from the end of Infinity Crusade up to Annihilation, including Infinity Abyss and the ongoing Thanos series, which a lot of people really love. Tiger, which had all of her material up into her 2002 miniseries. US Agent, which collected all of John Walker's material. Ultron Volume 1, which had every significant Ultron story up to 2001 when he is in the 1998 run of Avengers. Wasp, Janet Van Dyne, which I've mapped every significant Janet Van Dyne issue into. Wasp, the Unstoppable Wasp, complete by Wade and Whitley. Wonder Man, the Modern Years, following his early years on the. And unfortunately, I just do not have time right now to do Spider-Man, which we luckily talked about really well in the stream, Spider-Verse, Star Wars, which I did talk about in the stream, and the teams. So if you want to see, and Thor and Asgard. So it breaks my heart to not get through these, but unfortunately it's been 4 hours. I'm out of voice and I've got to go pick up Kid Krisis from school. So if you want to see all of these mapped, they are all on Crushing Crisis, a map to every one of them, a list of every one of them. They are all there. And I'm so happy that you're with me for these 4 hours. So now you know everything that's on the Tigereyes poll. I don't know if I'm going to be back this Sunday. I have a lot of things happening right now, but the Sunday poll list streams will continue soon. And if they don't, you still have some streams like this. So I've got to speak at high speeds. I got to go jump in the car right now. It's been so great to see you. I'm so sad that I missed your comments from the last 30 minutes, but we just had to fly as fast as can be. Be well in this world. And if you're going to have a crisis, let it be me. Otherwise, stay safe and crisis free.